This story begins in the early morning in Joseon. A man does exercises near the house. A few more people perform physical exercises in the courtyard on mats. Servants carry a closed palanquin. A person inside thinks that this is not a morning in the city early, but he is just an early bird. Hungry, he walks along the street. Through the window, he watches how people also carefully do charging inside the house. He smiles, hearing the sounds coming from the hall for training. The guards near the gate do exercises with dumbbells. One of them, noticing an approaching person, turning Your Highness to him, asks, "He came to the morning training?" He replies that it is, and tells him to open the door. The guy performs the exercise, bending hands with dumbbells. Then he is engaged in the simulator. Two men are talking. One of them notices that a friend is probably sitting on a diet. It is immediately clear that he became slimmer. The second confirms his guess, and he adds that he gained mass, and his shoulders now have the size of a mountain. They take various poses, demonstrating the muscles to each other. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy watches them. Someone is engaged in the running simulator. A sobbing fat man complains that so little time has passed. Moving in the wheel, he complains that he was able to blow 1 hour, and according to his sensations, as if an eternity. Some sounds come to the guy. This is the noisy breath of a man trying to raise the bar. A sharp cry breaks out of his mouth. His efforts were successful. Putting it on the shoulders, the man exhales sharply. A group of guys, encouraging each other, perform squats. The prince is satisfied. The roar of the muscles of visitors is in full swing. Could there be a big joy for a trainer in a sports lifestyle? There are many different shells and simulators in the hall. Choi Yoon-jik, an ordinary Korean who studied nutrition in the magistracy, stands in the center of the hall. He is a full-fledged coach in a healthy lifestyle. He first learned about bodybuilding in the army. Since his service took place on the front line, the conditions were extremely difficult, and the only outlet for him was the gym there. Even my mother could not believe that her son had changed so much. Returning to college, he did not abandon the sport. Girls sitting behind him in the audience are surprised that students from the sports department attend classes on Chosun's history. During his studies, the guy is still more engaged in his body than training. Looking at him, fellow students believe that he is clearly out of place. Thanks to his efforts, he receives a certificate of instructor of a sports lifestyle of the first level. To celebrate this event, he arranges a party. That evening there was nothing unusual unless he drank 1 extra mug of beer. Before going to bed, Choi Yoo-jik decides to see something interesting on the internet. He finds an article in which the question is asked, "Why was the life of King Sejong so fleeting?" The guy answers easily, because he did not go in for sports. Falling asleep, Choi Yoo-jik thinks, "I wonder what to wake up in the morning in Chosun as a sports instructor." He represents how the rows of pumped-up guys stand in front of him. The guy is sure that he would rewrite the whole story. He believes that it sounds funny. Sitting on the couch, Choi Yoo-jik falls asleep. At dawn, someone's voice is heard from the house. The interest is still tormented by the cough of His Highness. There is a cry of a rooster, a shocking guy trying to find his phone. He cannot understand where this bird came from. Rising, he thinks that it seems that yesterday he went over. His gaze stumbled upon a chest of drawers, which he never had. Choi Eun-jik understands that he is in Hanoka, a traditional Chinese house. He is sure that he is still sleeping. Sitting in bed, he raises his hand and freezes in bewilderment. Under the window of his room is a servant who says it is time to get up. Looking at his body, Choi Yoo-jik asks one question. Why? He cannot understand where his muscles went and why he again became so skinny. The guy is in a hurry to open the window, because of which the servant's voice is heard. He still cannot believe what is happening. As soon as he opens the sash, the servant repeats his question again. The guy sees in front of him an unfamiliar yard and some people in national clothes. He asks his name. The servant first cannot understand what he wants. Then he answers. His first name is Yu, and the second Suji. The guy is interested. The name of his father is by chance before? To which he receives an affirmative answer. The guy understands that now he is the son of the 4th king of Chosun, whose posthumous name, Sejong the Great. Choi Yoo-jik considers the information received. Having folded all the facts together, he understands that now he is a great prince. He realizes that he moved to the era of Chosun. Choi Yoo-jik, everything seems too real. He thinks that it seems that he really ended up in Chosun. Seeing the guy who appeared in the doorway, the servant reports on the arrival of the great Prince Junyan. Choi Eun-jik thinks, since he was called Jignyan, then now the period is no later than 1445. He believes that nervous in such a situation is quite natural. But he should only think with which people he will meet, how his heart begins to pound like frantic. He will meet with the most respected historical personality #1 in the Korean army. He cannot believe that he will now see the Sejong of the Great. This is an incredibly exciting moment for the student of the East-facing. He is allowed to enter. The guy delights the king's charismatic voice, but the man's breath confuses him. Going into the room, he sees an incredibly fat man who informs him that he is here, because there is an assignment for him. Noticing his surprised look, Sejong asks why he was stared. He has not yet woken up, or what? The guy is disappointed with the view of the hero, whom he represented completely differently. He knelt down in front of a man sitting on an elevation. He asks, "What's the matter?" He asks for forgiveness and says that his father showed incredible wisdom and insight in matters of government. Calling himself a submissive son, he complains that he was removing all the manners and looks ignorant, worrying about how to rather bow to his majesty. The man replies that it is not worth talking about ignorance. He notifies that since he appreciates his talents, he will give him the corresponding instructions. He wants the prince to rewrite Kanmok, a general review of events taking place in a certain period. Sejong tells him to go to Cheapenjon and rewrite in more and more letters. The guy replies that his order will be executed. Cheapenjon is an educational institution of the early Joseon, in which scientists are trained and research is being conducted. Sitting at the table, the guy thinks that while he lives here, he will have to go here at times. The young man standing at the racks with books says, "If the great prince is able to rewrite Kanmok, then everyone will be admired by his talent." The guy interrupts him, saying that His Majesty's handwriting is many times better. The interlocutor believes that he is too modest. Choi Yu-jik notes that he has no problems not only with understanding of speech, but also with a letter. He realizes that the body has retained the muscle memory of the owner. Swearing the pages of the book, he thinks that the text in it is not so small. It seems that Sejong has a great vision problem. Mentally, he considers the man as a club member, and makes his own professional opinion of the coach with 15 years of experience. He believes that Sejong suffers from obesity, and his body weight index is more than 35. In addition, the king's face seemed too swollen to him. In addition, in the yard a cool summer morning, and his sweat was already flowing down his cheeks. The guy believes that, most likely, he has diabetes, or a violation of glucose tolerance is a state preceding this disease. Then everything is clear to him, like a day. Sanjeon died suddenly. His successor King Mujeon will also die soon. Further, the Tangjeon, which the rebels will be killed, will ascend to the throne. Choi Yu-jik decides that it will not happen. Crown Prince Lee Hyan, the eldest son of Sejong, and the future king of Mujeon, approaches him. He says that he is unusual to see him here, because he usually enjoys hunting in the mountains. The guy understands that in front of him is the 5th king of Joseon, who is his older brother. He asks what happened, to which the crown prince replies that he wants to check in advance in what condition the books that will be sent to his father are. He asks not to worry about him and continue to go about his business. The guy thinks about his words. Does Hyan not notice anything? He addresses the crown prince, saying that some books are written in a very small handwriting, and they are difficult to read. The guy adds, he decided that the order of their census is really appropriate. Lee Hanga is a little surprised. He is interested. What else does his brother want to say? Does he also know about his father's far-sightedness? The prince says that before that he had only assumptions. Lee Kiana reflects that he used to be so boasted at his greatness. How a change in life. The guy is interested. When did it start? And Kronprint replies that a year ago the first signs appeared. And this is not quite like senile farsightedness. It's not only about the inability to see things near. At the moment, this is a secret, and Lee Hyan warns him that you need to keep your mouth on the castle. Choi Yu-jik bows his head, agreeing with his brother, thinking that it is not so easy to get rid of him. Kronprint leaves the room. I can hear how people are welcomed. People standing in the corridor. The guy feels that he is breaking the back of his head. He turns his head alternately to the left or the right. Then he goes to exercises for the arms and shoulders. Choi Yu-jik feels relief and rejoices at this, not noticing that people sitting at the next table look at him in bewilderment. One of the men is surprised. What is the great prince doing? If the neck hurts, then it needs to be massaged. What are these movements to? Hearing his words, the guy understands that they do not know what stretching is. Despite the fact that in this era there are already masses, the effect of their therapy is insignificant. This is due to the fact that the anatomy has not yet been studied, which is why the shape of the muscles and methods of their combination are also unknown to people. He decides to give them an answer on duty, and says that the other day he dislocated his neck during riding. The guy complains that he has no longer suffered from this. but moving his back he felt that it became easier for him. He assures men that this really helps, and he also offers them to try. They repeat his movements, first doing exercises for the neck, and then they move on to warming the back. Men feel much better. The next day, the Crown Prince, part of Chipinjon, hears how the guy recommends that the people present here move their backs and shoulders so that relaxation is felt in the body. The young man listens in surprise to enthusiastic exclamations. The people who felt relieved believe that in this case even a doctor is not needed. The stretching technique, demonstrated by Prince Jingyan, spreads with lightning speed among Chipinjon scientists. She was nicknamed the Stretched Whale. But the Great Prince has another headache. A passerby asks the shopkeeper, "Does he have crabs?" The merchant is surprised that the prince granted them. Suyan reports that he came to buy oil, something like sesame seeds. The man replies that he has beef, and he can give him everything. Holding the money to him, the guy asks to collect oil, starting from the lowest quality. A passerby is perplexed. The prince just bought in a shop with herbs, everything from the simplest drugs to the root of the dudnik, and now he also buys oil. What did the prince plan? The guy remembered that Prince Janyan died of severe dermatitis, and since he cannot return to modernity, he decided to take proactive measures. He thinks sadly that even dermatitis is deadly at this time, and decides to realize his plan as soon as possible. He is welcomed by others and include his heads in front of him. The prince's thoughts interrupt someone's voice. A woman who approached behind, accompanied by a maid, says that she heard that he often goes to this street. Turning to her, he answers, "Right, his wife." The guy explains that after a close acquaintance with some books of Chipinjon, he had some experimental ideas. The woman says that he had only done earlier, that he hunted for days on end, and now he was engaged in a despicable work. She is wondering what her husband thinks about. The prince's wife is interested in what her husband conceived? The guy finally realizes that this is really his wife. He says that he looked at the books in Chipengon and came across one interesting invention that was used in the country to wash. At the same time, he mentally persuades himself to calm down and not panic. He explains that he wants to try this invention. This is soap, and he believes that this is the most necessary thing for a person who has fallen in the Middle Ages. Even modern people suffer from skin diseases if they do exercises in unexpected clothes. And how to engage in bodybuilding in Joseon, where there is no mention of soap. Of course, this will lead to the development of even more serious skin diseases. Once, he tried to make soap for the hall in which he worked. The grandmother of the owner of the room said that she did not trust store soap, so she makes it herself. Her recipe was surprisingly very simple. In natural olive oil, she added water mixed with ash of burned rice straw, carefully mixed everything, and heated. That's all. The guy is sure that such soap can be made even in Joseon. The woman believes that if oil comes to the body, then it will become dirty. She says that she would never have thought that it can be used for washing. The prince says that he plans to conduct several experiments. If you believe the book, then with the help of this invention you can completely clear the dirty collar. It is also written that you can remove old spots. Going to leave, the woman says she really hopes for his success. The guy understands that they have a strained relationship. Prince Jinyan watches how soap is cooked. Nearby, standing a servant carefully watches his actions. He believes that since there are signs of foaming, then this is already success. You can find the perfect ratio only experimentally. Looking at the brew, he thinks that, judging by appearance, then he seems to be good. But he is more interested in how effective this product will be effective when washing. He decides to test it on himself first. By hardening, he notes that there are shortcomings, but the result is quite good. Sitting in the bath, the prince considers the flaws of the soap welded to him. Due to the presence of sesame oil in it, there is a small smell he notes. He believes that as soon as this problem is resolved, and the opportunity to implement mass production will appear, it will be possible to establish supplies for the Ming dynasty. His other problem is the health of Sejong. Even the king's father gave up attempts to make him engage in his body. The guy reflects on whether he, the second son, will be able to reach him. He is not even his successor. He imagines how the king says that it seems his son has nothing to do, since he clogs his head with all sorts of nonsense. And then his imagination draws, as Sejong invites him to join the struggle of Kim Chonso with the Tungus in the north, or to become an official somewhere in Murindo. Having left the bath, he continues to reflect on this problem, and comes to the conclusion that he must outwit the king at the expense of logic if he wants to cope with his obesity. The guy thinks that his own body is also a continuous problem. How can he teach someone in this form? Even the dog will have more muscles, he complains. He understands that his words sound convincingly. You need to regularly perform 3 main exercises. get to the level of weight raising 400 kilograms, and develop about 620 muscles. The guy takes a pose in which the bodybuilders demonstrate muscles. The banners look at him in bewilderment. He thinks, what if you make bodybuilding science? How far can he go? Prince Suyin decides to write a book in which studies devoted to improving the body will be recorded. The guy in the courtyard is engaged in pulling up on the horizontal bar. He thinks, does he really have a natural predisposition? Then he makes extension and flexion 29 times. Then the push-ups follow 82 times. Next comes the dragon plank. At the same time, the guy thinks that the prince has a very gifted body, and the strength of the case and traction go beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could he make 15 pull-ups with such a belly? He believes that these are the genes of Tajo Li's song, the first king of Joseon, make themselves felt. Servants report to the prince that they brought everything they needed. The guy rejoices that his dumbbells delivered him. He promises people who brought them to pay them right now. They are glad that he liked the creation that they did for the first time. Rigging, they turn around to see how he is engaged in dumbbells. The sky is illuminated by the colors of sunset. Men discuss the prince's behavior. They are sure that he finally went crazy, and they cannot believe that he spent 80 pounds of rice on a handful of cast iron. The rich have their own quirks. They decide. One of the men says that even samurai does not have such an acute need for iron. Suddenly, an unpleasant thought visits him, which he immediately voices. The man hopes that the prince does not plan to assemble the army. A friend asks him to be careful with words. He believes that the money does not smell and offers to leave here faster. The guy is engaged in dumbbells. He was not satisfied with classes with his weight, without iron. And he rejoices that they finally reunited. A maid running by looking at him. Entering the prince's wife's room, the girl who brought the flowering sakura branches tells the mistress that this is already too much for His Highness. She asks the woman, will she really just watch it quietly? She breaks her off, but the girl continues to be indignant. She recalls how the prince was smeared with oil, and now he gave 80 pounds rice for pieces of iron. She even believes in this with difficulty. She recalls that he used to be engaged only in hunting, ignoring the very fact of his wife's existence. And now the prince in general, in her opinion, indulged in some strange things. She asks the mistress, what was she guilty of so in a past life? The woman asks her to shut up. A girl who presses a bouquet of sakura branches to her guiltily looks at her. Before the mental gaze of a woman, a flowering garden and a prince with whom she walks among the trees stands. He holds out a sakura flower for her. Pink petals fall on it from above. She says that today she wants to lie down early, and she adds that she does not need helping the maid. She wants to be alone. A woman sits in a bathroom filled with water with flower petals. She looks at the thing that her husband called soap. Having taken him in her hands, the woman thinks, is it really possible to wash? She decides to try once. The guy, having bathed and wiping himself with a towel, decides that today he needs to take more weight. Some kind of noise alarms him. Turning, the prince asks, who is there? From another room, a wife comes to him. She says that she was pleased with the fact that his soap really removes persistent pollution. But she believes that the smell of oil is too strong. If she will use it for washing every day, then they will begin to take it for the wife of the oil merchant. He asks, what if you use pork or beef fat? But they are equally expensive. Therefore, it is still clearly early to start a speech on the territory of the Ming Empire. In addition, in this situation, soap can become a luxury available only to the Chansky nobility. His thoughts are interrupted by a woman. She thinks that the aroma can improve if you add linden or camellia oil. The guy likes her idea. Such oil smells better than sesame and it is easier to get it. He thanks his wife. Poor coastal village. The man welcomes the great Prince Jininyan, and is surprised that he sees him in such a despicable place. The guy says that he remembers him. He was a beater during last year's winter hunting. He recalls that he then had a noble. He was all in the wounds after he lured the deer from the forest. The prince says that he does not forget those who serve him well. Although a lot of time has passed since that time, he asks to accept his gratitude. Jinyan at first thought that there would be enough simple silver, but then I realized that there was a much better option. Every 15 days he will send him 2 bottles of sesame oil, 2 bags of rice, as well as eggs, chicken, and many more. He says that a man can use this all to feed his family. He does not even know how to thank the prince for his generosity. The guy replies that he needs only one thing, so that every 15 days a man tells him information about the growth and weight of his children. The former Purer is happy to agree. The prince is pleased with himself. In 20 days, he promised to provide food support to 20 yards and began to fix the weight and growth of children. In some, the diet is based on protein, while others are on carbohydrates and fats. He represents how he tells about changes in the parameters of the physique of children and their motor abilities as confirmation of the king. He is sure that then the king will not dismiss him and will not say that he carries some nonsense. Jinyan believes that this study will probably help change the food habits of King Sejong. The guy holds out the drawing of a blacksmith, asking, "Can he do it?" He replies that he does not know how to read, but understands the numbers. "One round piece of iron weighing 30 kilograms, he says, and then he asks, "Is this not the total weight of the 3 covers of the cooks?" He is interested. The prince is going to plant them on the iron rod. The guy says that it should turn out 4 circles on each side. The interlocutor is surprised, because in total the weight will reach 240 kilograms. Jinyan replies that in the end you will need an even more powerful weight. He tells a struck by a blacksmith that it would be nice for this design to afford 300 kilograms. Then he adds that he has another order and takes out another drawing. He asks him to turn the iron plate into a rod about 3 feet long. Jinanyan is interested in whether it is possible to create Choshon, a firearm of Joseon, with the technical capabilities of this era. The man believes that the king will certainly appreciate his invention. The sun is uncontrollable to sunset. The guy, accompanied by poorly dressed young men, reflects that from the moment he occupied this body, the image of the prince has undergone changes for the better. He is sure that he is here in order to restore order. The guy draws attention to the man walking nearby, and the coach's eye is activated. He believes that the satellite has a standard physique. He timidly objects that since childhood they said that he had a heavy bone. This young man is an illegitimate son, so he could not become an official. However, the guy considers him an ideal candidate for primary tests. The prince invites him to become the first student of his path to improving the body. He promises that if everything succeeds, then he will not be equal in the whole Chosun. He is surprised and asks, how can he thank the master? The prince replies that there is no need for this, and asks him just to trust him. He thinks that the young man does not even suspect what he subscribed to. There is a voice calling the crown prince. Li Hanga, who has an extremely tired appearance, turns and sees his brother. He stands in front of him, shining with energy and health. Crown Prince believes that his brother lost weight well lately. Yes, and the upper body of his body is strengthened. However, seriousness in his eyes did not increase. He is curious why he made an appointment to him. Jinian replies that his complexion improved after he refused to hunt in favor of his new hardening method, and he needs a meeting in order to demonstrate one thing. Does Haiyan are interested in what kind of new hardening method? The prince holds out a box in which the soap lies and offers to test it. Having washed his hands with soap, Crown Prince says that this is really a miraculous remedy that removes pollution. But he believes that the price of camellia oil is quite high. The guy recalls how the spouse explained to him, if you use only expensive oil, it will be a waste of rice. But if in the process of manufacturing mix the oil of the tetradium or other similar with 2 handfuls of rice, then it will come out very inexpensive. Crown Prince asks to give him a brush and writes some text on paper. The guy takes a sheet and reads a new decree. His brother writes that he managed to get rid of dirt with the help of a means called soap, which was created by the great Prince Jinyan. To avoid pollution of books, all officials must wash their hands with him in the morning and evening. Li Hyang is sure that, despite the high cost of soap, everyone will be able to afford it. But in view of the fact that the product is new and the people do not know anything yet, they will not actively buy it at once. The prince asks, the brother is going to force all officials to use it? Crown Prince believes that this is the best way to show them the benefit of soap, so that they have a desire to wash them entirely. This is reminiscent of a free trial period in the present. Li Qiana believes that the easiest way will be widely spread soap if private auction begins. Then it will be possible to introduce a tax on it, thereby receiving a new source of income. The guy considers this a good idea. Looking at the Crown Prince, he thinks that it is not without reason that he is the first son of the Sejong of the Great and the future king of Munjeon. In front of the blacksmiths there is a man who is interested. Whether they are sure that the prince ordered that. They answer that it is. He says that it is. But they themselves know what awaits them if they make a mistake. The blacksmiths bow and wish him a good path. One of them tells the other all the prince's orders to immediately melt and destroy. The interlocutor objects that the deadlines are already suitable, and the damage will be enormous. The first blacksmith shouts angrily, "Is it really more expensive for him more than life? If so, then let him dare." They did not see this prince in the eyes. The man, meanwhile, reflects that the second prince, who has not managed to earn the right to inherit, spent a lot of funds to buy iron. For days, it tempers its body. Finally, the true nature of Prince Jignan makes himself felt. Rumors in the city are quickly spreading. The man, showing his hands to the interlocutor, says that when he washed them, using a remedy called soap, the ink spots immediately disappeared. He asks, "Is it only washing ink?" And he hears in response that the oil from the face easily washed off. They decide that this is really a miraculous remedy. A man is interested. Do friends know who invented him? Someone suggests that Crown Prince, but he replies that this is the merit of Prince Jingyan. The interlocutor is surprised. He heard that His Highness is only to bear the hoppers, and is not able to come up with anything sensible. Friends agree with him. They really hardly believe in it. The guy performs the exercise, the bench press lying. Nearby is a young man insuring him. After keeping an account, the prince thinks that he performed a bench press with a weight of 120 kilograms 10 times. His muscles are developing so quickly, as if the god of bodybuilding himself favors this guy. Jinyan finished the exercise, and the young man admires his achievements. The prince replies that one cannot neglect respect for his parents, and hardening of the body is the best way to express it. Although the manufactured equipment reminds him of rusty rods in the fitness center, but the benefits of it, he believes. With manufacture, however, many difficulties arose. He recalls how the blacksmith, bowing his head, blames that they did not manage to complete the remaining products on time due to urgent circumstances. He promises to return all the money. They not only did not have time to fulfill his order, but also could not cope with the design. The prince decides that now the turn of the young man perform exercises. He protests and says that he will immediately go to the forefathers. But Jinyan is inexorable. He recalls that he warned him that the body constantly needed hardening. The prince helps the student correctly perform a bench press. His wife is watching them. She says that he had previously been slender, and now his body seems to be beamed by force. The maid believes that he can be safely compared with General von Bon. The guy is happy to turn to them to find out. Do they really think so? The young man, about whom he forgot for a second, calls him in a stifled voice. Jinian heard that the general was a true brave man from a young age, and in maturity he became famous as a general under the command of Kim Genso. He thinks that it would be nice to ever enter a fee for military training of soldiers. Having released the bar, he argues that one weapon is not enough to win. His student barely restrains the weight that fell upon him. Suddenly their attention is attracted by a loud knock. The guy is perplexed. Who dares to break against Prince Jininyan? A group of people unceremoniously bursts into the courtyard. The prince comes out to meet them. His wife asks uninvited guests, "What's the matter?" She says that these are the possessions of Prince Jininyan. One of the men replies that they know this and tells her to shut up. The offended woman closes his eyes so as not to cry. The prince, armed with a bar from the bar, rushes to defend his wife, and her offender immediately flies to the ground. He is surprised that Jinyan was able to push him so easily. The prince asks, how does he dare to open his dirty mouth on her? The rest of the warriors grab the swords, but their leader intervenes, a man who previously talked with the blacksmiths, after which they cancelled the order of the prince. Going ahead, he says that they met at last year's hunting competitions. Jinyan recognizes in him Captain Lee Bitch. He asks him what is happening, and he warns, if they touch his people, then he will not stand on ceremony with them. One of the warriors is angry. How does he dare he behave so shamelessly? Has he already forgot about his sins? They say that the subject that he is now holding in his hands is made of 24 swords. He notes that there are only 20 such rods here, and asks, what does the prince plan to do with 400 weapons? But that's not all. A tied and beaten man to whom he helped with food is pushed forward. The warrior continues to blame him. 7 months ago, no one was interesting to the prince, and now he suddenly undertook to help the poor. Does he want to raise them for an uprising? Jinyan replies that these are just their speculation. They have no evidence. Has the military dared to come to his house on the basis of baseless suspicions? He believes that this is an excess of authority. Captain Lee Bitch is sure that there is no need for evidence. Everything is already clear as the day. Rumor about this goes everywhere. Has the prince forgot that they always act like that? And in the end, everything's secret becomes clear. The guy asks, what if they are mistaken this time? The captain replies that he does not think so, and until the truth does not triumph, they will interrogate everyone who surrounds him. The prince covers his wife and assistant. He understands that he is expected to be detained and interrogation. Even if he declares his innocence, they will not calm down. He considers this a typical target investigation. The guy is sure that he did not do anything bad after moving to the prince's body. He is interested in what friction they had before his appearance. But what should he do about it now? Suddenly, he hears someone addressing him with a question. What is happening here? He turns his head in that direction. And he recognizes the Crown Prince Lee Hanyan. The brother says that he came in person, because bad rumor about him spread everywhere. The captain clearly did not expect to see him here. Lee Hyan continues to speak. He thought that his brother found a new way of hardening the body. Lee bitches asks him not to approach the prince, since it is not known that this madman who decided to make an uprising on his mind. Kronprint does not like what the captain called his brother a madman. He warns that he would be careful in expressions. Lee Kiana says that he is not a madman but his younger brother. Everywhere there will be dissatisfied with the fact that someone uses wealth for personal purposes, but he intends to give the prince a chance to explain everything. Despite the fact that they are relatives, it will not be easy to clean from dirty rumors. Significant arguments will be required. But if the captain's accusations against his brother are groundless, he should not hope that he will be able to get rid of easily. Lee Hanyan's voice, who assures Chiki that he cannot avoid punishment if his accusations are groundless, spreads to the whole yard. The prince, turning to his brother, says that he will need some help. He asks the servant to bring the book. When the young man brings what he asked, the guy explains that he had a very reasonable occasion to create all this, namely, the development of the doctrine of a healthy lifestyle. Holding the manuscript of the Kronprint, he asks him to first familiarize himself with the records. He is surprised. What can be such an important book on the body of the body? Lee Hyan begins to read. Reverence for his parents is expressed in a care of the granted body. He says that this does not raise questions, but he still does not understand why so many investments were required. Kronprint asks, since his brother was puzzled by the creation of the healing method, why did he need to make how much costs? Jinyan replies that he can only explain the reason Lee Hanyan. He says that his brother is aware that their father is weakening day by day, no matter how regrettable it is. But the truth is, Lee Hanga is sure that he is so worried. He considers vision to vision a age-related change that overtook their father a little earlier than usual. But if his brother has any special knowledge in medicine, then he is ready to listen to him. The guy says that more recently, their father was tormented by a fever. Despite the cool weather, sweat flowed abundantly across his face. He tries not to draw hasty conclusions, but suspects that all these signs are the precursors of diabetes. Lee Hyan looks at his brother in surprise. He continues to speak. He thinks that the reason for this lies in the overabundance of Yang's energy, and also that the king eats too much. But since he does not have physical activity, this energy cannot be freed. Therefore, the conclusion suggests itself that its part manifested itself through a disease that struck his eyes. Kronprint is interested in. Why then did this all the help of the poor need? He heard that his brother began to supply food for their children under recording. Is this really somehow connected with their father? Jingyan confirms his guess. He managed to find out that only a few spoons of rice and eggs are enough to gain weight. His book records all reports related to nutrition and physical activity. He wants to convince the king himself of the written. Lee Hyan considers his words. He tells the captain to withdraw the soldiers. Kronprint is sure that the prince has no evil intentions, but Lee Bichchki refuses to obey. He claims that they monitor the behavior and moral principles of citizens. Their duty is to conduct investigations and bring to justice those who have embarked on a bad path. He is sure that the king will not be delighted that their rights are disputed. The man says that now competent inspectors of different ranks have gathered here. Among them, there is also a young official who has only recently passed the state exam. The captain asks, does Crown Prince really want him to simply bend before his order, not knowing all the facts? What example will he give them? He tells the brothers that he is the head of the inspection of morals, and if they want to expel them from here, then let them start with him. The captain takes the sword from the scabbard. He appeals to the Crown Prince, saying that covering someone only in fact of kinship is wrong. He is the future king. Lee Bichchkai demands that he be firm and show the world the greatness of the laws of his country. This man did not just rise to the post of chief inspector. The guy understands that now this problem concerns not only their two. The captain pulled into all this also a crown prince. Lee Hyan believes that his brother needs to clearly explain why he bought all this. The prince says that personally he will show him everything and prove his strength. He explains that the energy of Yang has accumulated in the king's body, which was reflected in his vision. but he believes that the father will be able to overcome his ailments if he begins to temper the body. The guy resembles his brother. Everyone knows that the king does not complain of physical activity, but he is sure. If you demonstrate to your father an unprecedented power, he may be interested. If you show him the force compared with the removal of the famous general of the time of the empire Jin Xiang Yui, then he will probably discard his skepticism. The prince believes that if he cannot convince these warriors, then his father is even more so. Kronprint understands him. Li Qiana tells everyone to listen to him. He says that the prince is developing methods of healing for his people. And these devices were created just for this. The captain cannot believe that he uses all this equipment for training. He does not understand what the benefits of a piece of iron can be heavier than a solid boiler. Kronprint is interested in whether the purchase of all this was the root cause of the inspection, and if he is right, then why not allow the prince to demonstrate his skills in order to clear his good name? Warriors cannot believe that the chief inspector will personally deal with the check. One of them is called as a volunteer. He says that he has no equal strength, and if the prince loses, it will become obvious to everyone that he was lying. The guy begins to knead his hands. The enemy is also preparing to confront. Opponents take places. They will compete, performing a bench press with a bar. The guy explains that with the help of this exercise, part of the hand from the hand to the elbow, the chest area and shoulders are strengthened. A man is interested. Is this a matter of power? The prince replies that apparently the enemy is worried that he will win. The inspector's face turned red from effort. He is perplexed why he cannot raise the bar. The man thinks that it was much harder than it seemed to him. However, now he is responsible for the honor of the chief inspector. He tries to raise the bar with all his might. Finally, he succeeds in doing this. A friend who ensures him is glad and decides to see how the prince does it. His eyes become round in surprise. On the prince's face is reflected in the tension with which he is given the rise of the bar. The enemy says that he pretended to be strong, and now he pours tears. But suddenly he understands that the guy has completed the exercise 9 times. The assistant of the prince admires his strength. The enemy of the guy is upset that he lost, defending the honor of the chief inspector. Jignan says that the food and the number of training depends on the goal. Adhering to his own, he can raise 175 kilograms at a time. The captain and his subordinates cannot believe his words. One of them screams that this is nonsense. Did the victory turn his head so much that even his mind was clouded? But the captain breaks him off, saying that they are leaving. The guy does not argue with them. He actually proved his innocence. The chief inspector announces that today they will retreat, but the prince is still under suspicion. The captain claims that he will continue to fulfill his duty. The guy understands that he will continue to watch him. He replies that he will do the same. Warriors are leaving. The crisis passed, and Kronprint learned about the disease of Sejong the Great. Li Qiana says that he also should leave. The guy wishes him a good way. Brother promises to supplement his book. Therefore, we can say that a successful opportunity has been acquired along with the problem. But in fact, they almost got into big trouble. He asks for forgiveness from his wife for everything that happened. The guy promises to continue to be more careful and discuss everything with her in advance. The woman asks him not to worry. She is sorry that she was able to understand his plan only now. Suddenly he feels weakness in his legs. The prince, looking for supports, finds himself in the arms of his wife. The woman asks him to wait. The servants standing aside and incorrectly interpreted the situation think that they are ashamed to behave so in broad daylight. The prince hears the servants condemn his behavior. The woman says that for such things should be retired in the chambers. A warrior who was defeated in the confrontation with the prince blames himself in everything that happened. He is terribly ashamed. The captain replies that this has already happened, but it cannot be said that he did not at all extract from what happened. The man is interested in what the chief inspector has in mind. Among the metal products ordered by the prince, there was one entertaining thing: a thin, hollow rod made of iron. It was like a tubular weapon. The captain highly appreciates all kinds of wonders, and with confidence it can say that that subject was created for a reason. There is a chance that the prince is trying to improve existing firearms. On hunting competitions a year ago, he saw the phenomenon of the beast that exposes his fangs, and the prince suddenly now spoke about the reverence of his parents and the book on healing. He is sure that this is nonsense. He will certainly reveal all the plans of Jignan. After some time, the blacksmiths report that the order for the manufacture of tools was again received, and the prince, meanwhile, leads an ordinary life. 3 months later, the prince's wife reports that recently she did not feel very well, so she went to the doctor. He said that the woman is pregnant. Jignan is a little puzzled. It turns out that on that day they conceived a child. He recalls a friend who had a 1-year-old baby. He complained that he had no time for sports. The guy assured him that sports could really change his life. He believes that a surge of strength and vigor after training is an important aspect, but he does not agree with him. A friend says that the moralizing from an unmarried person, who over 30, sound unconvincing. The guy replies that he has been married for a long time. He has 2 spouses, their name is Bar and Dumbbells, and now he has to become a father. The joyful prince grabs his wife and circles her. He wants to report this joyful news as soon as possible to his majesty. The woman is glad that she was able to make him so happy. She offers to go and pray together. The prince believes that his wife, in order to give birth safely, must first be engaged in his health. And for this, you will first have to determine its level of physical training. He suggests starting with simple exercises to avoid overwork. The prince and his wife are sitting on rugs. He teaches her to breathe correctly. At the same time, the guy thinks that in order for the birth to be successful, one stretching is not enough. The wife of the Kronprince died immediately after childbirth due to complications. In this era, the death of a mother or child during childbirth is harsh everyday life. He believes that the presence of a simple disinfectant could reduce risks. The guy decides to create it. The prince demonstrates the apparatus he made. His guest is interested. Is this a container for storing a koju? He could not even imagine a similar form in a dream. The guy says he made him. It helps to collect alcohol, and with the help of a long tube, it is cooling. The prince orders to bring everything to Juju what is in the house. He believes that after cleaning, it is necessary to check the purity of alcohol. To do this, he needs 2 circles with 1 volume of liquid. Water fills only 80% of the container. The specific gravity of alcohol is about 0.8%. If the alcohol filtered to him will be easier or heavier than water, this is a failure. Putting the mugs on the scales, he with excitement watches their hesitation. Finally, the bowls freeze. The guy rejoices that there is a disinfectant. From his move to Joseon, quite a bit of time passed, and there was no sudden reverse movement to modernity. In the prince's house, everyone is already engaged in fitness. The guy is interested in what managed to happen in his absence in the modern world, but this question worries him only somewhere deep down. It is much more pleasant for him to walk with his wife in the garden. After the birth of a child, he finally plunged into the life of Joseon. Time flies quickly. Recently, Prince Jinyan has succeeded in many ways, His Majesty believes. He says that his son came up with soap available to ordinary people, thereby enriching the treasury. He also created a means of helping to treat wounds. The guy thanks him for his mercy. He believes that he still has something to strive for. The chief inspector carefully watches him. The king believes that he does not need to be modest. The captain gloomily listens to the words of Sejong, that he distinguishes 200 nannies of silver in order to compensate the prince to create soap. The king believes that the recent appearance of the firstborn Prince Jinyan is a blessing for the royal family. In addition, Madame Yun, his wife, came to his senses in a week. Does this not prove the effectiveness of his new invention? Sejong commands to continue to use alcohol to treat children and mothers. Looking at his son, the king thinks that he considered him a white crow in their family, and he suddenly matured so. His vision is blurred, and he no longer sees the prince so clearly. He gets worse, alarmed screams are heard. The king is falling. People hurry to him. The order is heard to call the doctor. In March 1438, the state of the king of Sejong began to rapidly deteriorate. The prince, sitting at the table, is interested in the well-being of his father. The brother replies that his condition has worsened. This time, of course, he woke up right away. But Li Hanga is still worried. He says that the king constantly torments thirst, and his vision worsened so much that he was forced to keep books literally before his eyes. Sejong accepts a healing decoction, but he does not give any benefit, Kronprince believes. The guy asks, did his father discuss his ailments with his brother at least once? It is important for him to know whether the king mentioned something in the spirit of whitish fog or insects flying around. He recalls that his grandfather suffered from diabetes, complained about this. Li Haiyan replies that his father was complained only to the fact that he could not see the objects located far away. The prince believes that if everything is so, then the situation is not critical. He thinks that perhaps the current state is only a temporary malaise caused by overwork, but the guy is not fully sure of this. Degeneration of retina and cataracts is not to be treated. If everything continues this way, then, according to history, in a year, the king will lose vision due to complications. The prince asks, soon after all, on September and the birthday of mother. He is sure that more successful to influence his father simply cannot be invented. Kronprint is interested. Is he really going to arrange something at the royal feast? The guy's book has only 3 exercises in which the heaviest weight is used. The first is squats. The second exercise is a bench press. The third is the deadline. Together it is called 3 main exercises. The prince is sure that by the birthday of mother, he will reach 1,000 pounds in them. A brother cannot believe in the figure he called. He asked an experienced soldier to raise 600 pounds, but he did not even come out of the place to move such a weight. As the man did not try, but he did not succeed. Having picked up the chicken leg, the guy admits that now he cannot cope with 900 pounds yet. And if we talk about 1,000, then this is an extremely difficult task. But the prince believes that for the good of the father, he must master this. Kronprint replies that then he will not remain aside. The brother's book has many difficult places to understand, so he will work on the availability of presentation so that he can achieve the meaning of even their stubborn father. He believes that the prince needs to pull up in the teaching. He is surprised by such a statement. But the brother recalls that he himself wrote about respect to his parents. Li Hanga says that the book should contain at least 13 sutra, the main Confucian commandments of the Ming dynasty. And the prince, as the author, should be studied thoroughly. The only scriptures that are in the guy's memory are 4 books and 5 classic works. He thinks that the level of complexity has increased, but remembering the king who lost consciousness, he decides that this is all for the sake of the Sejong of the Great. He tells his brother that he agrees and entrusts to him. At the birthday of mother, he will raise 1,000 pounds. Kronprint promises to make his father to do with his book. He is sure that he will definitely understand everything. The brothers proclaim a toast for the health of the father. They are not embarrassed by the fact that the elder holds a glass in his hands, and the youngest, a chicken leg. The time has come to do something truly crazy. Raise the bar by 100 pounds in just 6 months. The guy is worried. Will he cope? To convince the king of the effectiveness of 3 main exercises will not work if his body is covered with a thick layer of fat. The guy and the assistant go to the foot of the mountains. To demonstrate the best from the sides of his method, it is necessary to drop about 8 pounds. He finds the most effective method for this in this era. He will help him in the mountains. He counts on the potential of his body. From this moment, he begins to engage in special training. From the very dawn, he rises into the mountains and then sits down at the books. He is unpleasantly surprised by the amount of material that he must learn. The guy recalls the words of the crown prince. He coped in 2 weeks, and is sure that his brother with his special talents will manage in a week. In front of his mental gaze, does Hyang's face stands? Who is interested in everyone who is satisfied with his brother? On the table are dishes with Beijing cabbage and cucumbers, with red tofu and oats. The wife is interested. Will he really be there? She knows that oats helps to cleanse the stomach, but still, this food does not look tasty. The prince replies that on the birthday of his mother, he will have to clearly show reverence for his parents to his body. And if there will be too much fat in his body, this cannot be achieved. Jinyan says that in the name of this goal he will eat so daily. Mrs. Yoon is ashamed that she could not solve his plan. She considered it necessary to add a little salt so that tofu was not fresh in taste, but now she realizes that she had committed stupidity. She calls the servants to remove everything and set the table again. The woman tells that henceforth they check the prince's food. It should always be fresh. Tired after the morning climb into the mountains, the guy stops to rest. In the afternoon, the wife watches how he performs the exercise, deadlift. At dusk, he climbs a steep rock. And at night the prince plunges into reading. With a victorious view, he stands at the top of the cliff. Time flashed unnoticed. The guy looks at the city extending far below. The day of the royal feast on the occasion of the birthday of Queen Sejong. The royal couple sitting on an elevation looks at the performance arranged for them. Watching a man standing on a horse, the queen rejoices. She says that horse breeding has reached a new level. The vision of the king does not allow him to see what is happening in detail. But Sejong does not show that something is wrong. Kronprint talks with his brother wrapped in a cloak. He says that he is in the last line. Everyone believes that he will demonstrate his physical skills, like vague actors. He asks, did he really discuss the upcoming event with someone? He replies that he spoke with the Kronprince, that the prince intends to raise 300 kilograms. But she did not believe and got angry. He asks his brother to fulfill his plan. He is sure that then, mother will probably be interested in the doctrine of a healthy lifestyle. Li Qiana says he is very counting on his brother. The turn of Prince Jignan comes to show his skill in front of the royal couple. Dressed in a cloak hiding his body from prying eyes, the prince congratulates his mother on his birthday. While he says, the servants tearing away from gravity carry discs. The prince pronounces the words of congratulations and gratitude. He believes that he received everything that he has in his life only thanks to his parents. Servants carry several more discs, and now he wants to pay her attention to his work on a healthy lifestyle. It contains methods for improving the body. The king says that behind him a bunch of iron. He does not understand what the son wants to show them. The prince replies that he prepared a slight idea in order to repay them for their mercy. The guy picks up a metal vulture and says that it is filled with a feeling of deep gratitude. Today, he has the opportunity to demonstrate his magnificent body to them. With these words, he breaks off his cloak. Their gaze appears a perfectly complex body of the prince. On the birthday of Queen Songko in 1438, Joseon's story thoroughly changed. And all this originates in this moment. Spectators are shocked. They cannot believe their eyes. Is this definitely Prince Jignan? Meanwhile, the guy asks for permission to start, and people incredulously examine the construction unknown to them. The guy is going to perform a bench press. This exercise is already familiar to inspectors. They recognize him and believe that the prince has become even larger from the last time. The guy raises a lot of weight. Spectators are amazed. They consider it incredible, and they cannot understand where the prince has such a silver. Having finished the demonstration, the guy says that one of the most important exercises of his book is a bench press. With it, you can strengthen the area of the chest, shoulders, as well as hands. The queen is delighted, but she does not understand a little what she saw right now. She asks, how much is all this iron weighs? The prince replies that the bar is 40 kilograms, and the plates are 240 kilograms. Altogether, 280 kilograms. Parents are amazed at his answer. He tells the servants to add discs and announces that the next exercise is a squat. The prince explains that you need to use the strength of the legs to transfer the weight to the shoulders. The bottom line is that you need to sit down and get up. Using this exercise, you can strengthen the lower body, including the waist and buttocks. Koroleva believes that it is dangerous and wants him to immediately stop the performance. The guy says that there are 340 kilograms, and now he will perform this exercise. Putting the bar on his shoulders, he squats, and then begins to climb slowly. This is not easy for him, but it straightens, holding a weight of 340 kilograms on his shoulders. The queen in excitement jumps from her place. The king asks Jian Honsu, a court doctor, how is this at all possible? He replies that he does not know, but he has an assumption. He believes that this may be connected with the book that the prince spoke of. The guy announces the last exercise, the deadline. He says that for him he will use the most severe shells. Behind him the servants, tearing, add discs to the bar. Others cannot believe that he can raise such a weight. Kronprince turns to the king, saying that he is worried about his brother's back. He offers to take additional protection measures and takes a wide belt to the prince. The servant helps to put him on the prince. He approaches the bar. He has to raise 400 kilograms. The prince tells his parents that they gave him such a capable body. So he continues to take care of him with all the thoroughness. The number of discs on the bar is impressive. One of the spectators is saying a bitch chi that the prince was finally crazy. Against the backdrop of his usual training, such statements clearly cast doubt on the health of his mind. The prince thinks that if he had not sat on a diet, then he would be much easier for him to cope with such a weight. Now, this will be the same test. The belt somewhat facilitates the task, but even it does not make it conceived less absurd. Namely, to reach a mark of 1,000 kilograms in just 2 years. But he has no choice. He needs to perform the exercise, deadlift. Not immediately, but still he manages to tear off the bar from the ground. Spectators cannot believe that one person is really able to raise such a monstrous weight. The prince is confidently standing, holding a bar in his hands. The prince's mother becomes bad from such a spectacle. The guy immediately lowers the bar under the discs, the tile, which is paved with the site. The king looks questioningly at the queen that rose from his seat. The woman hurries to her son to make sure that everything is in order with him. Looking at the corns on his arms, his mother complains that in 2 years of training with iron, his hands became like that. She asks, does he call it respect for parents? With tears in her eyes, the queen announces that she did not see more respect in life. The crying woman says that when he looks at how he worked hard on himself, he cannot calm down tears. The court ladies also begin to sob. The queen continues to say that the abdominal muscles in people engaged in martial arts become more clearly defined, but to bring them to such a relief. Others listen to their conversation. One of the servants tells the other that the prince's muscles, as if alive. The king believes that the son really proved the effectiveness of the method of strengthening the body, set forth in his book. He says, "This is a great job." Looking at the bar lying at the guy's feet, he is interested. What inspired him to develop this idea? Prince Jinyan replies that he and his mother gave him such a wonderful body, so he is obliged to protect and improve him. Sejong asks, are 1,000 kin necessarily the norm for raising? He is worried that people who do not have sufficient strength will not be able to take the prince's method into service. The guy answers, not at all. Initially, he began training only to get rid of excess fat. Strength is added naturally. He says that after a few months his movements became more smooth, and fatigue was removed as with his hand. The king replies that he knows that they, together with the Kronprint, worked on writing this book, and after personal acquaintance, he will determine what is right and what is not. The father suggests discussing the details of the teaching of his son in the near future. The guide proclaims that the king's mercy is limitless. Sejong adds that he does not like the official name of his son, Prince Jinyan. The king decides what kind of merits to heal his people. He will be called Prince Suyan, in which Su is a head. From now on, his name is the Great Prince Suyan. Having set aside the book, the king says that it is really outstanding. He is surprised that the youngest son managed to acquire such knowledge. Kronprint replies that he was also surprised to read her. He only set forth the methods of brother training themselves. Unlike other books, only in the first there is a thing called a table. They decide to do check today. Sejong studies records of changes in the body and food habits of children from slums. If you cook 1 bag of rice, about 6 kilograms, then it will be enough for the adults to be fed 10 days, and the children, 20. But overeating leads to the lips of the body. If a spoonful of sesame oil is present in the diet of children daily, their body will be full of energy. On the other hand, Paul Kina, about 300 grams fat, is added in a month. After reading about fat, Sejong begins to inspect itself. The prince asks his brother how everything went and what his father said. Kronprint makes a sad look, but he can't stand it and, smiling broadly, says that his father showed a desire to begin to comprehend his art. The guy is glad. Preparations are already in full swing. Since today is the first day, he decides to teach his father only the right position. The brother objects that right now the king is very busy, walking under an umbrella, which carries a court healer. The king says that he is very tired and demands that he would be brought Joseon, a pull resembling honey. Its accompanying person objects. In a few months his majesty's vision has worsened greatly. He can even lose him. The prince believes that the most difficult thing in sports is to reach the gym. And if Sejong does not want to go himself, then there is no other way out. He takes dumbbells and other shells, grabs the book with his teeth, and hurries to his father. The brother, looking after him, offers to go together. The guards are trying to put the great prince. They believe that there are things that are not allowed to do in the palace, and ask him to recover. Performing the exercises, the guy replies that let them try to drive him out if they can. The 3 of them try to raise it, calling for his conscience. They ask him not to do this, and they say that the king will return soon. Sejong asks, what is going on here? The servants recede, and he sees the son standing on the lap, in front of which the book lies. The king is outraged. What did they arrange here in broad daylight? Are they not afraid to lose face? The prince appeals to his father. He says that they should discuss something. The king understands that we are talking about physical exercises. He replies that he read about them and wants to try when there is time. The guy replies that it will be better to start from today and engage in sequentially. Next to him, Crown Prince becomes, providing him with silent support. But Sejong continues to stubborn, referring to employment. He asks, did the prince suspect his illness and wrote about it in the book? Suyan replies that the signs are already noticeable. He read in the book that in order to recover, it was necessary to stop the disease in the bud. The king turns to John Hong standing behind, asking what signs of the disease his son speaks of. He replies that, apparently, we are talking about increased sweating and excessive thirst. The king explains to his son that he has no signs, but he thinks that there is only one reason why his majesty is accompanied by a doctor. This means that he really read the book and looked at the table. Therefore, he was seriously worried about his health. However, he rejects physical activity. It remains to deliver the last powerful blow. The prince suggests that the father is sick with diabetes. Therefore, he tried to bring his body into a state similar to the one in which a person who suffers from this ailment is. The king cannot believe his words. He has a lot of questions for his son. Suyan explains that he tried to bring himself to about the state in which there is a person who has diabetes. Sejong asks what he wants to say this. Diabetes is a disease caused by an excess of yang energy that destroys the body. Sweets serve as a lever to start inflammation. The prince is sure that the use of a large amount of Joseon causes diabetes. As a result of this, thirst exacerbates, and excessive fatigue leads to the fact that a person can sharply fall asleep, as happened more than once with the king. Sejong has nothing to answer his son, so he only looks at him silently. The guy asks, "Do these symptoms do not coincide with what he feels?" Of course, he rescued his experiments on himself, and only told what he knew about diabetes from the present. But he did this only to convince the king. He had to deceive even his older brother, now puzzling over when the prince did this. Sejong asks, "How much can you recover if you follow the recommendations of his book?" The guy replies that the treatment process will take 6 months. The king gives his consent, but he warns, if in 6 months there are no changes, then the prince will be liable in all severity for his deception. He agrees with his father. On the training ground, the king jumps on a horse, and the prince asks him to increase the speed. Sejong, squeezing the reins, grumbles that he is extremely inconvenient to sit in such a pose. The guy screams that he will not succeed if he will bend so. He insists that the man keep his back and straighten up. The king thinks with displeasure that he is forced to listen to this tone again. He should only bend slightly, as he immediately receives a reprimand. He asks the question, how much more is he to endure? The prince says that an hour has passed. He believes that this is enough. Sejong rejoices, and replies that he finally heard something sensible from his son. But the guy immediately lowers him from heaven to earth, explaining that it was only a warm-up. The next exercise is squats with the bar on the shoulders. The king is puffing, but fulfills the instructions of his son. The prince is sad to look at the suffering man. He gives him recommendations on how to perform the exercise correctly. The guy says that it is enough for him to fulfill it 24 times. He adds that this is in the name of his health. Then he draws his attention to the position of the legs, asks not to tilt the upper body forward. Tears begin to flow from the king's eyes. A voice is spreading above the sight, announcing that the time has come. Sejong shouts joyfully to quickly set the table. Several dietary dishes are placed in front of the sad king. He thinks in surprise that something is wrong with the texture of rice. It is more like food for horses. A man throws a spoon and demands to call a cook to him. The servant immediately fulfills his order. Sejong demands that these dishes be removed from the table and bring what he usually eats. He asks, what kind of muck did they give him? His screams are spread outside the room. He is interested in, where did the meat in the stew go? Is there only tofu and radis? The only meat that he was served is completely without oil. He could not even eat him. The prince, standing behind the doors, hears how the father demands that all this be thrown away by the horses. He decides to intervene and opens the door. The guy asks his father, did he really not like rice? He explains that in order to control the sugar level, Joseon was removed from his diet. Profited brown rice will retain a feeling of saturation for a long time, and the tofu perfectly replaces the meat. He asks his father to trust him. This is the perfect table, and eating like that, it will definitely not become fat. The indignant king asks, what about the taste? The prince replies that perhaps he is several arrogance. But did Sejong not agree to follow his instructions within 6 months? He reminds his father that in one Confucian scripture it is said that for a noble husband, the promise is more expensive than life. The prince says that he is even ready to go on lifelong exile with all his family members at the end of their persuasion, if nothing comes of it. And the king cannot even do such a little as to observe the diet? The shameful Sejong takes on food, thinking at the same time. And who was his youngest son only? In the evening, the king sits above the papers. He says that he moved the brush incorrectly, and tells the servant to bring new paper. He immediately rushes to fulfill the assignment. The king thinks that he trained so hard that he did not even have strength left for a letter. He has been improving the body for 2 weeks, and so far does not see the results. Noticing someone's silhouette behind the door partition, he tells him to give him a night meal. But seeing a person who appeared on his call, he is horrified. In the ajar door, the face of his youngest son is visible. He says that he just decided to make sure that his father was safe. The king replies that he can go, thinking at the same time that the prince will soon come to him in his dreams. Lying in bed, Sejong reflects that because of this book, he cannot, as appropriate, to engage in public affairs. If only he had not concluded that agreement with his son, a man was lamented. But how did he know that everything would turn out like that? The guards at his door look at each other in bewilderment. One of them considers that His Majesty does not snore as before. The second says that just 2 weeks ago the king was difficult to breathe and tossed endlessly. Sejong sleeps peacefully in his bed. He dreams that he is intensely trained under the leadership of his son, and as a result he becomes a harmonious and muscular man. Everyone admires them, and he enjoys a triumph. Sejong follows a healthy lifestyle for 1 month. The prince, standing at the open door, asks, "Is there someone here?" Having gone inside, he sees a person sitting at the table who does not react to his invasion. The guy thinks he is sleeping. He notices a strange stuffed animal and wonders what is it. Suddenly, a man sitting at the table begins to giggle and mutter something. He asks the question of when he married, and he answers himself that in 1434. The guy listens in bewilderment as he says that this is the year of completion of the armillary sphere. Giggling and turning to the king, the man adds that as soon as the repair of the clepsydra with the ringing will end, he will be kicked out. Laughing, he says that he knew, and then he asks a question. Is he not a king of the king? The guy continues to listen to how the owner of the house asks the question, at what point of life he began to do something wrong? Then the man says that the king's mercy is limitless. The prince coughs slightly to attract attention. The owner of the house jumps up from the table, and, having recognized the guest, is interested. When did he come? Inventor Chan En-sil, with whom he made an apparatus for the preparation of alcohol, asks him for forgiveness for appearing before him in such an unsightly form. He asks, "Something happened." The inventor comes from the estate of the poor, but advanced in the service thanks to his talents. He is a real genius, who has grown to the 3rd rank of public service. Being a royal engineer, he made a great contribution to the development of Joseon. In the modern world, he would have known a great scientist. The prince thinks that Chan En-sil is very different from his idea of him. He asks the question, "Are all the scientists like that?" The guy, clutching a scroll in his hands, says that he would like to ask a man to make something. Holding the document of the vat of Insile, he adds that this is the will of the king. A man mutters the word will several times under his breath. Then he begins to scream and cry, forcing his guest to be perplexed. Did he really say something wrong? The guy asks him to calm down because he has not yet set out even the main idea to him. The prince asks, "Did he hear about the collection of rules of a healthy lifestyle?" The interlocutor replies that there is hardly a person who has not heard about him, because the man saw the prince who demonstrates his talents at the queen's birthday. He was in the crowd and could not believe what was happening, believing that it was simply incredible. The conversation in the house continues. The guy says that recently His Majesty was studying this book. However, it became difficult to study on the street in view of the cooling. Therefore, they need to prepare for the upcoming winter. He shows a drawing that depicts the simulator he needed, stilts. The inventor asks, "The prince wants him to create a device imitating a walk in the room?" Chan Yun-sil never made this before, so he will take time to study the drawings. There are extremely many difficulties. He believes that he will need several years to complete this. The guy understands that even such an inventor will not be easy to recreate a modern treadmill. He believes that if this process takes so much time, then he should look for another method. He says that when he was at the beginning of the path of improving the body, this brought him a lot of torment. And when he represents the king experiencing the same thing, he decides that is not the time for this simulator. The inventor is interested. Is this a manual not designed to strengthen the body and spirit? The prince replies that increasing the skill level leads to an increase in raised weight. More than once, he felt a painful pain in his arms and legs, and the stomach turned so that he was eager. From these memories, he still has goosebumps. The man thinks that the use of walkers is so painful. He says that he would like to refuse. But does he have a different choice but to create them as soon as possible? Chan Un-sil is going to start the drawings immediately and asks the prince to follow him. The guy is surprised. Didn't the inventor just say that it would take several years to create a simulator? Sitting at the table with a brush in his hands, a man argues that if you make a frame of bars, like in a guy's drawing, they will quickly break. If you use a steel plate, then the device will become heavy. It will be difficult for an ordinary person to even move it from a place. He offers the prince a wheel-shaped simulator. Considering the drawing, the guy agrees with him. From behind the door, you can hear how they agree on the deadlines for completing work on the order. The guy is interested. Will the inventor of the month be enough? He replies that if you abandon the elements of luxury in the design, then 10 days will be enough. The prince is surprised that the term has been so significantly reduced. He reminds the man, as he said that there was a lot of work. But Chan En-sil, who introduced the face of His Majesty during the use of the simulator, answers, "If this is the will of the king, then he will give everything to his work." The brothers are standing at the finished simulator. Now it will be possible to train the body even in the middle of winter and inside the palace. But the crown prince is worried that the device is not verified by anyone, and the father will be forced to experience it first. The prince asks him not to worry, he already checked everything. The guy recalls how he used the simulator with pleasure. He had not done this for so long. Lee Hanga replies that it would be good if all people look like Soohyun. But their father recently began to adhere to the instructions of the collection. It will be calmer if this invention is tested by a person who has not previously trained regularly. The prince, laughing, says that one candidate immediately comes to mind, who is just perfect. Crown Prince asks, "Is he talking about him?" He believes that you should not joke so much. He is just like a father. He does not tolerate physical exercises. But his brother was already inspired by this idea. From the eyes of Li Hanyan, tears flowing down. He is sure that from the moment he started, he probably has already passed an hour. But the prince objects that he is engaged in only 15 minutes. A brother cannot believe it. They continue training. Is Hyan indignant? Why should he do this bench press? Soohyun says that he is sad from the fact that his brother, having similar physical abilities with him, does not make efforts to maintain his body in shape. It requires the exercise 3 more times. Kronprint believes that he wants to turn him into dust, and he notices that his brother has already added the number of benches once. The prince believes that his muscles speak for themselves. He is sure Li Qiana can fulfill his requirements. Kronprint advises him to go to the academy. There he will be taught to count correctly. Turning to the next exercise, the brother asks Soohyun to tell him everything honestly. As in the case of bench press, he will add the number of repetitions again. The prince replies that his calculation method changes as soon as he looks at his muscles. If you do not work with the right mood, nothing to achieve. Brother is interested. Is there a similar calculation method in the world? Soohyun notes that the knees of the crown prince gave up again, and the waist went forward. Li Hanga, crying, begs him to become a kind person, the way he was before. But the prince replies that for the sake of his brother's health, he is ready to be an evil spirit. After all, now he follows the doctrine of improving the body. Seeing the dumbbells, Crown Prince shouts indignantly. The king is engaged in the simulator. The prince says 15 minutes have passed. At first, Sejong was on the verge of breathing loss, but for a quarter of an hour, he was running. Soohyun thinks that the abilities of this family are unique. The same applies to his brother, who made a bench press 12 times the first time. Looking at the inventor, he thinks that his contribution is huge. Given the realities of this era, such a treadmill is something. The inventor asked to tell him more about the healing path to find ways to improve the device. The prince reflects on the abilities of Chan and Celia. He believes that if his historical image is not taken into account, then the inventor is still an eccentric. Together, they observe the training of the king. The best scientist of the Joseon dynasty in fact turned out to be just an ordinary workaholic. 2 men are discussing the king's weight loss. One of them is worried. Is His Majesty overtakes a disease? The second says that Sejong is so tired because of his classes with Prince Soohyun that state affairs have faded into the background. The interlocutor recalls that His Majesty has always said, if a new science appears, then you need to try it out. They blame the prince. The court healer reports to the Kronprint that the king's diabetes probably progress. The body of Sejong has been very exhausted in the last 3 months. At the court, everyone is talking about it. Li Hyan believes that he is wrong. Kronprint, like his brother, began to lose weight after the start of work on his body. Their father now goes the same path. The doctor asks, isn't the symptoms of this disease a rapid weight loss? They hear the courtiers talk about the fact that healthcare, science designed to strengthen the body, is not so effective, but just opposite. They want to call on to abandon her today. All conversations are interrupted by the question of the approaching person. He is interested in, what are they talking about here? Turning around, the doctor sees that the king is standing before them. The courtiers are frightened. The built-up Sejong appeared in front of them. He repeats the question. What is the conversation about? Previously violently discussing the disease of the king of a man, scaredly look at Sejong. He is interested in the theme of their violent discussion. Men, bowing, consider it the best to leave here faster. Kronprint turns to his brother. He says that ministers dismissed rumor that changes in the appearance of their father are a sign of a progressive disease. The prince is sure that there is nothing to worry about. The king's medical records indicate that he sweats a lot, but the amount of fluid consumed has decreased. The doctor is trying to intervene, but the guy abruptly replies to him that only 3 out of 6 months have passed. They decide to follow the wise advice of the proverb, we will wait, we will see. The guy stands under snowfall, thinking about how quickly time flies. His former life seems to him a dream. He hears him naughty. Captain Lee Bich-chi says that he had either a light or dawn in the palace today. Soo-yan is interested. And what brought him here at such an early hour? The man refers to the fact that the king has recently complained about fatigue, because of which state affairs have faded into the background. So he came to lightly alleviate his burden. The prince notes that the captain is very worried about the king. He says that they are very similar in the desire to preserve the fortress of the body and spirit of his majesty. He is interested. The captain has not yet decided to embark on the path of improving the body. Whether a bitch of Chki replies that he has a lot of important things, so there is no time to be distracted by tips for healthcare. It is provided by the state treasury, so he can allow himself to give preference to his own well-being. Soo-yan is not very well aware of the duties of the chief inspector. However, he believes that 1 hour a day for health may well be allocated, devoting the remaining 11 cases of the state. The captain objects that even because of 1 hour everything can go downhill. He says that he only wants the king of all the best. Whether the bitch of Chiki leaves, throwing goodbye that soon the promised 6 months will come to an end. The guy looks after him silently. The Department of Inspectors is investigating the unlawful actions of government officials and holds those accountable. Accusations are often brought on only on the basis of rumors, and this is considered normal if the statements have no reason. They are needed to follow basic principles and hold officials in fear. One of the inspectors says that royal hunting will begin tomorrow. He believes that the captain needs to solve everything now. He recalls how he asked for his majesty. The king, holding the dumbbell in his hand, asks, "What kind of rush?" The captain asks him to stop doing what is called healthcare. He believes that it takes time to study any discipline. However, the significance of the deeds themselves undoubtedly varies. Lee Bich-chi is sure that there is nothing more important than the state's affairs, and this book of a healthy lifestyle can wait. There is nothing complicated in it. The king replies that he has never neglected his direct duties. But the chief inspector believes that he must remain righteous and set an example for his officials. He is sure that the distraction of attention to all sorts of little things contradicts this principle. His Majesty says that the chief inspector had a problem. He is so committed to his principles that sometimes Sejong does not even know. Is it loyalty or a challenge to the king? He decides to explain to him what the true reason for his training is. Sejong tells the captain that he does everything in order to keep himself in shape and set an example to others on royal hunting. One of the accompanying Bich-chi inspectors says that this is a huge risk. This hunt was established by the king of Taizhou. For an inexperienced rider, this can be extremely dangerous. To learn to confidently shoot a bow at a horse, even a young person needs at least a year. The proposal sounds to be placed next to the military unit of experienced veterans to prevent accidents. The king believes that if only do what to worry about his convenience, then you will not achieve anything. He is going to continue to train in order to become an example of royal hunting for everyone. The king recommends the captain to think about his own training. The hands of the chief inspector frantically clenched into fists. He says that the king's mercy is limitless. The city of Chorvon, the province of Kanvondo. Hunting day. The king jumps on a horse, rejoicing at what personally leads the hunt. He orders the soldiers to act according to customs. Sejong tells them to move as one. The courtiers are discussing the changes that occurred with the king. One of them says that he never behaved like that. The second notes that for the first time in 10 years, he sees him like that. They recall that on the previous royal hunt he rode in Palankina and did not even protrude. Royal hunting is announced open. The king rides on a horse along the forest path, thinking that it will pleasantly ride a horse on a horse with his son. Now he understands why King Taizhou so persistently advised him to do riding. Is it not useful to train your body in this way? There is a turn ahead. Soo-yan rushes behind. He never thought that his father would ride like this. Sejong notices a boar, and rejoices that the living creatures that are so far can clearly see. He demands that his son give him a bow as soon as possible. One of the riders asks the captain, "Does His Majesty hunt with the chief inspector?" To which he replies that the king decided to catch his prey himself. Lee Bich-chi reflects about the prince. He does not know why he hides his true face so sophisticated. But he did not forget anything. The captain is sure that Soo-yan is a seed of discord, which will bring misfortune to the king. In fact, royal hunting is preparation for war, and there everything happens. Thinking about the prince, he once again mentally distinguishes the word, everything. The captain, thinking about Soo-yan, believes that nothing good can be expected from him. He seems to be ready to make a decision. His hand squeezes the onion tightly. The second hand reaches for the arrows located in the quiver. There are cries, notifying that His Majesty shot a wild boar. The king looks at the trophy, poking around with arrows. From all sides he hears congratulations. He looks at the murdered boar, and hears the courtiers compare him with the king of Taizhou. Suddenly he dismounts and sinks to the ground. The worried Suyan niches him. The courtiers ask, "What happened? Is he really injured?" Sejong laughs happily. The guy calls him again. The king says that he had never hit the target from onions before. And now, having matured, he feels all the charm of riding and shooting. The captain on a cliff looks at the rider dressed in clothes similar to the king's robe. But having heard screams and looking down, he sees that Sejong is there. He understands that he was revealed. The prince reaches out to help his father get up. Sejong says, experience showed that his book is an extraordinary method of maintaining health. He believes that his son did what was considered impossible, and now the turn of the inspectors to keep the promise and engage in himself. In response it rushes, "It will be fulfilled, your majesty." The inventor represents the first simulator mentioned by the prince, the thrust of the upper block. Suyan believes that he did an excellent job. He is in a hurry to try out a new simulator. The guy thinks that for a long time, they were not seen with the thrust of the upper block. The inventor is interested in his opinion about the device he made. Suyan apologizes for getting carried away. He only wanted to try the simulator. Today is just a day of training of the back muscles, and for them, it is a right fairy tale. That is, he wants to say that this is a great help in training. Chan En-sil says that thanks to the great prince, he learned a lot of new, for example, the method of using a moving pulley. He is surprised that the inventor learned this from him. He thought that the technology of moving pulleys was quite common in this era. The man says that he also wanted to take advantage of the device, but barely lost his hands. He even trembles from the thought of what torment His Majesty will endure when occupying with these simulators. He sighs sadly, saying that nothing can be done here. The guy, watching how he smiles gloatingly, clarifies. Really, nothing can be done. He says that the next simulator will be for flexion and extension of the legs. The inventor replies that this is not difficult, so he will manage somewhere in a month. Suyan believes that he works a lot as a royal engineer. He promises that at the end of his work, he will definitely ask the king to give him a vacation. The man replies that you should not do this. He went up to such heights thanks to His Majesty, and he does not understand how to enjoy life without doing anything. He says that he pleases to see how people, including the king, recover and become happy. At the same time, he recalls the torment of Sejong. He adds that since the footing simulator reminds him of his shape with his shape, here he decides to cut off the phrase. Then, he continues to speak, grinning ominously, that His Majesty will experience a lot of pain. And this means that he will receive an incredible healing effect. The guy asks him to calm down, and thinks that you still need to ask for a vacation for the inventor. The guards believe that the great prince walks with his head proudly raised from the fact that His Majesty patronizes him. They notice that he has already paced for half an hour. The king says that if he is not obeyed, they will break the word. Is their word an empty phrase? The inspectors running after him reply that this is not so. A group of men who does not keep up with the king asks the prince not to inactive and stop His Majesty. He laughs. Who dares to stop the king? One of the men suggests that this is revenge for the invasion of the chief inspector in the prince's estate. Suddenly one of them falls under the feet of the dumbbell. A man falls to the ground. The fallen man says that he was wrong. He advises his colleagues to hurry and run after His Majesty. The prince hears men assure him that they will run together, even if they have to carry him on his back. Someone complains that his shoes were torn, and someone just screams, "Save!" But the only sound that he is pleased to hear is the end of the breath. Looking at the king's running crowd, he thinks that this is the perfect Joseon. A week after the royal hunt, house of the chief inspector. The captain hears the question. Is he definitely to serve there? He asks. What bothers his interlocutor? The man says that no knowledgeable gossips are everywhere dissolve the rumor about the decrease in the position or exile. The captain says he is already 50 years old, and this means that the new is expected to accept. He is forced to admit that His Majesty has become healthier thanks to physical exercises. Captain Lee Bishop Chiki thinks about Prince Suyan. He believes that he has become a completely different person. Although he moved away from the royal court, the activity of the Tunguska tribe really causes him fears. Therefore, the captain believes that he should go to Hamgando as a provincial governor. He asks the prince to be careful with Sarigam, the Ministry of Supervision, and the Ming dynasty. Recently, their head tested soap and bought a party numbering 100. But in fact, it fell into the hands of Van Zhen, the head of Sarigam. The captain heard that he was nicknamed a man, inside of which the evil spirit was hiding. The eunuch sitting on the sofa is considering soap. He thinks that one day, undoubtedly, he will get closer to Prince Suyan. News channel, special issue. The topic of the program is Prince Suyeon. On the last holiday of Chuseok, the whole family gathered to enjoy the traditional Korean game, a standing traction. Grandfather rejoiced like a child, seeing that the grandson lifted 20 kilograms more than a year earlier. And the reason why in their country the physical force coefficient is so high lies in the great Prince Suyeon, the second son of the king of the Sejong the Great. He developed not only traditional games, but also invented soap. Some even think that he was a time traveler. Lee Don, the director of the historical archive Joseon, says that the prince's proportions are similar to the proportions of the body of a modern bodybuilder. In his youth, he was so talented that he was known in the present traveler in time. However, the years went, and he became more and more negligent and lazy, because of what modern experts criticize this historical personality. If the manual about a healthy lifestyle gained wide publicity, it would not just have a traditional fun, but a full-fledged replacement for bodybuilding. In the end, he became a minor person, which limited himself to the creation of only outstanding folk fun. The guy wakes up in horror. Kronprint is interested. What did he dream of that he had jumped up like that? He believes that he needs to rest. He agrees with his brother, thinking that the dream is terribly believable. But in the future, he cannot become a time traveler. Looking at the piles of books, he thinks that this was not without washing. If you do not work hard, future generations can be severely criticized. But on the other hand, if he continues in the same spirit, he will be buried under these piles of books. He decides that from tomorrow, he will begin to create a new written system for the people. The king believes that he does not shine with special talents in the sciences. But against the background of such a violent passion for a healthy lifestyle, this is understandable. He suggested combining efforts and do everything possible for the good of their people. He is glad that Sanskrit is familiar to the guy. In addition, they have many books on phonology. They will become a good help. The king wants his son to help him with Hunminjeon, a book that the king is going to write in the process of creating 28 Korean letters for distribution among the people. He wants the prince to prepare materials for the collection on a healthy lifestyle. Suyeon is remembered by the unfortunate inventor. Now he understands him. He thinks about his wife and son, whom he now practically does not see. Crown Prince asks his brother, what does he think about taking the pupil? Did he not say that someone would have to fulfill the duties of the head coach and assistant coach? Ma Len immediately comes to the guy who helped him from the very beginning. Being a commoner, he could not occupy the state post, but his abilities are very outstanding. Kronprint agrees that this is a good choice. Although he believes that it is better to gain people from different classes, the guy is interested in, is it important not only in this matter, not only the craving for reverence for his parents and physical abilities? The brother replies that high-ranking faces are definitely needed. To engage in the same on the territory of the Kronprint estate, a relative of the king is definitely needed. Lee Kiana says that one person just came to his mind, although he does not know if he will be able to captivate him with such work. We are talking about with San-gun, the third son of the overthrown Kronprint Jan, who committed several corruption frauds and acts of marital treason behind the royal family. For this he was overthrown, and as a result, King Sejong the Great ascended the throne. Rumor has it that he left San-gun not far from his father, and very likely will go the same crooked path. With San-guan-hee, the third son of the previous crown prince Jan, asks, did his cousin call him? The prince believes that he looks good. He recalls that the young man has gone crazy because his father has subjected his concubine to severe trials. But this has not happened yet. So far everything is in order. Suyeon asks, did he hear about the book on a healthy lifestyle? He replies that he knows that Kuzan opened a new scientific industry. He heard that His Majesty personally recommended the teaching of the moral inspectors the teaching in the book. The prince is interested. Does he want to become his student and find out all the secrets of physical training? With San-gun, he thanks him for the honor. Suyeon, turning to the assistant, says that it is wonderful. He agrees with him. Ma Il-len suggests starting with a warm, up at a wooden bar in front of the main part of the training. With San-gun does not want him to approach him. From the smell of sweat, his head almost spinned. He asks, how does he dare to approach him with such a dirty body? Ma Il-len looks at him in bewilderment. With San-gun, he believes that a healthy lifestyle is commendable, but he is still a member of the royal family. He asks Kuzan, how can he go with such a low-born person? The prince, not wanting to listen to his nagging, orders to quickly start working. With San-gun complains that he can no longer train anymore, his legs are already numb. The prince believes that he pretends, and sets him as an example Mailena, reproaching that the cousin himself and 60 kin could not raise. With Sangun asks him to give him a smaller weight. The prince and assistant look at the young man who fell from fatigue. Suyan asks, did he not complain that all his life he was unfair to him because of his father's reputation? He says that such injustice also affected his assistant, who was born out of marriage. He asks the question, why does he treat him with the same malice with which he was poisoned by? The young man replies that he would not do this. He would have felt so humiliated that he could not continue to live. He says that he was not different in science. Both the eldest and the younger brothers exceeded him. Did he have the opportunity to get closer to the country's affairs, not to mention becoming at least an official? He spent all his life under the supervision of people who are wondering whether he threatens a throne or not. He was upset by his impotence and was alarmed by empty attempts to change something. The prince says that be that as it may, but members of the royal family should not behave like that. He is interested. Does the cousin know how terrible for ordinary people is the oppression of the nobles? With Sanguan, he says that he acted incorrectly with respect to Mailena, and promises that this will not happen again. The prince believes that if the incident is exhausted, then perhaps the young man will allow Mailena to teach him 3 main exercises. The guy says that if he can raise 650 kin for all 3 exercises in total, he will make him responsible for a healthy lifestyle in the palace. With Sangun cannot believe his words, and the prince meanwhile asks, did not the king prove the effectiveness of his method by a personal example? He believes that anyone who wants to become part of the royal court will have to know the content of the book on a healthy lifestyle, on a par with 4 books and 3 treatises of Confucianism. He reports on making a decision to call a person who teaches physical training. Suyan explains that a cousin, not him, will enter the Crown Prince Palace as a coach, and this means that in fact he will become the coach of the future king. And if everything turns out like that, then does Sangun really think that there is someone who dares to poke his fingers in it? Tears flow from the young man. He asks, does he really have such an opportunity? He is ashamed to admit in this, but he is even a collection of the authoritative monuments of thought canonized by Confucianism. He has not yet mastered him. The prince promises that they will help him with Mailenom. And since His Majesty created a new system, it will be a great help in comprehending these works by him. The new written system was nicknamed Hunminjomen. Since the Korean language differs from Chinese, their speech cannot be recorded by Chinese letters, because of what illiterate people cannot fully cover their problems. The king saddened by this invented 28 letters, so that everyone could learn them and easily use in ordinary life. Sejong proclaims, let him be heard finally the voice of the people. He is sure this will benefit the whole world. The prince's house is met by the son of Hyundon. The kid boasts that he can already raise a cat. The guy takes the boy in his arms. He asks, why does his uncle lie every time he sees him? Last time, he even asked to save him. Does something hurt him? Suyan, looking at vacationers after grueling training of men, explains, in order to become stronger, you need to go through tests. If the muscles hurt, then they grow. Looking at one of them, the boy says that his uncle is simply amazing. He always sits or lies. With Sangun, he believes that there is nothing amazing in him. Since he began later others, he has to give all the best. He advises Hyundon, no matter what science he was going to study, to start as early as possible. But he recalls that the boy is only 5 years old, so it's too early to talk about reading. The boy shows him a book and asks, does he mean this? The young man is interested. When he managed to learn literacy? The child replies that his father gave him this book. If he wants, then they can see her together. The prince proudly thinks that his son is already 5 years old, and exactly so many large and small dumbbells and rods exist. Now modernity seems to him a distant dream. In their house, sport has become a familiar part of everyday life. He watches how his wife rejoices that it is already easier for her to deal with dumbbells. Suddenly the woman staggered, and the alarmed prince immediately rushes to her. Grabbing her husband and holding her in his arms, he asks, is she in order? Mrs. Yong replies that her head suddenly dizzy and suddenly darkened in her eyes. And it also grows it. The assistant and the maid standing nearby listen to their conversation. They build assumptions about the reason for her poor health. The guy assures that this is only a temporary phenomenon. She just had blood abruptly from her head. He asks her to take a slow breath. Clutching his wife, Suyan thinks, it is good that he was near. Otherwise she could seriously suffer. He suggests that with the spread of his teachings, the number of people who encounter such symptoms is probably growing. The guy considers what is the best way to do. With Sangun wants a prince to introduce someone to, he talks about a man named Hyun-gai, who successfully passed a military exam and became an officer of Tonaman, one of the 8 great gates of Seoul. This young man, having heard that the prince had raised 150 kin at a time, decided to repeat it with a stone of the same weight. He managed to raise it. But in the end, he was dismissed because he couldn't straighten his back properly. The guy thinks that somewhere he had already heard this name. Suyeon discovered this talented person at the moment when his recovery was on the rise. He was a military officer who managed to suppress Lee Sie. He rose to a rather high rank. He received the title, but then was wounded. The guy and the cousin are pulled on the horizontal bar. He thinks that he seems to have been able to change the course of history. With Songwon, he believes that Kuzan made a strong impression on Hyungu. He believes that such talent should not disappear in vain. The mug on the scale drops to the table. A voice accusing Prince Suyeon is heard. Hyun-gai, nicknamed the Theft, a graduate of the officers of the 9th rank, dismissed after an injury, sitting at the table with a mug in his hands, continues to be indignant. He believes that Suyeon exposes ordinary people in a bad light because of his fables. The man sitting at the next table recommends him to be more accurate with words. He heard that His Majesty personally walked along the path of the teachings of the prince. Does this not speak of the effectiveness of such a science? Clutching a mug in his hands, Hyungu asks not to laugh. If he comes to meet the prince, he will personally ask whether he could really raise 250 kin then. Not noticing that someone is behind him, and the interlocutor looks at this person in horror, he continues to scream about how to spread such nonsense and put ordinary people in such an awkward position. He believes that this science is not worth a good word. In the head of a wandering dog, and that is more than a mind. The prince says that it was not 250 kin, but only 150. Turning to the stunned Hyun-gai, he says that they need to talk. Looking at the man, Suyeon sees that everything was more serious than he thought. It seems that because of the injuries and frequent meals, he gained excess weight. But he heard that, despite the injuries, Hyun-gai still continues to ride. The prince says that the state of the man has worsened. He suggests that this happened due to the fact that he continued his training. Hyun-gai asks, "Is there really no way to recover?" The guy replies that there is a method, but he cannot promise a complete cure. He asks to trust him and follow his instructions. First, he offers to take a tax. Then, in order to gradually strengthen the body, perform Mackenzie's exercises. In the yard, you can hear how they discuss upcoming training. The prince says that Hyungu cannot cope with the big weight. These exercises, of course, will improve his condition. But he complained that back pain appeared not a year ago, but much earlier. Suyeon believes that a complete cure is almost impossible. Hyun-gai is upset by his words. He is concerned that he will not even be able to fulfill his male duty. If so, then he cannot look into his wife's eyes. When the conversation came about his wife, the prince remembered his wife, and the anxiety that he felt when she became ill. The prince is sure that this will be a great opportunity to find ways to treat various diseases. Hyun-gai asks, is he really offering him to become a doctor? But he did not hold medical books in his hands. Suyeon replies that even doctors do not know everything about the structure of the body and muscles. Therefore, there are so many people who have received the wrong appointment, like Hyun-gai. They need a doctor who will engage in recovery therapy and will understand the connection of muscles and skeletons. A man changes the opinion of the prince. Now he considers him a thoughtful person and will not allow anyone to speak badly about him. Hyungu trains with other men. The prince thinks that there are more students. Thanks to the appearance of a new alphabet, his book will spread even faster. At this pace, everyone will soon train on the streets in clothes, clearly not intended for this. He thinks that we need such robes that will be available to everyone, regardless of their position in society. The wife shows him clothes. He believes that even a hawk suit looks good. Such a fabric is easy to get, so even if it stains or breaks, it will be easy to replace it. The woman asks, isn't the cotton fabric of commoners? There are many other fabrics, and she does not understand why he chose this particular. The guy dresses the costume, and, demonstrating the muscles, is interested in her opinion. He says that he chose this fabric because it is easier to get it, and it is most convenient to wear. But perhaps the nobles will not want to dress this, because they are not used to such a fabric. The woman says she hurried with conclusions. She sees how easily he moves in this clothing, and believes that she is really well suited for training. Realizing that the wife approves his choice, he asks her to take this suit as a sample, and to begin mass sewing. With the help of cotton, which is mainly wearing commoners, A sports uniform was created. A man sitting behind the book discovers the teachings on a healthy lifestyle. Chingwan's Buddhist temple in Seoul. Scientist Chipinjon Songsanmuna, whose creative pseudonym Meiju Xuan, is asked, was he sitting too much? The man stretching asks, did he really read it before midnight? Sin Bitch Chu, his colleague, is interested in, why did he suddenly have so much in his studies so much? Song San San Moon says that they cannot sit, folding, while a member of the royal family gives them such a clear example. He read a little manual on a healthy lifestyle, and he liked it. He is interested in Haviji, whose creative pseudonym Tanga, what he is doing. He replies that the push-ups presented in the book do. Sun San Moon recalls that his colleague suddenly disappeared and returned early in the morning. Then he took the bath. He asks, Tange wants to run along the mountain trail, as described in the teaching. He confirms his guess, but complains that Mount Samgaksen is too cool to run over it. In this case, it is better to practice jumping jumps to warm up the body and get rid of unnecessary thoughts. Sleep San Munu. The book does not seem so amazing. In addition to the main way to strengthen the body, it in fact collects knowledge from other manuals. Tonga believes that the book, which is praised by the Crown Prince himself, cannot be treated so frivolous. Voices are heard from the temple. In the end, they decide to finish this and discuss a new book tomorrow. Yesterday's debaters are going to start discussing. Song San Moon invites the first to speak out, Tanga, who read the most books. The young man believes that the study of the foundations of physical training is not enough to save the body given by parents. In the book, the main attention is paid precisely by the process of strengthening the body, but the development of understanding of their essence is practically no. Sin Bitch Cho has not yet read the book, but having heard the thoughts of his colleague, he begins to doubt. Religious books usually contain thoughts of true sages set forth in the records. But does Prince Suyan belong to their number? Song San Moon supports him. He says that the most sure way of manifesting respect for parents is to improve their reputation. But how is the improvement of the body connected with this? He also doubts the assertion that in heat or cold, a trained body will be easier to withstand ailments. He believes that focusing on causal relationships is not something bad. However, he is worried that expensive devices are actively used in this teaching. Sinsbit of Chu heard that in the end the body is changing beyond recognition. But he was interested in how many people have actually changed so much. Tang asks, do they really doubt it? It turns out that the example of His Majesty is an empty phrase for them. He is interested. Are they trying to humiliate their king? Those violently deny such an assumption. Tanga believes that since the start of studying this book, the king is like another person. And the palace eunuch said that he became even more active than he was in his youth. One of the scientists says that, of course, not everything in this book is true, but the body is really transformed. Having paid a little attention to these exercises, they will still be able to move normally the next day. He believes that this will also help in study. Sun San Moon asks, does he really want to say that they need to get such simulators? He replies that in fact, nothing prevents them from resorting to replacement with improvised means, such as stones and logs. Given at the same time, of course, the weight of the selected items. Tanga says that if they do not like it, then no one forces them. 8 days later, men are intensely engaged in training. They complain to each other in fatigue and believe that there is nothing good about it. Sin Bitch Chu says, it would be better if they read books. As a result, scientists are presented. Physical training changes people. Only by doing everything in series can you transform the body. August 1441. The prince, watching training, says to the inventor, excellent work. He thought that creating a simulator for a bench press from the shoulders would be extremely difficult. But thanks to the efforts of Chan Yun-sil, they coped. The man says that for a faithful subject it is quite natural to obey His Majesty's will. He believes that the inspectors had a hard time. After all, they checked the stability of the simulator personally. The coming Kronprince thinks that the simulators turned out to be excellent. Inspectors are amazed at the appearance of Li Hanyan. They together welcome His Highness. Kronprince decides to test the simulators himself. He asks the inspectors to rise from the knees and focus on physical training. The prince decides to check the abilities of his brother in the performance of 3 main exercises in the morning. He asks his brother, who performs the bench press, put a little more. Finally, he announces the end of the exercise. He believes that the level of training of his brother has increased, and sincerely congratulates him on the capture of 500 kin for 3 exercises. Li Hanga replies that getting praise from him is worth a lot. Given his pace, he thinks that before reaching 700 kin, it will go about a year and a half. Su Yan cannot say for sure, because each person's muscles grow differently. He gradually increased weight to 800 kin, 480 kilograms, in 3 main exercises. And after that, his muscles began to grow more slowly. He moved to the body of the prince, which is predisposed to sports, and already had experience in the development of muscle mass. Li Haiyan is also a descendant of the brilliant King Tae-jo, but he lacks experience and skills. The guy believes that he will need from 2 to 5 years to reach 700 kin, which he spoke about. But does it matter how much time it will take? The main thing is not to leave the chosen path. He offers his brother to work a little more with the bar. At home, the prince finds his wife lying in bed. He asks, "What happened?" But the woman asks him not to worry. It seems that food disorder and nausea has stared at each other. She asks, "Could he get meat that he did not like?" Suin clarifies, "Does she mean pork?" If you think about it, then because of proper nutrition, he eats only chicken and low-fat beef. He asks her to wait a bit, and rapidly carried away, promising to get the best pork for her. The prince demands that the merchant show him the largest pig. He points to the animal, saying that of course it is she. Suyan asks him to stop inappropriate jokes and just bring the largest. But he replies that he speaks quite seriously. He assures that the prince will not find a pig in Joseon better than this. He, looking at a small piglet, cannot believe that the man is not joking. Kim Jong, with a nickname Tiger, combining martial arts and a quick mind, defeated the northern barbarians and arrived in the capital. The king believes that he did an excellent job. Winter is soon, and therefore, it will be more difficult for savages to move. The man bows, saying that the mercy of his majesty is limitless. The prince offers Kim Jong of Ko sitting at the table to drink at the king. The man says that he was heard about the prince. He believes that Suyan is able to compete with the greatest general given his current appearance. Pouring him a drink, the guy replies that he was flattering him. The prince did not build up muscles in order to shoot from a bow or wave a sword. Kim Jong-with is sure that Suyan sent to the north something more valuable than bows and arrows. The man explains that he means alcohol. The capital sent a party of alcohol, which made him think. He was told that the wounds should be wiped with a warm cloth moistened in it. Is this the prince invented him? Kim Chen-si says this reduced the number of people suffering from festering wounds. The guy thinks that, probably, this is the reason why rust did not appear in the distillery. He can't even believe that this will already be used everywhere. A man complains that in this case there is a reverse side. Soldiers often apply to the bottle in the north to prevent a cold. Because of this, problems arose more than once. But if you think about it, having mixed alcohol with water, you can get an alcoholic drink. After all, initially this was the ingredients for koju. The prince is interested in how they overcome it, to which the man replies that they began to add motherwort to alcohol. During attempts, stealthily drain the bottle or 2 soldiers choked and spit out everything. Kim Jong with Lee Ji-kanak invites you to drink with them. The guy looks questioningly at the interlocutor. He says that Lee Ji-nak is also very strong. This time he coped with savages perfectly. The famous commander of the early Joseon replies that he only serves the king and follows his will. Kim Jong of C thinks that 2 forces have something to talk about. Lee Ji-nak explains that he has arrived in order to fulfill the will of his majesty and master the new written system. The guy looks at the man's gaze. He first meets a man here, whose physique is comparable to his own. This is a true warrior. According to history, when Prince Suyan ascended the throne and began to clean up, they tried to assemble the army from the Jurjani tribe from the Hamgyal Island, but subordinates the generals struck him in the back, and in the end, the campaign failed. Lee Ji-nak was nicknamed the most powerful historical character. The prince believes that he came here to say something. Suyan feels uncomfortable next to this person. If the story goes its own way, then this man will be destined to die from his hand. Lee Ji-nak says that rumors about the removal of His Highness reached the north, and he has accumulated a lot of questions regarding the work of the prince. He asks for permission to pay him a visit. The guy agrees, thinking at the same time that it is ordinary to measure the forces here. He did not ask because of arrogance. He changes his opinion, and now he believes that it is not so uncomfortable with him. With Sangun-hee and Mai Lena, they hear the question, "Is this the estate of Prince Suyan?" Looking at the guest from the bottom up, they wonder, is he exactly an ordinary person? Did Ji-nak say that he has already read about a healthy lifestyle, and what he sees in front of him is called dumbbells? With Sanguan Li Ha, his assumption confirms. The man believes that he should try it out. The young man, passing him a dumbbell, warns that it is made of cast iron, so you need to be careful, because it is heavy. Lee Ji-nak, bending his hand from the dumbbells, notes that she really weighs more than it seems at first glance. The young man looks at him in amazement. Use dumbbells weighing 25 kin to bent hands? He uses them only for traction. The man heard that the prince performed 3 main exercises, with a total load of 1,000 kin. He is wondering what his abilities he has. Lee Ji-nok, holding a bar in his hands, says that this does not require much effort. With Sangwan Li Ha, he thinks that he, after 6 months of training, cannot even dream of such a thing. Suyun believes that he is really good. Raised as much as 690 kin in total. He first encounters this kind of physical exertion. He thinks that in this century this can be called by force from God. Noticing that the man seems to be saddened by something, the prince asks, "What happened? Does Jinoko don't like his book?" But he answers negatively. He learned a lot about training. Suyun asks him to be honest. He understands that the study may have flaws, because he conducted it alone. His Majesty said to Lee Jinoka that the prince has discovered a new method of body training. The king believes that it can be used in military training. But a man has doubts. The guy is interested. Whether Jinok believes that the teaching will be difficult to apply in the military industry? The interlocutor says that in the book, the main emphasis goes on to extension of the muscles. But the muscles that are used when using weapons are almost not developing. The prince thinks that somewhere he had already heard about it. In the modern world, they said that the muscles in bodybuilding are only for beauty. The words of the man firmly settled in his head. In addition, the general continues. The book says that it is necessary to eat meat and engage in regularly. However, ordinary soldiers cannot afford meat on a daily basis. If we take into account the current realities of military affairs, then healthcare, according to a man, is more like a theoretical science, which can hardly be useful in a real battle. Lee Ji-nok, having lost interest in the teachings of the prince, is leaving. The guy is angry. He does not know military craft. Prince Suyun may not fought, but Choi Yun-jik is a reserve soldier. He began to engage in bodybuilding in the army. He decides for 3 years to certainly create a suitable option for soldiers. The king is studying the scroll. Crown Prince asks, "What's the matter?" Sejong replies that this letter states that the Ming dynasty wants to purchase soap in the amount of 100 units. It pleases. So, it was not for nothing that they began to grow linden for its manufacture. But buyers want to meet with Prince Suyun, the creator of soap, personally. The king does not know what the reason is, since the prince with the minor mines does not have any connections. It seems that the eunuch from the Ministry of Supervision desired this. Kronprince thinks that everything is in order. The brother of all of them has the widest horizons. They decide to send Suyun to the Kingdom of Mines as an ambassador. The prince watches training with Sangun Li He. He says that the young man began to train a little more than 6 months ago, and is already raising 500 kin. He believes that he can become a master at such a pace next year. The cousin replies that he has not even reached the level of the crown prince, so he is clearly far from the master. The young man tells Suyun that he had previously wanted to get in concubine. But then he focused on a healthy lifestyle and surrendered. He thinks that he needs to try again. Others are worried about the fact that he still has no children. He says that he chose a daughter from the family of Mr. Yun Ham Nan. The guy thinks that in this era, offspring up before 20 years old. If the young man was 20 years old and he still has no children, then it is reasonable to take a concubine. Sejong the Great was also concerned about it at one time, since his firstborn appeared only at 23 years old. The guy thinks that he will not believe with Sangun Ha if he tells him that his father will soon put his hands on his new wife. Suyun says that he wondered from the Book of Change, and if the cousin takes his second wife, someone can bring down the misfortune in his family in the form of a certain crime. With Sangwan, Li Hai replies that he would still understand if it was some disaster. But a crime? The prince asks. He wants to know how to prevent it? Demonstrating the muscles, he says that physical strength will help him in this. Kuzin believes that crime is something in the spirit of the thief, which secretly penetrates the house. He asks, is there a way to develop his strength to a woman? Suyun replies that there is. They observe the training of the prince's wife. He wants to demonstrate Kuzan what martial art will teach his wife, and offers to grab him by the collar. This is the most common action when a fight is started. With Sanguan Li he says that he himself often grabbed someone. But this is all in the past, so he is wildly embarrassed before the prince. The guy praises his grip, and then he demonstrates him the martial art that he created. The young man, sitting on the ground, does not understand what has just happened. Suyun replies that this is the effect. He says that the cousin gives his concubine, and he will ask his wife to help them with this. A few days later, Madame Yun wrings the hand of the girl. Then they change places. Suyun's wife asks Ham Nan Yong, the second wife of the prince with Sangun, whether she had problems with the development of the foundations. She responds negatively, but is surprised that she teaches her something like that. Her husband says that one day it can be very useful to her. The girl laughs and promises to train hard. She will certainly apply her skills if a thief suddenly penetrates their house. Time flies unnoticed. It was June 1442. Ma Il-len is in a hurry to the prince, hurrying to tell him that trouble had happened to Prince Yan-nen. Soo-yun closes the book, thinking that time has come. The assistant continues the story. The prince has beaten a member of his family, and now his left hand is broken and his teeth are damaged. The guy is amazed. Of course, they taught the girl self-defense, but how could a man get such serious injuries? He asks. What happened? Yan-nen indulged in idleness and thought that it was just amazing how his son was studying earnestly. He tells his new wife with San-guan-hee to bring him a cup of tea. Ham-nan-yong brings him a drink. The man begins to shower her with insults, knocks out a tray from his hands and pushes her to the floor. He scolds for making him wait a long time. Suddenly he is silent and stares at the girl. Ham-nan-yun cries, sitting on the floor. Jan-nen notices how beautiful she is, and he says that they and their son have similar tastes to women. Grabbing the girl by the clothes, he lifts her. She tries to break out and asks him to remove his hands, but the man does not want to hear anything, and the girl is forced to defend herself. She beats his head on the teeth, and he is forced to let her go, very cursing at the same time. Without heeding her requests not to approach, he immediately paid for it. Ham-nan-yong broke his hand back. Its bones cannot stand it, and the prince asks for help. In front of the king stands on the lap of Ham-nan-yong and next to the prince Yang-nen. Sejong orders to say that it turned out on the case. The courtier reports that in this incident the prince was beaten by a concubine, which led to severe injuries. The king is interested, as a concubine of Yun, a simple girl, was able to defeat Prince John, an experienced warrior. The man replies that Soo-yun and his son taught her some grip, with the help of which you can beat a person. He asks, "Isn't that in this case the offender is not punishable by death?" Jian-nen believes that not only she should be punished, he demands to punish everyone who is involved in teaching the art of murder. Soo-yun, who was standing nearby, thinks that he always called him his favorite nephew, and now hesitated. The king asks Soo-yun to tell about everything. It was already dark when Sejong decides that he had already listened to everything. He believes that his son invented not a method of beating people, but a way of protecting his body. Sejong asks, "What do the others think? Who is the culprit?" The prime minister says that, knowing the disposition of Prince Jan, he suggests that he wanted to be snaped up by the concubine of Yun, and she repulsed. The word is asked by the head of the judicial order of Yugamun. He believes that the prince's fault is indisputable, but the concubine damaged the body of his father, in law, which is considered a serious crime. The king thinks that he was in a difficult situation. He knows the sins of his brother, but there are laws in the country. The same measure of restraint is relied on such immoral acts as for treason. That is the death penalty. The king is saying a concubine to 20 beats of the whip. The girl is tied to the boards and prepared to fulfill the punishment. Tears are kitten from her eyes. Ham-nan-yun is very scary. The whip sinks onto her body, but this is just a touch, which is very surprising to the girl. The performer of the punishment coughs, hinting that she needs to react somehow. Realizing everything, she begins to scream, but unexpectedly Prince Yang-nen intervenes. He is outraged that the man spares the girl and demands that he would beat so much that her legs are mutilated, so that she does not dare to look down at her father-in-law anymore. He decides to tear the girl himself, and he takes the whip from the man, but he is stopped by the imperious call of the king, who does not allow him to strike. He is surprised at how Sejong easily intercepted the whip. He does not understand how he succeeded. Before he could not and close to him in force. The prince asks what he wants to say this. Does he want to leave the unharmed man who crippled his brother? The king demands that he shut up. Sejong is interested in... Perhaps he is eager to spend the rest of his life in exile? The king lets the whip and the prince falls. His Majesty continues to say that King Taejon ordered and not to let him close to the capital. But he merged and allowed him to stay here. He was remembered by many atrocities, and all the subjects fervor the king to send him into exile. But that was the last drop. Soo-yun, like the rest of the courtiers, stands, bowing his head in front of the will of the king. In the palace, an order is heard immediately to put Prince Yang out of house arrest. A man who resists and appeals to the king is taken away. Sejong does not even look in his direction. A person who is punished tells the king that he begins to fulfill the sentence, but Sejong orders to let the girl go. Her husband thanks the king for his generous mercy. Sejong believes that all this is extremely regrettable. He promises them to allocate new housing and orders to move there immediately. He understands that the girls suffered a lot of tests and asks them not to worry about anything and sleep calmly. With Sangun-hee, he thanks the king again. The moon brightly illuminates the palace. Prince Jan was not put under house arrest, and soon Prince Suyin was born daughter Ju-hyun. They report to the guy that a guest came to him and he is here for the first time. The young man seems he is from the clans of the Hingju, his name VG, and the pseudonym Tanga. Suyin recalls that they collided several times in Chipanjon. He is interested in what is the purpose of his visit. The guy notes that the guest is so strong that he did not immediately recognize him. Tanga says that when he only began to delve into the essence of his learning, he was very weak. He was prompted by unbearable back pain from prolonged sitting for books. At first, he hardly did not fall off the training. But over time it became easier, so he came to thank the prince personally. Suyan replies that he should not thank him. He himself did not teach him. The guest asks, can he take part in his physical training program? If this was another person, then the guy would immediately agree. But in front of him, a member of the Tiakson, association from 6 famous subjects who died for the king during the early Chosun. Haviji is an outstanding scientist. If he suddenly replaces the kind of activity, then the country will definitely lose a lot. The prince is worried that such a gifted person wants to step on such a difficult path. The guest asks him not to worry. He believes that the knowledge of his comrades is many times more significant. He thinks that all of them can be considered outstanding scientists. The prince clarifies. Does his guest want to become a coach? He answers in the affirmative. He already informed him of Majesty that he wanted to leave Chipijon. Ha-Vi welcomes everyone on the training site, saying that he is a new student. The prince says that although he has already begun his way as an official, he still has a lot to comprehend, a lot in the hardening of his body. He tells him to watch and study. Tanga asks to teach him everything necessary. He says that he is a little embarrassed, but he wants to demonstrate his current successes in pull-ups. The prince asks him not to overdo it. At first it is not easy for a beginner to do everything correctly. With Sanguan-li, he complains that although he has been engaged in about 6 months, he has mastered only 3 to 4 skills. Hearing how Tanga believes that he does the exercise 8th time, the young man grimaces. He says that the beginner does not straighten his hands completely. But the quality is important, not the quantity. The prince notes that the arrival of a new person revived everyone. The guy believes that he will be an excellent incentive for the rest. Suyan, with a satellite standing on the observation deck, is looking around the surroundings. Kronprint is impressed. He believes that even 20,000 kin can easily get with such volumes of raw materials. Now they have plenty of linden. The prince is sure that you can get not only a lot of silver from the sale of the soap of the Ming dynasty. The interlocutor looks at him inquiringly. Suyan says that they will receive the future prosperity of their country. It seems to be the beginning of the prince's journey to the Ming Empire. The king, sitting on the throne, tells Suyan that he had recently heard that a man named Hyungu, nicknamed the Theft, managed to heal his lower back due to the path of hardening his body. He is also impressive that his son recognized the disease that even the royal doctor did not know about. Sejong believes that for a worthy service to the country, he is entitled to a reward. The guy thanks the king for mercy. His Majesty tells his son that he has an assignment for the prince. Before going to Tonchis, he asks him to meet with Prime Minister Huan Ha, who asked for a resignation last month. Standing in front of the gate, Suyan recalls how his father said that the man wanted to leave the post because of his lower back and tired eyes. Of course, if the point of no return is passed, then they can no longer do anything. But the king believes that it will be good if the son looks at him at least once. The servants, noticing the guest, shout that His Highness is here. It seems to the guy that they behave strangely. The servant conveys the words of a 70-year-old prime minister, who is not able to talk himself. Such an important guest arrived, and he is in such an inappropriate form. He continues to say that the old man would gladly fulfill the order of the king, but after 70 years, he could not really be enchanted. His body began to decline. The prince replies that His Majesty sent him to cope about the health of Huan Ha, but he does not even know what to be with a man whose ailment is so strong. The order by order, but the old man's condition is quite serious. He notices that the owner of the house has a wonderful board for playing in the th. The guy believes that now the old man cannot use her properly. Suyan believes that it would be great if he still used it. Putting his hand on the board, he understands that it is warm. Suyan suggests that the old man still plays in the 13th. All that the guy can say is that the aging process is irreversible. Instead of the healing method, he wants to tell how to gain control of his body. Kavanha believes that the prince is very kind. since he tries so for the sake of a weak old man. He regrets that his body still cannot be corrected in any way. The guy sits in front of the table with a treat, and the servant continues to bother near the owner and speak on his behalf. Huan Hu regrets that His Majesty has no honor to see. The prince hopes that the state of the Prime Minister will improve. He says that for health it would be indisputably good to warm the room. But you should not overdo it, otherwise the effect will be fatal. The servant is embarrassed when he hears that in the room it is so hot that even the board for Go warmed up. The prince adds, as if the Prime Minister still played him. The old man does not feel comfortable. The prince, saying goodbye, leaves. Su Yan reports to the king that Huan is not deadly. However, treatment here is almost impossible, since we are talking about the natural aging of the body. He believes that if they started 10 years ago, it would not have reached this. Sejong regrets that this did not happen. The king thinks that if the Prime Minister began to take care of himself earlier, he could have engaged in state affairs 10 years longer. If he had strength, they could discuss more things. He believes that the most correct way would be to begin to learn physical training from youth. The king is interested in the students of Su Yan. The guy replies that he came across very diligent daring. Sejong talks about what recently saw with Chen Ko. The man also thinks that it would be nice to create a system of preparing soldiers that they are serving in the north. The prince replies that he understood him. Father is interested in his plans regarding the trip to the Empire of Ming. He asks, "Is Su Yan going to visit the Khans after stopping in Beijing?" The guy answers in the affirmative. They stop near the pond. The king says that he heard that he was planning to ride on Nanjing, and then turn into a boat in a boat. It seems that Su Yan intended to drive half of the Ming Empire. The prince replies that the first reason for this is livestock. Chosen's pigs of this era are so tiny. If you are puzzled by the breeding pigs of the Ming dynasty, each person, regardless of status and capabilities, will be able to consume enough protein. He heard that the Chinese hieroglyph meaning meat is associated with pork. Obviously, pigs that are bred in the Ming Empire are easy to raise and fatten. The king believes that one livestock is not enough. There should be another reason. The guy notices Sejong upset. He understands that for a man this trip means separation from his son for a whole year. Did he hurry, concluding that the king would easily agree? The possessions of the Ming Empire are huge, and they have plenty of people, so they can grow a great many grain vegetables. The guy explains that after gathering the crop, they will call in Nankin for books. The king replies that Nankin is the oldest city with a long history, so there are probably many rare books. He asks. The prince expects that the head of Sorghum, who invited him, will help him in this. The prince answers in the affirmative. Van Zhen is so powerful that even ministers are afraid of him. If his proposals are unprofitable for their country, then the king will reject them, but otherwise he will agree. Sejong did not meet him, but he heard a lot. He asks his son to be careful. The king, reminding of the recent birth of his granddaughter, asks, "The prince has already discussed everything with his family members?" Su Yan answers, "Of course." The prince, standing near the ship, says goodbye to his wife and children. The woman holds her daughter in her arms, and the son reaches for her father. Mrs. Yun understands that this is a matter of state importance, but she is upset that the fulfillment of this mission will take a whole year. She asks, "How can you miss the celebration on the occasion of the first anniversary of his daughter?" Su Yan recalls that their conversation has witnesses, and asks her not to discuss this topic in public. The woman believes that this is too much, even for His Majesty. The guy tells her that everyone is looking at them. Kronprint asks his brother not to worry about his family. He promises to look after them. Su Yan thanks him, and he says that he is looking forward to their meeting upon return. Li Haiyan calls him a cunning, who threw all his work on him and freed the court inventor. The prince says that he heard that this was his first vacation in 15 years. The inventor adds that all this is due to the fact that the prince made this request to His Majesty. The son shows his father how he raises dumbbells. He, tossing the baby up, promises that they will begin from the bench press when he returns. He recalls the conversation with his father. He said that at first there was hardening of the body, then cattle breeding. He is very interested in what is happening in his head. The prince replied that he had a small dream. He wants to make this state stronger, so that no one could look down on people living here. Two men are talking on the deck of the ship. One of them is surprised. How can you catch a cold with such a physique? The interlocutor replies that he spent too much time in the cold wind. He regrets that so frail. The ship is located in the middle of the sea. In the distance you can see the shore. The prince is amazed as soon as the person who goes with them as a translator managed to catch a cold. The man replies that he has no forgiveness. Soo-yeon believes that he should use this opportunity and force Poo to be a Khan to go in for sports in order to improve his health. The prince is staring intently into the distance. On the horizon, you can see the shore. He asks if the soap was damaged and was it covered in mold? The scientist of Chifinjeon Li Ge replies that they have just checked everything. Everything is fine. In such clear weather, the soap is well dried. A member of their team, Pak Khan, stands nearby. The guard also listens to the conversation for us. The prince is satisfied with the answer. He says that there is an opinion that a person is the center of the world. He offers to see this for himself. The prince, along with accompaniment, stand at the city gate. Compared to Kanyon, the capital of Joseon, the difference is simply colossal. They cannot believe that people built all this. Eunuch Chkan's song, listening to their conversation, considers them villages. He is interested in, when will they get to the emperor for an audience? He replies that not everyone is honored with this honor, and only Prince Soo-yeon will provide her. Chkan Sleep thinks that he will be accepted after 40 days. The translator cannot believe it. Eunuchs are interested. Is this their offering? What does the prince answer? Are there any problems? Chkan's song says that some time ago he tried to use soap. It turned out to be extremely effective. The prince thanks him for not being embarrassed to praise the product, which was still far from perfection. In his opinion, the soap lacked the fragrance, and he improved it. The eunuch asks, how to improve? Soo-yeon explains that he has prepared a little more than 2,000 kins, and offers to look. Chkan Dream feels a pleasant aroma of flowers and ginseng emanating from soap. He considers it incredible that the country, similar to them, sets such a good example. He heard that the second son of King Joseon is like a fearless general. Putting his hand on the forearm of the guy, he continues to say that his shoulders are strong and wide, like the shoulders of the virus god. Chkan Sleep hears a call and is interested. What's the matter? He cannot believe the news heard. The prince welcomes the emperor, saying that he arrived from Joseon. He makes a laudatory speech to the ruler, thanks to which peace reign around, while thinking that his tongue tired of such a ornate greeting. The emperor of the dynasty Ming-Tong replies that he heard about the outstanding sons of King Sejong. Recently, the eunuch gave him to try out soap. After he used it, all the dirt came off the body, and even more surprising is that the prince created it. He believes that Soo-yeon really worked well, bringing with him 2,000 kin soap. But he wants to discuss the establishment of trade ties in another place. Soo-yeon replies that the grace of the emperor is limitless. Jung-tong ends the audience, and the guy feels how the atmosphere around has changed. The courtiers believe that chosen immigrants pollute their gaze. The prince feels hostility reigning around. He is greeted with words. It seems that you finally come. Chkan Sleep, accompanied by a person hiding his face behind a fan, says that they were waiting for him. The prince bows to them and replies that thanks to their efforts, he received an audience in only 10 days. Their descendants will sing this event. The eunuch asks, does he know who he is talking to? Soo-yeon replies that according to the rumors that have reached them, the sorghum is led by a person whom the ministers called the Father. A man with a fan says that he had heard about the second son of King Joseon. Apparently, it is not deprived of ingenuity. The eunuchs tell the prince that thanks to the soap brought from Joseon, after the bath they feel as if they were born again. And they are surprised by the amount of soap with which he granted them. When asked, how much did they cost it, the prince replies that everything depends on the ingredients. A piece of soap with ginseng costs 10 a fry, and with incense, 6 fans per kin. A person with a fan says that it turns out, 1 kin costs about 1 nan of silver. The prince answers in the affirmative. The interlocutor asks the question, how is it made? The translator thinks, what a shame. He intends to steal the secret of manufacturing because he considered 2,000 kin with an insufficient gift. The prince says that first, algae from the island of Hamildo are gathering and dried. A person with a fan is interested. Can he share it so easily with him? After all, in fact, this is its main product for trade at this time. The prince replies that as a representative of the kingdom, he only fulfills his duty and remains polite. The interlocutor says that after introducing the ban, their volume of production of marine products became insignificant. He is sorry, but he is forced to ask them to create more soap in his Joseon. He is interested in, is it possible to increase production and bring them as many incense as possible? The prince asks, how much would they like? Hearing the answer, 1,000 kainov, he is very surprised. The interlocutor says that the quality should not deteriorate. So let them increase production gradually, as far as possible, and not to the detriment of the final product. He adds that usually when the deal is concluded, representatives of the parties should look at each other in the face. Opening his face, he says that his name Van Zhen. Van Zheng, eunuch sorghum, is glad that the transaction passed smoothly. He is interested in, does the prince need something? He is ready to help everything he can. Suyan replies that he arrived in the Empire Ming to bring their products to them. The interlocutor asks, what if he asks him to give him 50,000 linen right now? Will he be able to do this? The guy is amazed at the name number. Mentally, he reassures himself. Once seeds of grain crops and cattle will be much more valuable than money. The guy replies that he can only thank him for his mercy. Joseon will try to do everything possible to send more soap to the Empire Ming. Van Zheng believes that this is also not bad. He will make sure that the prince's trip in the empire was like the smoothness of the sophisticated of the silk. Guests leave them. The translator believes that he can understand why the eunuchs are so interested in flavored soap. To the prince's question, why? He replies that in the Ming Empire, unlike Joseon, even a penis is cut off with eunuchs. And because of this, they smell bad. The guy immediately thinks that eunuchs to gain muscle mass is much more difficult. The translator believes that their problem is not this, but in the fact that they cannot control the urination process. Illusions and flavors are nothing in the face of a caustic smell. Now the prince understands why they need so much soap. The next day, on the street there is a harnessed carriage. The delegation, led by the prince, is met by a group of men interested in, are they gentlemen who arrived from Joseon? The head of Sorghum ordered them to take care of their convenience on the upcoming trip. The prince is delighted with the wagon provided by him. He is interested in, is it not the emperor's son who himself travels on her? The guy asks, can he use it? The interlocutor replies that the one in which the emperor's son travels is twice as much as this. The inventor who pees out of the carriage window is struck by the fact that the wagon overcomes 150, about 60 kilometers per day. He is asked to close the window. Satellites of the prince scold dust, which is the same everywhere, that in Joseon, in the empire. Suyan agrees with them. He thinks that roads with proper coverage appeared only in the 20th century, if you do not take into account ancient Rome. The translator turns to the prince. He asks, what is the guy doing? He is interested. Does Puchkan not miss the faces of his mother and father when he comes to another country? A respect to their parents is also manifested in the fact not to give themselves concessions at such moments. It is impossible to neglect the body that they granted for a moment. Suyan points to the interlocutor that a huge fold of fat is peering out from under his belt, and despite his age, he already has a triple chin. The guy recalls that he got sick during the trip, and when they went ashore, his legs were so tired that he could not walk. Even if the translator passes quite a bit, then sweat pours into 3 streams from him. Shortness of breath begins. He is interested in, does Pu Serik Han think that it's time to change something? The man is practically crushed by reinforced concrete arguments. The prince says he has something for him. To the destination, the city of Chanyan, 1,500 remained. That is another 12 days. He believes that they can spend this time with benefit. The translator categorically does not want to change anything. Chang'an, 12 days later. The prince says that it was not easy. He does not even know how to pay for services. A man who leads escort replies that he was just fulfilling his duty. Suyana is nullified, and they ask, do they arrive from Chon? The head of Sorghum has already contacted them. A high-ranking official Chanyan says that they have come a long way and invites them to relax first. Foreign guests serve food. The inventor says that I have never seen such dishes. The prince believes that it looks like a strange noodles. A man sitting with them at the table explains that this is called daosyumen. This food appeared during the reign of the Yuan dynasty. Trying the next dish, Li Gi says that the pork in the noodles was excellent, but the beef is terrible. He has a feeling that he was eating a cow that died due to malnutrition and improper feeding. He grumbles that you cannot cook dishes from such meat. Looking at empty plates, they believe that some kind of mistake should be occurred. After all, everyone agrees that the pork tastes wonderful. Li Ji thinks that if he had eaten such a pork every day, then she would never have come to him. Beijing, the capital of the Empire Min. Eunuch Chkan's song says that they came to lead from Chanyan. He reports that the guests were provided with maximum cordiality. Is there a reason why he cares so much about these insignificants? Van Zheng replies that he once decided to become an eunuch because he had not a penny for his soul. And then he set out to rise to a position that would allow him to give someone 50,000 liang. The eunuch squeezes a silver ingot in his hand, worth 1 liang, 37.5 grams. He casually throws him out the window, and then he monitors his flight. The eunuch of Soragama says that he wants to know what the second son of King Joseon is standing in practice. Considering the impressive sizes of the pig, the prince, along with the satellites, cannot believe in its existence. Suyan thinks that in front of him is such a huge individual that she can easily compete with a wild boar. But Klikov is not visible. It means that this is definitely a pig. The owner says that his pigs in just 2 years reach a weight of 200 kin, 120 kilograms. The prince asks to cut off a piece weighing 1 kin so that they can make sure of the quality of the meat. The translator says that even if they simply bring this pig to them, it will be in great demand. He does not understand why Suyan is worried. The guy believes that they should be careful with the fact that they will take it to Joseon. Isn't it better to compare several types? He thinks that if you take different pigs indiscriminately, then they simply mix blood, and as a result they will receive either fish or meat. Empire Minutes, the city of Luoyang. Travelers believe that there are no less people here than in Beijing. They notice some strange people, and the prince says that in Kanyan it is difficult to find people who hunt like. Here you have the famous Empire Ming. The translator considers their speech strange. He clearly hears that Joseon is being discussed, and tries to understand what is about. The merchant, showing some pill, promises that if people make a purchase now, then their body will become the same as the Prince Suyan. The translator reports that these villains sell the name of His Highness. They offer ginseng tablets, supposedly bought from Suyan, and claim that if they take them, the body will become as strong as His Highness. The prince thinks that only a month has passed since their arrival, and the rumors have already scattered. The translator asks Suyan not to do stupid things. But he, exposing the torso, rushes forward. The guy says that raising a noise is like staining his father's honor, and he only wants to show his muscles. A man advertises his goods, promising that when taking 1 tablet, a person will feel a surge of strength, and if you eat 100, you can get incredible forces. He claims that he sells the best ginseng-based medicine that they received from Prince Joseon himself, who visited Beijing. Pointing to the Gramila accompanying him, the man claims that he just accepted 100 such pills. People incredulously listen to the fraudster. When Suyan appeared, he says that another tanning appeared here. People are enthusiastic at his body. The merchant says that he does not know where he came from, but if he accepts only 50 tablets, he can become a real strong man. The prince replies that he does not need pills. He says that he wants to fight his friend. The man believes that he does not need to take medicine. The guy is interested in how a merchant claiming that he had acquired pills from Prince Joseon will not recognize him. The fraudster shouts indignantly, "Who is he and why should he recognize him?" The guy, playing with muscles, decides to introduce himself. Hearing that in front of him, the prince himself, the merchant, extinguishing. His friend rushes at Suyan, but he is ready to attack and boldly meets the enemy. Thunder is surprised. He is more massive than the prince. How can he restrain him? Cutting off the man from his feet, the guy replies that his muscles are stronger. He stands over a defeated enemy. The prince advises Gromil to raise first 1,000 kin in 3 main exercises, and then compete with him. Running fraudsters shout that they made a mistake. Accepting the most profitable pose, the guy demonstrates the real crowd of the real muscles of Joseon. A man standing among other people says that he needs paper and ink. He is going to cut a new statue of Buddha in Lunmin, and take the prince's body as a basis for this. Only in this way can he convey the greatness of the deity. His companions are in a hurry to the guy who were absent at that time. They ask how things are moving. He replies that it is too early to make a decision on what kind of pig will be brought to Joseon. And then he is interested in their opinion about this. The scientist found several old books, but they are rather dilapidated. He wants to first send them to Joseon. His companions found several varieties of seeds, but they are not sure whether they will take root with them. Suyan says they have worked gloriously. The prince grabs the book and joyfully asks, "Is this a new chronicle of Pache?" Great copy, he believes. Li Al also discovered the work of Chui Lian, politics, calligrapher and poet, on a stone and duplicated it. Suyan asks to let him look as soon as possible. The guard thinks that still warriors are very different from civil servants. He does not understand what these gentlemen find in such books. But hearing that they are considering a book about General Han of the times of the Kingdom of Chu, he asks him to show him. They collected enough crop in Luoyang and moved on. March 11th, 1443. Stop in the middle of the great Chinese channel Hunza. The prince with a retinue is examined by a chastra ship, one of the largest ships in the world. The Chinese are chokla and cherish him, like a beloved child. Liga says that even in the Min Empire, there is only one such ship. It was used on expeditionary purposes for the command of the eunuch Yung Sun. Suyan wants to visit the shipyard on which this ship was built when they get to Nanjing. The translator notes that 3 months have passed since their arrival in the empire. The prince agrees. Time flies quickly. He has already missed his family. Meanwhile in Joseon, the king asks the Kronprince. Recently he has been working on small arms. He answers in the affirmative. Sejong is interested. Does it not serve only to intimidate people? He would not want to think that his son was wasting his time in vain. Lee Hanga replies that he decided to make a weapon that shoots much further than usual. If the soldier will carry it with him, then he will be able to strike from afar. Sejong says that in the north, the man at whom they shot woke up the next day intact and unharmed. Although everyone said that he was supposed to be dead, this is all due to the fact that small arrows were used against a person dressed in leather clothes. But if they shot a lead bullet, then the armor would definitely not save him. Kronprint is trying to find new methods of applying the form, which Suyeon took as a basis for the bar. Chanun-sil sits at a table with a mug in his hands. He thinks that he had been waiting for this vacation for so long, but in the end he cannot throw his majesty out of his head. He asks, how is it better for him to please Sejong? A passing employee of the tavern thinks that the visitor is strange. He talks to himself. A scarecrow sitting in front of him, which previously stood in his workshop, believes that he is ridiculous. The man asks him to stop and offers him to drink with him. The guy with a tray recognizes the inventor and asks, for what reason did he come to them? He asks him to give him a fried herring. He brings an order. Having tried the fish, the inventor says that she has some strange taste. Was she really spoiling? Probably, she was lately marked. The employee is justified and offers to bring him a salad of spinach instead of fish. The inventor asks, the herring has deteriorated due to the fact that it was protected with marinovka? He recalls how the prince spoke of alcohol. If you treat the wound to them, it will easily heal. And if you do it a couple of days after its formation, you will have to suffer from pain for several days. Chan Yun-sil is interested. How many days to this herring? The man replies that she lay at the bottom of the boat for 2 nights, after which she was prepared. The inventor thinks, in this case, will she not last fresh for 15 days if she ripped off her belly and immediately plow it? On the ship you can hear the command. Use a water lifting mechanism to immediately raise the network. The network lifted by fish. Chan In-sil prompts to lay out the fish, cut it to her belly and salt. He believes that the already known mechanism of the thrust of the upper block is perfect here. The inventor looks at the catch. The fisherman is interested in, if you marry so quickly, will it really be suitable for another 15 days? Chan In-sil responds in the affirmative. The interlocutor says that for the first time in 30 years he sees such a catch. Usually when catching hundreds, the ship is already overloaded, and then 1,000 fit. The inventor explains, as the catch increases, the area of its storage increases. If everything is done correctly, it will be possible not to limit yourself to dried fish, and enjoy fresh in the territory of the entire Joseon. He thinks that it would be nice to have a boat capable of going out into the open sea. Looking at the waves, he decides to direct the news to His Highness. A scream is spreading in the yard. The royal decree. The man, having launched the document, turns to the student of Prince Suyan Maelena. Sooner or later, a large platform for physical training will be built. Therefore, he must teach physical culture 20 candidates from noble genera. He is struck by such a large number of students. The man adds that these 20 people failed exams to receive the rank of officials. A month later, Ma Il-len, sighing, says, how beautiful the old days spent with the prince are beautiful. He asks the question, how can he master the task set for him? With Sanguan Li, he believes that he finally realized how difficult it was for his cousin to teach him. Ma Il-len believes that when the interlocutor gave his instructions, the students' eyes lit up, and when he tried to teach them something, holding a book in his hands, they did not even lead them with his ear. With Sanguan Li he says that everyone who fails will be sent to Hamgildo province, located in the north of Joseon. He believes that Ma Il-len still does not realize his position. He represents how the prince asks a question. Do you say that everyone went to Hamgildo? At the same time, Suyan believes that it is also cool enough here. His Highness offers to warm up well. Ma Il-len says that he will no longer be able to look at the suffering of students and common people. He believes that those who lack perseverance in training should take up the bar in order to harden his will. Ma Il-len asks a student who is engaged in a bar, what did he learn? Can't he answer yet? He orders another pancake. The student, crying, shouts that he now understands everything. The coach says that the weight seems to directly affect the degree of his conversation. He thinks that it is worth adding more pancake. Ma Il-len fulfills the promise. He encourages the student, saying that he cannot lose. Having gritted his teeth, the young man consoles himself with the fact that he will not be the only one who will pass through it. Everyone who comes after him also learns the truth through iron. So the answers that the iron gives began to spread throughout Joseon. 4 months according to the lunar calendar, Empire Ming, Nankin. The prince believes that this city is more like the capital than Beijing. His companion notes that only April, and here there are already cucumbers on sale. How can you grow them when it is just time to collect rice? Perhaps growing vegetables brings them more benefits than rice? Suyan thinks that the agriculture of Joseon is holding on to grow rice. Their lands are devastated due to the invasion of the army of red turbans and Japanese pirates. And the country had no choice but to engage in the production of long-kept food. But he plans to achieve the same revolutions in the future. The prince and his retinue decide to try the local cuisine. Throwing money on the table, they complain of hunger and ask to fix it as soon as possible. The owners are surprised by their generosity. They put a dish with fried carp in front of them. Then they bring a fried pig. They boast that all the bones are separated in the preparation process, so they can enjoy the dish. Next follows the soup with the sea turtle. Here it is. The true taste of the Empire Ming. There is simply a whole sea of amazing ingredients. The tired hosts literally lie down. They hope that the Kasonists appreciated their delicacies. When the dishes are empty and everyone was saturated, the prince makes a decision. He believes that it is time for them to meet someone. After the meal, the prince informs his companions that they were going to meet Nankin Chonskaya shipyard. The prince tells the man that they came on one question. He believes that a new porter came to him. He thinks that with such a physique, one can be moved by one or two. The guy seems to be surprising and confused with the interlocutor. The man says that he almost committed a terrible crime. Suyan reassures him, and is interested. Did he design the ship for the expedition of the eunuch Yongkun? Shipbuilder Ban Kilju answers in the affirmative. He says that for expeditionary purposes, a ship was built with a displacement of 280 tons. Then he did not suspect that this would be his last achievement. No expeditions were carried out, and demand fell on such ships. After that, he began to earn a living by the construction of small merchant ships. In any case, for the master, it is natural to strive for grandiose achievements. The prince asks, did he build something else besides that? The man says that during the development of shipbuilding crafts he learned a lot. Shipbuilding is his passion. The Cherapach ship and Kansen are the most famous in Joseon. Suyan invites him to get down to business again. It seems to him that his talents are wasted in vain. Ban Kilju clarifies. The prince invites him to move to Joseon and build ships there. He thanks for the honor that the prince gave him his proposal. The man believes that the true purpose of a man in the construction of ships and conquering the oceans. Suyan asks him to go to Joseon and build smaller ships there. The prince thinks that all the masters of his business are the same, and invites him to look at one picture. A sailboat is depicted there. Ban Kilju says that he has only one sail and somewhat cheerful. This is a small fishing boat. Suddenly, one detail attracts his attention, and he asks, pointing to a lifting mechanism. What is it? The prince explains. On this boat it catches 4 times more than on the usual one. The master agrees with him. The guy continues the explanation. To pull out the network using a crane, you need only one mast. Ban Kilju is not sure that he can create a similar boat, but he will definitely cope with individual elements. Suyan answers. If a small boat exceeds a large ship, does this not speak of the skill of its creator? He offers a man to think carefully before they left for Joseon. The guy invites him to come in 10 days if he decides to join them. One of the farms in the vicinity of Nankin. The prince, considering cabbage, thinks that this is just a unique copy. There are many leaves on it. It is large and at the same time very tasty. If you marinate this, then it will be possible to eat it all winter. He suggests that this is a great-grandfather of modern cabbage. The prince, not sparing money, buys seeds. Standing by the corral with pigs, Suyan asks how much the owner raised a pig. He replies that a little over a year. He says that the largest of them weighs 240 kin, 144 kilograms. In Joseon, the pigs, which are raised for a couple of years, reach only 70 kin. This one clearly wins in size, the prince thinks. He asks to sell them 100 piglets. The owner replies that this is quite difficult. Suyan answers, if the price seems low to him, then let him call his own. The owner promises by tomorrow to prepare females and males of the Eamon Black Pig along the gold section, 8-2. The guy reflects that their journey through the Empire Min is coming to an end, and the funds given by the main eunuch of Sorghum are already running out. He understands that this amount is easy to get from the export of soap, but he is worried that he has no idea what he thinks about. However, He must overcome everything in the name of Chosun's prosperity. The prince has reported that Ban Kilju came. He was surprised that so much time has passed. He believes that talented people gather in Chosun. Suyan asks, "Did everyone collect things?" Pointing to the books, he says that there are more than 400 books, so he asks them not to waste time. He believes that it will not be easy to fit all this so that there is enough space and people. His companions say that in a fair wind they will get to Shandun, the provinces in the east of China, for 6 days. The translator reflects on what reaction their gifts will be called. The prince believes that there will definitely be a crowd in Chifenjon. A servant is running to the king, screaming that trouble had happened. He reports that excitement began in Muache. Sejong says that he was just about to break the record in the standing thrust, and he prevented him from. He asks not to bother him in trifles, but then he is still interested in what's the matter. The servant reports that the gentleman returned from the trip. The king believes that this is good news but cannot understand. What is the excitement? The servant reports that the escaped pigs sowed chaos. The king asks him not to panic because of a pile of piglets. He objects that they reach 240 kin by weight. He manages to surprise Sejong. Screams are carried on the street. "Grab it!" A man who caught a pig says that this is a whole boar. He is surprised. Where did she get such a silver? Screams in vanity due to scattering pigs continues. A person stands opposite the angry pig. Having closed his eyes with fear, he screams that she wants to attack him. He is trying to run away from the animal's attack, ready to rush. But his legs are braided, and he falls. Suddenly, someone's hand tightly squeezes the tail of the pig and raises it up. Prince Suyan, now holding 2 pigs in the hands of 2, says that his year was not in Chosun, and they are already defaming his good name. The king, looking at the pigs, tells Suyan that with such a harsh form and a cool Norov, they are more like wild animals. He holds out a bunch of grass to the animal, continuing the conversation with his son. The pig chews grass, and Sejong says that it is terribly hungry. He believes that in the future they will not have to worry about pigs, because they are so large and mobile. And when the animals have already decided that he could be trusted, he orders to submit the most well-fed from them to the festive table. The prince reports that he brought many books, since many of them were irrevocably lost, but most of them are dedicated to agriculture. The king believes that the Ministry of Providence and the tax department will add work. Sejong tells his son that he did a great job and can safely say what he wants to get as a reward. He replies that traveling around the Ming Empire, he noticed something. If they use the same methods of agriculture, then this will undoubtedly affect their lifestyle. This will help solve the problem of unbalanced nutrition, as well as acquire skillful masters. The king meets Ban Kilju. He says that the man has come a long way to come to them, and promises to dispose of to be placed in worthy conditions. The prince believes that a man will definitely come in handy, since his devotion to his craft is undeniable. In the courtyard of the estate, students meet Suyan. The guy believes that Ma Len showed himself perfectly. He replies that being a teacher is by no means the same as being a student. In the hardening of the body, the origin does not play any role. This is the doctrine of the honor of their parents, and nothing more. The prince thinks, was his assistant really ignored due to origin? He knows how to deal with it. He announces that from that moment on, the Lins will teach them differently. Suyan says that this method is called CrossFit. Repeating the same type of exercise, students can get pretty bored, and switching between different ones, they will be able to get rid of depressing thoughts. When he was in the Ming Empire, he came up with an exercise called burpee. The students rejoice that they will finally get rid of the piece of iron. If you do not need to lift weights, then they are ready to perform the exercise at least 100 times. Laughing, the prince says that he is pleased to see them so enthusiastic. After 20 repetitions of the first exercise, jumping through the log, then swings with weights weighing 20 kin, and then squats without additional weight, and all 20 times. Suyan says that they can repeat this cycle twice, relax a bit, and then make another such approach. Pupils are interested. Will this workout end on this? The prince answers in the affirmative and adds that it seems to be approaching a powerful hurricane. Pupils complain that they are tired and can no longer perform exercises. One of them says that he will be sick now. The prince makes a frightened look. He invites him not to restrain himself and continue after he will tear him out. He did that too. The students look sorry, throwing the book on the table. The prince says that 6 months have passed since the beginning of training, but their preparation is still bad. He tells them to open books and focus on teaching. By investing in a useful occupation, they will protect themselves from embezzlement of them in vain. One of the students asks, "Is it possible to read in such a terrible state?" The prince and his assistant unanimously answer, "Of course." The young man is delighted. He examines copies of the manuscripts of the great Chosu Ryan. Looking at a large number of books, he understands that there is a lot of interesting things. The prince says that there are still works of the authorship of Uyan Xun and Yan Zhenqing. The young man believes that he must master this wonderful handwriting. Kronprince notes that the great Prince Jean Pien would not mind being an ambassador for another time. The young man agrees with him. He really wants to visit the lands of the descendants of Confucius. The royal couple is very pleased with the results of the passing trip. So they already asked if he wants to go there next time? He asks the brothers, "What's the matter?" The prince is interested. Did he see how the body has changed with Sangun He? He is extremely concerned about the weak muscles of Yang Fen. Kronprince adds that such distant wanderings require good endurance and good health. Jian Pian says his hands are so weak that he will not be able to raise such a mountain of metal. The brothers reply that he does not even imagine how the dumbbells are found. Su Yan adds that his strength has doubled, but he did not increase the skills of calligraphy from this. Jian Pian replies that he was not interested in calligraphy. Isn't it? The prince promises to help him personally and invites him to training. The new invention of the Kronprince is an artillery gun that one soldier can use. Li Haiyan demonstrates the weapon he created. The shot sounds and the bullet flies into the target. Crown Prince says that his forces are enough to break through iron armor near and go through the skin from afar. The prince believes that he managed to achieve amazing firepower. They do not notice that a person is watching them. Van Zhen asks, "Their spy in Joseon has no difficulties with the mission?" And he receives an affirmative answer. The eunuch believes that the prince is very talented and inventive, given the past experience with soap. He wants him to be immediately informed if Suyan invents something that Empire Ming has not yet seen. For a written message, he promises to pay 5 linen. And for the drawing of the invention of Van Zhen is ready to give more. The cost will increase depending on the list of details. He believes that it does not matter where the person is in the Ming Empire or in Joseon, when he has enough money. In order to break through the leather armor, it is not even necessary to approach 100 steps, about 180 meters, to the enemy. First, the weapon needs to be fixed on the shoulder, then clamp the chin. But in this situation, an ordinary person will not cope with weight. Therefore, Crown Prince came up with a way according to which the gun can be held between the hand and sideways. The prince thinks that it is very similar to a gun that appeared at Songzhou. A thing appeared, clearly ahead of its time. Suyan believes that this will be useful for siege and assault. Kronprince is a little surprised. He was developing a weapon for the palace guard. The prince assures that it is poorly suitable for close combat, and he asks to let him show why. When performing an inspection, he thinks that the gun breaks through both iron and wooden plates. Impressive power. He believes that you need to do accuracy, because bullets do not fall into the target. Yes, and aiming is inconvenient. Kronprince did not think that an ordinary soldier could have problems. He reflects on how to reduce penetration and dimensions. He asks his brother, "Are there any other ways?" Suyan is heard a rustle in the bushes, and it turns sharply. The person who peeps after them hastily retires. The guy thinks that perhaps he was just heard something. They again return to the discussion of sights. The brothers turn to Ban Kilju for help, who made the drawings of self-shoots in the Ming Empire. He says that he is just improving his old self-shot. Suyan wants to take a shot to show his brother what the essence of the problem is. It is carefully aimed at the crossbow. The arrow falls exactly on the target. Crown Prince understands what he wanted to tell him. Accuracy improves when the eyes and weapons are on the same line. Moreover, when hovering the barrel with one hand, it would be very difficult to breed another fire. Thus, it is easy to miss the moment of approaching the enemy. In other words, this weapon is difficult to use in a mobile battle. Suyan wants to solve the problem by combining 2 types of weapons. He tells the master that his self-shooting can wait. He offers to postpone it and join their development. They are accepted for work. Already a few shots from such a gun will lose his strength and injure his face. The master offers to stretch the wooden beam back and attach to the shoulder. A metal helmet can be damaged, so you need to change the direction of smoke. He wants to attach a dagger by the end of the barrel in case of an emergency. 3 months later, March 2nd, 1444, the king says that today his sons will present a new gun. He ordered to collect military officials in the palace. Sejong believes that the princes have prepared well. He is sure that their works are not in vain, but he is afraid that their sample will break. Suyan and Li Haiyan are completely confident in success. Kronprince prompts to cook weapons. The soldier pushes gunpowder. Li Haiyan notices that he needs a little more. Then he puts bullets, and again receives a remark that he put too little. The military does not yet understand what is happening. They believe that brothers lack combat experience. Kim Jong-si and Lee Ji-nok silently watch preparations. Kronprint gives the command to shoot. The soldier, carefully aiming, presses the trigger. The shot sounds. Men are talking. The team is heard. Check the target. The goal is amazed. The testing witnesses are unhappy that such a noisy weapon inflicted only one blow. They are perplexed. Where can it be used at all? But Kim Jong with a different way. It is impressed by the fact that the goal is struck by one blow. At this distance, 10 guns will be required to at least touch the target. The team sounds, prepare a long-range weapon. Looking at the gun, men begin to discuss that it is too heavy. An ordinary person will not raise him. The order is again given to shoot, and the soldier presses the trigger. Now there are 2 hits on the target. Men believe that this weapon is useful, but reloading is long. 1 shot of this gun is equal to 3 shots of an ordinary archer. They believe that it is suitable only to make a shot and run away. Even if you lay gunpowder in advance, then there will be no time in a simple battle in a real battle. The king calls the crown prince. He says that this weapon is difficult to consider artillery, and both lose to Luke in speed. Sejong asks his son, what is the scope of their application? He replies that the first gun is not a replacement of onions. To become an experienced archer, at least 10 years of practice is required. However, those who shot now train to use the gun for only 15 days. The king is amazed that the warriors have mastered the skill of shooting in such a short time. The man thinks that in 15 days it is hardly possible to even learn to keep the bow correctly. And in order to start to beat clearly on the target, you need to spend at least 6 months. Crown Prince says that they showed him the skills of those who trained only 2 weeks. And now the time has come for experienced shooters. Crown Prince offers Sejong to look at more experienced shooters. Warriors with guns reach a position. The team sounds, the most important. Then the Crown Prince tells them to shoot. After inspection of the target, the result is summarized. 19 successful shots from a distance of 60 steps. The audience is surprised. From such a distance, only 3 out of 10 shots usually fall on the target. And the speed of preparation of tools has increased. The king says that this is great, here he is, the result of many years of experience. Kronprint replies that even an ordinary person can be compared in shooting skill with an experienced archer in just 2 months of training. And now he wants to present the last gun, a double gun. Spectators are perplexed. Isn't this a gun? Somehow big for a gun. They are interested in what shells are used in this tool. Kronprint explains that buckshot is used here. He says that now, together with his brother, they will demonstrate his power to them. A volley sounds. Spectators freeze in shock. Commanders are also shocked by test results. The king with admiration says that with such weapons they will become the power with which they will definitely have to reckon. It can be very effective both against wild animals and in the fight against the savages of the north tormenting their lands. Crown Prince thanks his father for praise. Empire minutes the residents of Vangenia. The eunuch, studying the report, says that they are already a firearm on the shoulder. The man standing in front of him asks, he will command the spy to copy the drawings? Van Zhen believes that you should not do this. Even if their person succeeds, he is unlikely to be able to convey all the details of such a complex device. He believes that the best way to understand something similar is to touch it with your own hands. The king walks in the park with Suyan. He is afraid that difficulties may arise with the mass production of their weapons. He asks what kind of difficulty. Sejong replies that he received a letter from the Ming Empire. The reason for this was rumors about a new invention from Joseon. The emperor was extremely interested in this topic. He wants him to be sent samples as a sign of respect. The king believes that we are talking about their guns. Suyan is surprised at how they managed to know about it. He believes, since the letter says about the samples, then perhaps this is not about the guns themselves. The king agrees that such a probability exists. But if you send them something else, and later they will know about guns, then this can lead to an exacerbation of relations. They can be suspected of intentionally concealing this information. The prince believes that they purposefully picked up the words that way. He understands that the only one who can do this can be Van Zheng. He offers his father to send them 2,000 silver coins as a tribute. Sejong believes that this is too much. Usually they send no more than 500 per year. Suyan is sure that in these circumstances this will be a wise decision. Empire minutes Forbidden City. The eunuch is surprised to hear about the sum of 2,000 coins. The servant reports that 500 of them will bring the third prince of Joseon this year. He adds that a small country from the outskirts does not dare to resist the will of the emperor. He asks why Van Zhen used the word sample in a letter. The eunuch explains, if Chospon sent something else in return, then there is a certain secret plan. In this situation, They greatly risked to fall out of disgrace and run, at least, to increase the size of tribute. The eunuch believes that King Joseon turned out to be a very prudent person, so such a scenario does not threaten them. And since they have such difficulties with the satisfaction of their request, this can become a successful opportunity to get something more valuable. He wants to get the second Prince Joseon as a hostage. Van Zhen believes that when someone does not want to listen to your words, then it can always be reasoned by force. The axe cuts in two turban. A man nurses a man chopping firewood. Calling him he is interested. Did he hear about the last news? The interlocutor replies that if he has in mind the announcement, then he could not make out what is written there, since the style of writing is poorly familiar to him. The man reports that on February 5th next year, the capital will gain volunteers to teach military affairs and some new teaching. He believes that it sounds suspicious. With the slightest mistake, there is a great risk of link to the far north. Continuing to do their own business, he says that since the capital's people are recruited, then they will train there? The man says that, according to the rumors, the teaching was founded by Prince Suyan. Hai thinks that since it is a recruitment for the capital, it means that this is the same as training for the role of a palace guard. He is not even really trained in literacy, so something is clearly not for him. The man continues to convince him that there is no question of such an announcement, and the set is not only for noble gentlemen. He thinks about his words. The interlocutor adds that according to what was written, it's enough just to name your name. It is also said that it is desirable to have a strong body and strong will. He stops working. He is interested in another question. Those who achieve success will be able to receive a pardon for their families? Winter, snow falls. On the porch there is a gentleman who speaks a poorly dressed boy, standing in front of him on his knees that he showed generosity, letting him with money into the city. But he knows what will happen if he dares to escape? The punishment will undoubtedly be severe, and instead of him his father and mother will be carried. The guy thanks a man, and says that during his stay in Kanyan, he will pray for the well-being of his parents every day. Hundreds of young people throughout the country, regardless of their position, united a single belief that, having a strong body, they have a chance to become a warrior in the service of the king. And they rushed to the capital, where the great Prince Suyan was waiting for them. February 5th, 1446, Nodal Nara. 1,052 people responded to the call of the prince. This is somewhat less than he expected. Considering the arrivals, he understands that they are clearly not familiar with the essence of the doctrine. He believes that they are not waiting for the most pleasant discoveries. The prince is interested. How long will the man hide behind him? It was after all that the king ordered him to direct their warriors. The son of a dream, a civil servant, a calligraphist of the early dynasty Joseon replies that he cannot. Before, he was engaged only in management, and now suddenly became a military advisor. The prince assures him that Sejong made such a choice because he knows he will cope. Suyan believes that enough people have gathered. He welcomes everyone who challenged the winter cold. The prince announces that according to the command of His Majesty, he is responsible for training the first training department under the command of a military advisor. In this training, completely new methods and guns will be used other than those that are adopted by the current city troops. Therefore, unfortunately, not everyone will be able to join. Only those who will be able to successfully pass entrance exams can join the training department. And he wants to start with a very simple task, namely from running. Since they managed to get to the capital with their own forces, it means that they have quite strong legs. The lower part of the body is vital for the soldier, and special attention is paid to him in teaching. A man whose legs are weak cannot be called such. The prince invites them to follow themselves. He says that they will need to run from here to the designated place, following the teachers that they will direct them. Their goal is Tankerhan. The prince tells them to prepare. He recommends that they run that there is urine, as if the enemy's camp was spreading in front of them. The guys run. A scream is spreading. Those who were exhausted should get out of the way, otherwise it can simply trample him. 629 people failed the first test. There are 403 guys left. The prince says that perhaps they have already heard about hardening the body with additional weight. He came up with these training as a way to provide respect to his parents, expressed in caring for the body they bestowed. So the second test is to verify the strength of their entire body. The guys will need to perform a bench press, then squats with their own weight, as well as a dash traction, with a weight exceeding their own by 1/5 share. He tells them to approach one in order of line. Ma Elen tells the guy, if he feels that he is about to fall, let him not pay attention to it, and continues. He is trying to raise the bar. Ma Elen gli chiede di non esagerare. Watching how his assistant leads the guy to his senses, the prince thinks that they already have experienced instructors and students who have undergone the main training course, so it should do without serious injuries. The second test failed 182 people, only 221 remained. As a result, a single unit from the remaining volunteers with already confirmed skills went to Mount Namhansen, where a training camp was built for them. They arrived at the destination at night. One of the guys says that his legs are still trembling. The second complains that it is already dark, and if you stay at night in the mountains without shelter, you can freeze to death. The first asks, "How does the brother Han feel?" He replies that the tests were too simple. He would have coped with a greater load. So the following tests are also unlikely to cause him special difficulties. Fortress Namhansen. The prince welcomes the selected guys. He says that this place is intended to reflect unforeseen threats, that they can once overtake their country, and for them it is a crucible, where they are tempered and become real warriors. He reports that dinner is already ready for them, but first they should wash in a bath. One of the guys asks, "Is the ink, like them, is allowed to do in such luxury?" The prince replies that, being students here, they can allow themselves to allow this at least every day. The guys are delighted. Sejong reports that tomorrow he will talk with everyone personally, but today they let them wash and rest. After 7 months of training and practice, they will reach Chamga's status, equivalent to the senior sergeant, and will be able to direct other soldiers. The question is heard from the door, "Is it possible to call the next one?" Sejong, wrapping his hands, thinks that the interview is almost completed. Only 2 of the An family remained. The first name is Han San. He was a slave in Kanvando, so he arrived here in the hope of changing his position, the prince thinks, looking at the modest look of the guy. He asks, "What led him to this path?" He answers, "The master said, if he enters military service, he will be able to free his parents, so he signed up." The prince thinks that he is quite low and too thin. The young man continues to tell that from an early age he wanted to find a way to free parents from slavery. He began to train himself, attaching all his strength to express his respect to them, and in the end, he became as it is now. Sejong understands that these were difficult training. The upcoming training here will also be difficult. But if you make enough effort, the prince can't wait to see how the young man will be transformed. He releases Han Sana. Sejong looks at the list who should go further. The next one is Han Yong Sleep, in the adolescence of Ian He, who was born in 1425. Sejong is familiar this name. He is amazed. Is this the same butcher Han Yong Sleep? Meanwhile, the guy says that he is from Hoan, the Chuchundo province. He is strong in his body, but his family is poor, so he could not study horse riding. But he still wants to succeed in life, and therefore responded to the prince's call. Sejong decides to argue with the common opinion that a person cannot be corrected. He wants to try to rewrite the story of a 22-year-old guy. He asks, does he realize his role here? He replies that if someone is needed who should keep these homeless people in the bridle, then he is ready. The prince explains that the true leader is able to direct his subordinates without resorting to gross cruelty. It is not at all necessary to beat people to make them listen to themselves. The guy asks, how to rule the people without it? What else do warriors need if not for cruel measures? Han Yongsong asks a question to the prince. He asks, what else do warriors need if not to take cruel measures? Sejong hopes that they will be able to clarify this until the end of training. He lets go of the guy. The prince thinks that the king was also very stubborn, but he managed to change him. Han Yong Sleep is much younger, so he believes that his chances are high. The team is heard, and the ban on conversations in the ranks. Pupils believe that the training is somehow strange. The prince explains that this is a coherence exercise to hone the command work. Orders on the battlefield should be performed impeccably. This is extremely important. After all, this is the place where living people can turn into pieces of meat at one point. Pointing to the poles to the letters, Sejong announces that from now on, all interactions among their troops will be carried out through Chonim, and therefore they are those who will send their warriors in battle. They must also master them. The teacher monitors order in the classroom. Approaching Han Yong-song, he is surprised that he already knows how to read and write, to which the guy replies that this writing is quite easily given to him. The prince thinks that he will revise his plans for his account if he notices at least a drop of cruelty. But while everything goes smoothly, he believes that the guy has every chance of becoming one of the first instructors. The students ask Hong Shan whether he will play with them, but he rushes to the exit. He says that he had never played in Thie, so it will go better and refresh his head. One of the guys is surprised that he was going to walk. They were so exhausted today. but Hong San believes that a short break will benefit him. He recalls the instructions received before leaving the house. Father said that for him, this is the only chance to make money, so you need to dispose of it wisely. He asked him to forget about them and never return. Hong San thoughtlessly wanders around the camp. He approaches a large tent and he becomes curious. As far as he remembers, the light is always on here until late. He is interested in what kind of place it is, and he looks inside. He sees a guy with 2 clubs in his hands. He says that if he came to just stare, then let him immediately leave. Hong San thinks that all the exercises that he had seen before were already familiar to him, at least to some extent. He does not understand why these blocks of different sizes are needed. He asks what rank the guy has, and he replies that he is a younger assistant. The rank of 8th rank is a court position for those who work on textbooks. Han Sleep asks, why is a flap, which he holds in his hands? He replies that if he became interested, he can familiarize him with this personally. This is called heavenly inhabitation. Slow rotations of the wooden cargo allow you to improve the grip of weapons and increase the dexterity of handling it. Han Sleep cannot even imagine how to train at all, slowly rotating something similar. Having tried, he asks, who invented it? He would like to look into the face of this person at least once. The guy replies that this is the teaching of Prince Suyan. Exercises vary depending on which weapon the fighter will choose in the end. But if he has not decided on this yet, then it makes sense to try everything. Han Dream replies that he is going to become a thyroid gland. In this case, such a practice is clearly useless to him. The guy shows him a shield and says that then he will have to prepare for the fact that he will have 40 kin armor. Han Sleep, sobbing, asks for forgiveness and calls himself a rustic. He understands that he was in vain for this. He believes that he should leave and not waste time in vain. But the guy does not think so. He is not going to let him go. He says that since Hong the Dream has gone so far, it is possible to at least try. Half an hour passed. From the tent is heard the voice of a guy who praises a student and says goodbye to him until tomorrow. A dream of a sob of a dream comes out of the tent. He is not sure that he can withstand all this. He notices ENHE and asks what he is doing here, because students are not allowed to go beyond the rules of the teachings. He replies that over and over again to repeat the same exercises with weaklings incredibly dreary, so he simply decided to pose a little to himself. Han Sleep asks what is with his hand. Is it really blood? Did he get hurt during training? He says that he seems to be the only one who saw him. He offers to pretend that this was not. He does not know why, but he has the feeling that Prince Suyan is watching him intently. The guy says he will go. He is sure that they agreed. And about the blood, he answers, there is nothing to worry. She is not his. Jan Pien says that he was able to achieve such heights only thanks to the boundless mercy of the king. He asks for permission to demonstrate his successes to the royal complete. He performs a bench press and rejoices at what he succeeds. The king is surprised, because the young man lifts about 140 kin, 84 kilograms. He believes that now no one dares to say that his hands are able to work only with paper and ink. Jan Pien asks for permission to move on to the last exercise. The young prince fulfills the dashed traction. The king says that the first exercise with a load of 190 kin, the second at 140 kin, and the third at 180 kin. In total, the total load was more than 500 kin. The young man replies that although he was quite late for learning, he is pleased that he was given it quite easily. Thanks to the support of the brothers, he will be able to go on a trip to the Ming Empire in good health. Sejong believes that he should not dwell on the result achieved. He admits his son, even being on a journey, surrounded by exquisite luxury, he should not leave the chosen path. Suyan thinks that apparently, 500 kin for 3 main exercises for him is now not enough. The king wants to evaluate the results of the works of Suyan in improving the body. He heard that the son has recently succeeded in this recently. The prince thinks that the matter is rubbish. Lately, he was just more poking over the papers than trained. He was engaged only 6 times a week. The guy takes off his clothes, exposing the torso. Mother believes that his body, as always, is simply divine. Suyan says that he always tries to succeed in his desire to express his respect to them. He decides to start the first exercise with a load of 440 kin, 246 kilograms. He successfully raises the declared weight. The second subsequent, with a load of 330 kin, also does not cause any special difficulties. The prince surprised this at first, but the body that he landed in was really striking him. Raising a similar weight with such muscle mass is truly impressive. Sejong thinks that his son did it again. Such a huge load inspires him with awe. He says that he will be reasonable to rest a little now. Suyan thanks him. but considers himself ready to fulfill the dash traction. His muscles are beating when he lifts the bar. The brothers are watching his actions intensely. Everyone sighs in relief when the prince successfully performs the third exercise, a dashed traction with a load of 430 kin. The king says it is truly great. The overall result of the prince in 3 main exercises is 700 kin, and Yang Fian, 500. The strength of both of them increased. He believes that this is truly a blessing of heaven, not otherwise. He asks the youngest son before he leaves for Beijing to draw Suyan's body on an 8-wrapped screen so that it can be placed in a prominent place. Sejong believes that this will become an inspiring symbol for everyone who follows the same path. The prince is in shock. He thinks that it will be like a sign in the gym. Suyan asks his father, will they make themselves before the descendants, capturing such a vulgar image of the body? The king is sure that a person who has first achieved such results in 3 key exercises should remain in history for a long time. He announces that from now on, 3 main exercises in such a weight category will be called Suyan. The guy thinks, is it not too many oddities that he brings to this new Joseon training camp? Suyan announces that from today, students begin training according to their kinds of troops. They have to get acquainted with the new type of firearms developed by the crown prince. Then he tells them to disperse according to his classes. They report to him that the distribution of fighters in classes is completed. As a result, 41 shield bearers, 51 kopecks, and 63 swordsmen turned out. And finally, 66 assistants to the commander. The prince thinks that the latter did not work out so much. Perhaps they have not yet managed to get a stamping in handling cold weapons. Looking at the falling leaves, he thinks that all of them should properly overloaded in training. He feels slight anxiety. Pupils consider the main weapons of the thyroid glands. The teacher tells them to take their places. He says the first exercise is the rotation of the shield in all directions. One of the students afraidly asks, does he mean exactly those shields that they distributed to them? The man orders to stop talking and get down to business. The prince thinks that at first it will be very difficult for them, but now it is necessary. They settled on this form of shields for several reasons. Firstly, to increase the protection area. Secondly, for a more successful opposition to the enemy's frontal attacks. After all, it is not known where Ming will decide to try the guns received from them, and sooner or later it will happen. So you should prepare. Observing the training, he thinks that only the strongest of the students can become thyroidists. The rifle could not break through these shields at a distance of 100 steps. They had to increase their strength and, accordingly, weight. Watching one of the guys, he thinks that he will swear every day. And where does it take strength from? He hears the teacher calling this young man by name. The man asks the student, did he consider approaches? The prince recalls his name and is surprised. Is it Honsan? Pupils consider weapons. One of them clarifies, is this a longsword? The teacher answers in the affirmative, but in fact it is Michomdo, an analog of the Japanese Bisento, a 2-handed shaft weapon, the length of which is 2.4 meters. He adds that his weight is about 15 kin. A week has passed since the start of specialized training, and as difficulty increases, some students are out of the way. But for the first significant changes among the remaining, it turned out to be enough for a month and a half. 2 guys eat, sitting under a tree. One of them says that the school here, of course, is quite harsh, but they are fed simply amazing. The second in response is interested in, does he still do not burst from such satisfying meals? Han-san asks, what about himself? They eat without taking off shields. The interlocutor says that there is. The rice here is quite ordinary, but the pork is very good. A friend agrees with him. He believes that if they can eat pork instead of beef, then this is truly a luxury. Han-san decides to go and take a little more food. The interlocutor is surprised that he already ate everything. He replies that the training was saturated, and he needs to properly eat. The prince says that now students are like real soldiers. He recalls that the life of a warrior, as they can remember from the time of the first selection for service, depends on the strength of his legs. They will be given new elements of clothing and shoes, so let them gradually get used to them. He announces that in 2 days they put on a campaign. One of the students asks, what kind of campaign will this be? Suyan replies that they will go along a mountain trail from morning to late at night, having passed a total of 100 li, 40 kilometers. Pupils go in the rain through the forest. One of them says that part of him wants to run away from here and go home. To which the second responds, if he does this, that is, the risk of a collision with mountain raiders, and they can solve. The team sounds to stop. You need to replenish strength. The guys are talking among themselves, exchanging impressions. The prince says that when they drink, let them swallow a grain of salt with water. He adds that they should not worry if their flasks are empty. At the next halt, they will replenish the reserves. The guys believe that the presence of the prince strongly raises the fighting spirit. They continue to move forward, walking one after another. Suyeon thinks that a little more than a month is left before training for the role of the instructor. Hon Jong-sona, from the very beginning, considers an outstanding person. But Hong-san first looked very exhausted. The prince is surprised. How did he manage to get stronger so quickly? But this is not only about these two. The rest also changed a lot. The prince is no longer tolerated to demonstrate all this power to his father. September 1445. Empire Ming, Beijing. The emperor welcomes the third prince of Joseon. He says that at first the second prince visited them, now the third. He sees that Joseon passionately strives for enlightenment. And also rumors reached him that John Fen had a talent for calligraphy. The Lord asks, can he demonstrate it? The young man is interested. The emperor wants him to record a certain famous phrase. He answers in the affirmative. He believes that a beautiful letter is always pleasing to the eye. The emperor wants to talk about what he brought them as a gift. He is interested in why they did not use this in the fight against barbarians. The prince replies that as a prosperous kingdom, they fully support the great empire. But they do not consider themselves the right to excessively master. John Pien adds, as a child who should show respect for his parent, Joseon considers himself obliged to show reverence for their great country. The courtiers believe that since they do not intend to use it in practice, it means that they sent unprofitable weapons as a gift. The prince says that be that as it may, but his penetration power is really impressive. These guns are able to punch the armor through. The emperor replies, since he says so confidently about it, he would like to evaluate everything in practice. The soldier is carefully aiming, preparing to shoot. 3 of the 8 shots are amazing. One of the courtiers tells the emperor that the armor was pierced in the chest and abdomen. If she was wearing a person, he would have died instantly. The emperor believes that in comparison with ordinary guns, these require less gunpowder and allow fire to be faster. This is a great weapon. He laughs. They say that the older brother should always be ahead of the younger, but the kingdom of Joseon managed to create a weapon that exceeds them. He asks the prince, how about sending them 1,000 such rifles per year as a tribute? He is interested in how, in this case, they will fight off the attacks of the whispering Mongolian savages. Therefore, he came here with the intention to propose in return 2,000 liang. At the same time, in the training room of Joseon, the fist crashes into the face of Han Yong-son. He falls to the ground. A prince and another student stand over him. In September 1445, the first dismissal occurred from the post for unworthy behavior. Dragon Cave in a sloping. And Jen, an artist of the early era of Joseon, says that the caves and many statues of the Buddha located along the rocks are indeed an exciting look. He draws the prince's attention to the sculpture carved recently. Jan Pien believes that it differs from others in her novelty. And Jean thinks that it looks like a very bold personification of another aspect of 4 great heavenly kings. He adds, if you go further, you can notice that she is not alone here. The artist says that the face of the statues resembles Prince Suyeon. He is interested in a guy who carries out something on a rock. Does he know who created these sculptures? He says that a couple of years ago scammers sold a fake medicine. And they say that the Tsar of Growth himself descended from heaven and punished them. It seems that since then the image of the stone statues of Buddha has changed somewhat. An Jin asks, is this not the funny story that Prince Suyeon talked about? He is interested in John Fen. Does he find it entertaining? He is angry and tells him to immediately pick up his words back. Does he want to say that his brother has so many fat on his muscles? The artist asks him to speak quieter so as not to attract attention. But the young man does not want to just stand and look silently. Looking at the statue, he says that this is some kind of sagging squalor. How did they dare to desecrate the muscles of his brother? He decides that he will not let them go just like that. An Jin asks, does he really intend to postpone the day of departure? To which the prince answers in the affirmative. He wants to draw everything in such a way as to show the upper body without monastic robes. The young man believes that his brother is good not only with a body, but also with his mind. Therefore, he wants to portray him in the image of Bodhisattva. A few months later, the prince, with a sigh of relief, says that the first sketch is ready. The artist believes that this statue has a special dark aura in comparison with the other. It is very reminiscent of a black dragon who is ascending to heaven. Thus, Empire Ming acquired a new Buddha statue called the Muscular Bodhisattva, which became a new attraction of Loyan and inspired numerous sculptors. September 9th, Chunyan. The day of graduation of students. The team sounds, set aside. Then, welcome His Majesty the King. The guys greet Sejong. The king says that, looking at how harmoniously they move, he understands that training was successful. He believes that they will become a model for all warriors and set an example to subsequent generations. In order to repay him to Majesty for his great mercy, they will work until they turn to dust. The students scream in response to his speech. Sejong asks Kronprint to step forward and evaluate how well these warriors comprehend their art. Lee Kiana orders to take a protective construction. The guys execute the command. The next order sounds, to everyone to take their positions. Guys on the hill are preparing ligaments of logs. They cut the ropes and they quickly kitten down. The thyroidists are preparing to meet a blow. The team sounds to attack. The logs fly right on the guys, but hitting the shields, they change the trajectory. There is a turn of spearmen to demonstrate their skills. The swordsmen are further. Guys do a great job with the task. The team follows. The arrows for the naughty. Aim, fire! Now the turn of the city of arrows. The order is heard to prepare the tool. These weapons were specially designed for a training camp. It can be called an ancient analog of a machine gun. Splocks of fire are visible. The king is impressed by the spectacle. He believes that in the future no country dares to challenge them. The demonstration was crowned with grandiose success. According to the king's decree, some warriors from commoners gained higher status, and Han San received a new name, Yung Bom Su. A man, reading the document, clarifies. Does it mean that the training finally completed? The person standing in front of him replies that His Majesty confirmed it personally. The man says that if this letter is true, then they are really very gifted people. The ignorant soldier is definitely not even. But, nevertheless, they are just newcomers who have no combat experience. No matter how strong and skillful they may be during training, this does not guarantee that none of them will tremble in a real battle. He is interested. Did they train them to endure the winter cold? Let them go a considerable way, but he doubts that the cold of the winter mountains familiarize them well. He reflects that this training set a goal to prepare them for the experience of staying at the front line. The man asks the question, but should they make his contribution to this? The interlocutor objects that mountain ranges in winter are extremely dangerous, not only because of the height, but also because of the starving highlanders. The man says that it is not necessary to send everyone. He believes that 30 people will be enough. Since they have already trained the body, now the matter is for experience. Leaving the room, he adds that he will put one of the locals to them so that they do not break. And if at least one soldier perish, then doesn't this shadow be thrown into His Highness? Their skills must be subjected to severe verification. The man is sure. Otherwise, he will not be able to entrust the North to such warriors. General Lee Ji-nok, who is also called Weather Bon, is also summarized. November 11th, Hamnan, Cayman. The team sounds to welcome the general. Above the place is heard fidelity and strength. Suyan included a military greeting from modernity in his teaching, calling it to the cry of fidelity. The general says, "Welcome to the North." He knows that they went through hard training. However, Hamnan is harsh and extremely inaccurate land, freezing and teeming with bandits. One of the warriors says that he lost his ear in the fight against 3 horse-haired. The second adds that the scar on his back is still aching. Lee Ji-noka is very curious. Will they stand before all this? And of course their first test will be a cruel northern cold. He begins to tell what their task is. They should ascend to the top of the Baktabon and leave there the proof of their presence. He orders to choose 30 people from his ranks endowed with special dexterity and agility, as well as 2 commanders. In addition, they will be limited by time. This is their chance to prove the effectiveness of their teachings. A conductor approaches them. They are going to draw up a plan for their joint trip. The conductor is interested. Are they sure that they want to go through it? After all, even with the slightest mistake, everything can turn out to be extremely deplorable. But they object to him. When a soldier receives an order, his duty is to follow him. The man replies that he understands everything. He says that so far, they spent only a day in the mountains near the city. However, those places where they go are strikingly different. The conductor adds that even experienced hunters often lose their fingers there, or worse. He is interested. Are they really ready for this? Han Young Sleep asks. He intends to scratch his tongue further. If he is still gathering with them, then let him go. But no, then let him fail. Yung Bom Su, in the past, Hong San, says that one of their coaches was from Gapsan. Thanks to him, they learned a lot of useful things. He thinks that this knowledge will be useful to them. The guys decide that enough to waste time. It is necessary to start the preparation of people and equipment. Experienced soldiers are discussing a detachment going to carry out the order. They are of low opinion about beginners, but they are interested in what kind of iron rods are behind them. The conductor asks, "Is it not too difficult to carry a shield with a weapon?" The guy asks him not to worry about it. The man notices that devices from chains on the legs are very simplified by walking along icy terrain. He is interested in who came up with them. Before the eyes of Hong Yong-sona, unpleasant memories of the conflict with Suyan are flying. He replies that this is the invention of the prince and asks to stop questions. The night came. The detachment defeats the camp. Guys are going to install tents. There is a conversation near the fire. The translator is interested in how much they went through training, that they were able to adapt so quickly under the harsh conditions of the snowy mountains. They answer him that the prince planned to conduct training for them in such conditions, but did not have time due to limited time. Young-bom-soo says that instead they just trained to move in the mountains twice as much. The man believes that the food in the boiler is already ready and asks that they added their steamed rice, or something like that. The young man replies that this is a stew that they prepared during training. He cannot say that it is very tasty, but very satisfying and gives strength. Young-bom-soo holds out a plate to the interlocutor. He believes that the stew has an unusual taste and fruit smell. He wonders how the young man succeeded this. He replies that pork is first fried, then dried and crushed, and then all kinds of seasonings are used. This time he added dried cherries and cinnamon. A warrior is approaching them, informing that they were completed with the installation of tents. The young man believes that 6 guards will be enough. He tells them to break in 2 and take positions from 3 directions, and it reminds that they do not forget the signal whistle. Han Yun-sleep sits alone by the fire. Young-bom-soo, coming up, asks, "How is the fire?" He is interested. Is his turn already came up? The young man replies that not yet, but he wants to talk. He asks, maybe Han Yong-song should be slightly kinder to the soldiers. The guy replies that even if they have a common goal, then he is still their leader. If you give slack, then they will certainly take advantage of this. He adds that if Young-bom-soo is dissatisfied with him as the commander of the half of the detachment, then let him directly say about it. He replies that he did not even think about this. The interlocutor is interested. Is he not for him like a balibo in the eye? Hong Yong-dream accuses the young man of then reporting to the prince that he left the camp. He asks, was it easier for him to sleep after that? Young-bom-soo is trying to object to something, but the guy cuts him off. He says that the time for the change of guard has come, and warns the young man to be careful. Another time, he can first stick a knife into his back. The next day, the detachment continues its way. They reach the top. The conductor says that there are many descents and rise to these mountains on his account, but for the first time he feels so easily here. One of the guys is interested. What is wrong? Dark clouds are approaching the northwest. The tiger is watching people. Han Yun-sleep gives the command to go down. He orders to demolish all tents and prepare torches. He understands that being in the mountains under such circumstances is extremely dangerous. There is a warning commander about the danger of an exclamation. But the guy himself already notices a tiger rushing at him. He grabs the sword and hits the predator that pursuing him in the chest, but he only manages to injure him. Young-bom-soo hurries to his aid. Under the blow of a powerful clawed paw, he substitutes a shield. Sticking, the young man slides on the ice. Warriors are in horror watching what is happening. 2 commanders, opposing a huge predator, together with the beast, fall from the top of the mountain. Suyan commands. The second position. 8 repetitions. Touching the heavens with your feet, remaining on earth. 31 repetition. Pupils cannot believe in a named figure. The prince orders to set aside conversations and perform the exercise. The guys execute the team. Suyan says that his legs must be kept straight, and he will wait until they do this. Watching the guys, he counts. Finally, the score is approaching 30 alone. The prince, laughing, asks a question. How many times he was forced to repeat the same number? But the next minute, he asks the same question already in angry voice. Frightened students answer, 60 twice. The team sounds again. The post number 2, 8 repetitions. Touching the heavens with your feet, remaining on earth, 62 repetitions. Young-bom-soo tries to rise, not believing that he survived. Han Yong-sleep, who is nearby, lying with his eyes closed, mutters something incoherent. Young-bom-soo is trying to bring him to his senses. The guy opens his eyes, but continues to lie in the snow. Young-bom-soo believes that they are somewhere halfway to the top. It seems that the branches of trees and snow help to soften their fall. He asks, can Han Yong-sleep go? He replies that his bones seem to be intact and is interested. How many are they already lying here? Yongbom-soo hopes not for a very long time. The guy gets up and offers to return to the rest as quickly as possible. Yongbom-soo notices the blood on his clothes and asks, is he injured? They are trying to find their detachment. Hong Yong-sleep goes ahead. His partner, leaning on a stick, waddles behind. Yongbom-soo can no longer go. He tells the guy, to get a chance to increase, he needs to return to the camp within the next few days. So he better go forward, and here he will take a little spirit. Han Yong the Dream turns around, and for some time he looks at him silently. Then, pointing to traces in the snow, he says that the tiger is still somewhere nearby. Is he going to rest despite this? He assures that he will be in order and asks him to go forward. Han Yong-sleep thinks that because of the wound, the young man will still be only an obstacle. He replies that he will do as Yongbom-soo wants, and he will go forward, as he said. Han Yong-sleep is leaving. The young man, sitting under a tree and clutching a gun in his hands, thinks it is good that he sent Han Yong-song forward. He waits, because the traces looked fresh. Looking out of the tree, he sees a tiger. The young man did not think that they would face him like this. In winter, the predator is starving, and, having broken up with him, he immediately rushes along the trail of Han Yong-song, so he cannot leave. Carefully aiming, he thinks that you can't dump such a beast, even if you strike with your whole body. But because of the wound, the tiger began to see worse, and Yongbom-soo understands that he has a chance. Noticing the victim, the predator rushes forward. The young man, realizing that he will be able to shoot only once, wants to let him closer and marks strictly in the head. The tiger is rapidly approaching. It is already very close, and the young man understands that he cannot cope alone. But unexpectedly, Han Yong-sleep comes to the aid, and together they manage to cope with the predator. The guy, turning to Yongbom-soo, says that he hopes that he did not make a mistake when he returned for him. Han Yong-sleep adds that he simply understood. If someone returns later, then this will question his commander's skills. Yongbom-soo asks, is he still fraught with a grudge against Prince Suyan? Then in the camp they collided by accident at night, and the young man asked why Han Yong-sleep violates the ban and leaves the camp. But they did not notice that their conversation had another witness. The man, standing beyond the nearest tent, noticed the blood on the clothes of Han Yong-sun. He goes to the prince and demands to immediately expel the guy, because he will handfully leave the camp and gets involved in fights, posing as a military man. If you let him stay, then in the future, he will only throw a shadow on the good name of the prince. Then Suyan hit Kon Yong-sona. The assistant asks the prince, was it really necessary to do just that? This event caused strong unrest in their ranks. Suyan replies that it will help to modify dissatisfaction with the guy, and will give him the time to rethink his behavior. He himself did not want to inflate from this a loud scandal. The interlocutor is interested. Was it not more prudent to limit himself to a strict reprimand? The involuntary witness of their conversation becomes Yongbom-soo. The prince says that Hong Yun-sleep is a very proud person, so this most likely would be even more redressed. He would not go so far because of someone else. Yongbom-soo hears how the prince explains. He understands how difficult it is to radically change the character of a person in just 7 months. But he is sure that the guy is able to make extremely much benefit from this training. Han Yong-sleep is interested. Why did he suddenly ask about it? He assures that he has long overcome these feelings. The guide and soldiers are looking for missing commanders. They call them by names. Finally, they find them next to the dead tiger. Hamnin, Cayman. The team sounds immediately gather. If the detachment cuts such a heavy snowfall, then everyone can die. Lee Ji-nok rinses the soldier. The man who approached him says, if they are now at the very peak of Bakdalbon, then the snow there probably reaches the waist. Even if you go immediately, then... He does not agree to the end of the phrase. The general believes that if they die in vain, then it will be entirely his fault. He cannot just wait, fold back. Lee Ji-nok, jumping on a horse, orders to collect those who can ride and know how to survive in the mountains. They should be able to transport 30 people and return here. The general tells the gate to open. But barely the wings opened, as a detachment appeared before him, led by commanders and conductor. They welcome Ji-nok. He is amazed at the fact that they were able to complete his task. Hong Yong-sleep says that they executed the order and left a sign of their presence at the top. They set the flag. He steps aside a little so that the dead tiger can be seen, and he says that they were faced with him, going down from the mountain. He believes that a group of mountain raiders attracted him. They decided to bring the tiger here, and this detained them a little, for which he apologizes. The general hurries. Stepping closer to the dead predator, he is interested in whether the bandits really struck him. This is an extremely difficult task. even if there were as many of them there as them. The conductor replies that he was killed by the commanders. Hong Yoon's sleep says that their journey was very pleasant, given such harsh conditions. He believes that this is the merit of Commander Young Bom-soo and his competent leadership. The approaching warrior cannot believe that they overcome the beast only together. The general thinks that this is extremely not easy even for an experienced warrior northern one, but a couple of green newcomers coped here. He believes that they have an outstanding talent. He praised the feat of warriors who had overcome the tiger, after which he decided to appoint them commanders to train soldiers. And it was a truly incredible event when the students received such an honorable increase. But the rest of the soldiers reacted incredulously to the fact that they managed to get to the top and return back in just 3 days. Men are talking among themselves. One of them says that with their only talent, it is clearly impossible to argue, with the ability to tell beautiful tales. The second supports him. It cannot be that they together overcome the tiger. And even if, is it difficult to deal with an old animal? Young Bom-soo in a voice does not foresee anything good. Says that he studied military art in a training camp, and he was considered one of the best fighters in his detachment. He is pleased to see that they are all full of strength this morning. The soldier standing nearby is scared by his reaction. The young man offers to start training. He says that the training is quite easy, so they should not worry. The soldiers surrounding him demand that he tell the truth. They just staggered around the district and returned back? Otherwise, how they could avoid meeting with mountain raiders. They believe that a book with pictures turned his head greatly, and now he is waiting for a special relationship. The young man tears off his clothes, exposing the torso. Men do not understand what is happening. He shows them a trace of the wound that he received during a clash, asking if they have any other doubts. Although he diligently tempered his body, the scar still remained. If it was even a little deeper, and his guts would fall out. The soldiers silently look at the scar. The young man continues to say that the tiger, of course, also paid a high price. After all, he deprived him of his eyes. And the second bit on the way from the mountain. Men are in horror listening to his story. Young Bom-soo confidentially tells them that he heard that it was considered a kind of exquisite food. He regrets that they did not have a chance to learn this wonderful taste. Men consider him completely reckless. He says that if they still do not have enough tooth, then let them take the stick. Those are afraid. Will he beat them? The young man replies that he is going to show them how weak they are. He tells them to approach in turn and try to break through his defense. If he drops the shield or falls, he will award them with a 5-fold portion of rice. His words make men come to life. Men believe that ration does not happen superfluous. They decide to unite and attack the young man. A few hours later, all the attackers lie on the ground. Young Bom-soo is interested in, are they ready to follow his instructions? One of the men asks. Does he want to drink with them to start? But the young man prefers to start training. The team sounds, the pose of 2 8 repetitions. The mournful exclamations of soldiers are rushing over the mountains. The empty bragging does not cope with the hardening of training instructors. Meanwhile, the great Prince John Payen returned from his journey through the Empire Ming. According to the results of this trip, Chospon gained considerable success, safely resolving the issue of tribute in arms. John Payen first hastened to meet his father. The king is satisfied with the work done by his son. Suyan approaches the young prince with a greeting. He is interested in the results of his brother's trip. Jan Payen talks that he managed to talk with the descendants of Confucius about the culture of food and body. He holds out a scroll to his brother, saying that he has a gift for him. Having launched, Suyan sees a picture of the grotto of the Dragon Moon. Jan Fen explains that now they have a special connection with him. So, when he goes to the Empire next time, let him visit this place. He says that he erected a new statue there in his honor. The young prince complains that those sculptures that were there, at the time of his arrival, depicted the magnificent muscles of Suyan with the monstrous excess fat. He could not remain calm, seeing such a plain interpretation. Suyan is interested. Why is his brother so delighted by his muscles? But he is very flattered, and will certainly somehow visit there to look himself. In the courtyard there is a voice of a servant, notifying that someone from the palace had arrived. Suyan, training with his son, is surprised by an unexpected visit. He says that His Majesty seemed to be going to hot springs with the crown prince. He asks the guest that he led him to them. Before him, with tears in his eyes, Lee Hong-vi, Danjdan, is the son of a crown prince. The son of his older brother arrived at the house of Prince Suyan. When asked what brought him here, the boy replied that he would like to listen to his journey to the Empire Ming. Is it true that the ships there can pass through the mountains? Suyan replies that they can pass along the rivers flowing between the mountains. Li Hongvu asks, how do they manage it? The guy says that initially the first great channel was built by Emperor John Di from the Sui dynasty 800 years ago. The boy listens with interest about how the ruler brutally exploited his people, capturing lands along the Wanhe and Zhangjian rivers. Suyan says that it came to the point that people crippled themselves, just not to fall into slavery. GPN Diana, a mentor by education, recalls that the time has come for classes, and Li Hongvazix needs to prepare for the lesson. Suyan notices that the boy begins to smoke. He asks, does his training determine the crown prince? Can he also work out with him a little? The disgruntled man agrees, but asks for no more than half an hour. Suyan invites the little prince to follow him. His mentor is very unhappy, but does not dare to argue with the prince. The guy offers to play in badminton. He asks the boy, does he know that Kronrince is engaged in improving the spirit and body? Li Hong is responding in the affirmative. Suyan explains that the harsh training should be moved only after the adulthood ceremony, when the bones are finally stronger. No need to excessively injure the not yet formed body. Therefore, he developed special exercises that are just perfect for children. The prince throws up the wax up, saying that this can also be considered a kind of training. The boy is delighted with the proposed game. The oxide makes a deep dent on the site behind him. He is not sure that he will be able to play like that. The prince sends a ballon forward again. At first, he trained with Maya Lenom, and therefore put too much effort into the blow. He says that he just stumbled by accident, and invites the boy to try again. The prince easily beats a racket along the stream. The boy beats him back. He considers the game fascinating. Mentor Ji Fi and Diana, who is watching them, believes that these are not equivalent to the lessons determined for His Highness by the Crown Prince. Suyan understands that, upon returning from the sources, the Crown Prince will probably want to check what his son learned. He can understand the desire of a man, because he is also obliged to demonstrate qualitative results. He says that work on his body is also training. If you include a little badminton in the schedule, this will undoubtedly become a valuable contribution to the prince's formation, as it will help him in the future. The guy asks Jifian Zhang, isn't that a lesson? He is forced to agree with him. The prince invites the boy to try to repeat his movements. He believes that if you do not go through all the stages of training as it should, then it will be as pointless as trying to learn all the teachings of Buddhism without comprehending the basic foundations. He invites his son to join them. Hyundon happily agrees. He takes the racket and includes in the game. Li Hongvi is also passionate about a new occupation. Mai Len, standing aside, calculates glasses. The mentor believes that it is time for a little prince to return home. The prince suggests playing a little. The man objects that he is just a servant of His Highness. He doesn't need it. But Suyan is persistent. Li Hongvi, whom the guy drags by the sleeve, believes that this is already too much. Kronprint will be clearly very disappointed to learn that the young prince missed his classes. After some time, the mentor, enthusiastic about the game, gives instructions to the little prince. Suyan believes that today it seems that his guests are pretty exhausted. Madame Yoon calls her son and husband to have dinner. The prince offers her a little to practice badminton. He considers him useful for women. The wife replies that paying attention to improving the body is undoubtedly important, but it is too late and it's time to have dinner. A little later, the smiling Madame Yoon argues with her husband because of a light stacked, and claims that her counting is correct. Will the popularity of badminton be limited only to this? Kronrince tells his son that he heard that he frequent his uncle's house, and at the same time I missed a lot of classes. So today he is waiting for a big catch-up, and it is better for him to prepare for this. The boy says that the time of the lesson is approaching, and Kronprince, with a racket in his hands, checks what he learned. And after Zurit Suyan for developing a new exercise, he did not show him primarily to his older brother. Is it really badminton to become the only allowed drug in Chosun? Representatives of the nobility quickly picked this fashion, but ordinary people did not lag behind them, and thus a new folk fun appeared in the country. The emperor is interested in the successes in the manufacture of rifles and the number of weapons made. The courtier reports that Chosun sent 3,000 and another 8,000 on the tide. The emperor asks, "What about heavy rifles?" The man replies that the volumes are the same, but because of the weight, soldiers are too out of force, wielding them. In response, he hears the proposal to give them out only to the powerful warriors. The ruler adds that soon they will have to use them to conquer the Dala, northern Yuan. Vengen, eunuch Soragam, replies that all the commands of His Majesty will be fulfilled. The courtier clarifies, "Does it mean conquest?" The emperor responds in the affirmative. He wants to use this opportunity to deal with these arrogant upstarts from the northern Yuan camp of gunsmiths. Sejong, turning to his sons, says that after a series of failures, they still managed to improve their rifles. Kronprince replies that this is Suyan's merit, because without that detail he would not succeed. The prince does not understand what we are talking about. The elder brother says that some time ago the axis on the walker's simulator bent. Therefore, there was a need to make a new part. Sejong asks, "It turns out that they found a way to somehow reduce the amount of heat while maintaining the shock power." The prince answers in the affirmative. He reaches out to the fabric behind which the weapon is hiding and continues to explain. Kronprince was engaged in the simulator when the axis broke, and then the idea came up with how to achieve improvement. At first, the trunks were cut and dragged by the disciples. However, no matter how much power is in their hands, it is still limited, which often leads to defects. Performing the same actions many times, they inevitably begin to make mistakes. The king asks, so they decided to let them go early to give them the opportunity to work on their body, and also with additional benefit. The prince thinks, does the crown prince want to say that they agreed to finish the work earlier in exchange for sports? The king says that he and his eldest son also had a special passion for this simulator at one time. The prince asks the master, what about the method that he illuminated them earlier? He clarifies, with the smelting of bilateral trunks, manufacturing two halves of the barrel for further connection. The man replies that he tried, but they can't stand it and hundreds of shots, becoming unusable, so he preferred this option. Brother tells Suyan that Mr. Jim also put forward a lot of ideas. The guy thinks that this man, of course, is smart. But having taken this technique into service, it will be easy to achieve a performance of 2,000 rifles a year. The prince clarifies, do they want to say that guns with soldered trunks will soon be abolished? To which he receives an affirmative answer. Due to the range of defeat in combination with the power of the shot, the current light rifle requires cutting notes. As a result, too much valuable material goes to the manufacture of one unit of weapons. The new prototype is less costly on resources, and it is much easier to produce. Therefore, Kronprince has no doubt that as soon as the artisans gain experience, they will begin to spread this method of pulling out the barrel. The prince asks his father, is there a certain special reason why he decided to devote increased attention to the issue of building up weapons? The king replies that at the beginning of this year a decree was issued in the Empire of Ming. It says that in the near future they intend to punish their arrogant enemies and recommend that they cooperate with him. Suyan clarifies, is it really a question of Dalj about the natives of the Yerzeni tribe? Are they not in alliance with part of them? Sejong replies, there are rumors that recently they have been behaving more and more defiantly, and Ming decided to teach them a lesson. The prince says that in fact they are forced to get involved in this conflict, and the father replies that this is so. He adds that the emperor has already ordered to put 20,000 cavalry and 80,000 foot soldiers under the gun to attack Dalji from the rear. Suyan is interested. Is this the number of regular troops? If about 200,000 people gather there, this can lead to catastrophic consequences. The king replies that it was decided to arrange a meeting on this issue, collecting the brightest minds. He adds that the prince is also invited. Suyan thinks that all this is very time. The man is outraged. He screams that this is not heard. Whatever the great was the country, how to feed such an army at all? He is sure that they can't collect horses so much. Even if they provided her with rifles themselves, then they simply would not have enough people. The second man, present at the council, clarifies, does he propose to send only one infantry there? The interlocutor replies that in this case they will have to call on to the war all men, except perhaps, of 3 southern provinces. The king, for some time, considers what he has heard. Then Sejong, in order to avoid riots in the country, is appointed by Kim Jong-sona by the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Borderlands. Having dutifully bowing his head, he replies that the king entrusted him with such a responsible role, and he will make every effort so as not to disappoint him. Mentally, he appeals to him with the hope that he would not send him again to the north. Sejong asks how he would describe the situation in the north. He replies that in recent years several settlements have been ruined, namely Enen, Muchan, and Yue, which led to the strengthening of the riots. However, judging by the last news from Liji Nok, now it's quiet there. Things are also folding with the Hamgyal Island, but near Sagun people are much more wild. A good half of them is trained with pogroms and robbery. It is especially restless around the Paja River due to the aggressive behavior of the gang Imanj. The king replies that they cannot refuse all the requests of the Ming Empire. So it is necessary to weigh how many troops they are able to send. Kim Jong-dream says that in total, about 60,000, including both the main forces and auxiliary. This is very many, and may ultimately lead to the risk of collapse of the northern border. Suyan thinks that if the north is now collapsing, then there will be no one to wait for help from them. This will give the barbarians an excellent opportunity to unite forces in order to hit them with all the skeletons. If you send the troops now, this, in fact, will untie their hands for invasion deep into the external territories. The prince represents a raven soaring against the background of gathering clouds. The bird has scarlet color. In its beak, she holds a bloodied object. He thinks that their united army is quite capable of walking with fire and sword up to Pyongyang, and then further. Suyan decides to turn to the king. He says that he has one idea. Empire Minute's Forbidden City. The emperor is listening to the fact that the prosperous dynasty Joseon suffered many losses at the hands of Dalj during his predecessors. The courtier continues to read the message. Since the emperor says that he decided to no longer pull with their punishment, they are ready to do everything possible to support him in this undertaking. The ruler asks, they said that they could send 60,000 soldiers. But what does the military ministry say on this? The man replies that given their current situation, it seems that Joseon approached the issue very conscientiously. Above the hall, the emperor's voice, who decided not to find fault with the numbers, flashes. He orders to continue reading the message. He listens how the courtier reads. So they must defeat them and strengthen their rear before joining them in a victorious campaign. The emperor clarifies, what is it about? They answer him that this refers to problems with Imanj. The leader of barbaric tribes recently came to power. His Majesty asks, is this the type to which they granted the rank without any merits not so long ago? What is he called there, Yulyankatai, or somehow in that spirit? Van Zheng replies that the others lost to him in the championship. The emperor calls him a poor fellow. He came to power, but is still forced to hunt with robbery. He orders to convey that they deal with him immediately. The courtier warns him, even if this was only a formality, but in fact this person was erected into the rank on behalf of their empire, and if you allow Joseon to deal with him, this can lead to the fact that the other tribes of Yurchen will rise against them. The emperor thought about his words. The man adds that victory over him can turn his head to the Chons. Van Jin says that with the advent of a new leader in the army, excitement often arises. If other tribes are outraged, they can simply say that they were not aware of this. He adds that there is another reason why Joseon should be allowed to conduct this campaign. The emperor and courtiers want to hear what he has in mind. Prince Suyan tells his father that they should ask permission to deal with Imanu before joining the battle against Dalj. They can motivate this by the fact that they will not only protect the northern border, but also check for the strength of their warriors who have passed recent training. They will also test the effectiveness of new rifles. Van Zhen explains that the fight of Joseon and Imanj is a great opportunity to check new rifles in the case. In fact, they will be able to rehearse the battle from Dalj, not even the lubrication of the hands. The opinion of the eunuch and the prince came together in this. Even after the conquest of the northern Yuan emperor Yunl's, Judi, it was not possible to get rid of the raids of nomads. As a result, the third emperor of the Ming dynasty compromised, imposing them with a tribute and agreeing to trade relations. So Masi arose, the horse city. The Ming dynasty redeemed horses from the northern Yuan, thereby weakening them, since this was affected by the life standard of the people there. And now some oddities are taking place in this city. A man asks a richly dressed person, did he not buy a horse last year even worse than this 40 nannies? To which he answers, what nonsense. Who in their right mind will pay so much for such a nag? The man offers a little wool in the appendage, and is interested. Could he then close his eyes to this? His interlocutor is angry. He screams. What did he imagine? Is it really trying to bribe it? He is surprised. What is it? Usually this did not cause him any indignation. Did he get up from that leg today? Armed people appear near a richly dressed person. The man scaredly asks, what did they plan? In response, he hears the advice not to hire, otherwise he will lose his head. He is outraged. They completely survived from the mind. If Mr. Taishi finds out, then of course, he will be furious. The interlocutor believes that he must compensate him for the damage caused for this impudent insult by buying his goods at the original cost. The man replies that he cannot do this, because the price has grown almost doubled. A richly dressed person replies that iron has risen in price, but they are not to blame for this. In addition, did he himself showed unheard of insolence here. Some man tell the vassal Oirat, a noble official, Alec, what he had just heard from a familiar military man that this happened due to the fact that Chospon is buying too much iron. He replies that it cannot be. Such a small country purchased so much iron that it was so shocked by the market? He decides that this must be thoroughly sorted out. The residents of Khan Taishi, voice is heard from the tent. Alak says that the Ming dynasty violated the customs unilaterally, starting to cut them. Khan asks, is it because of Joseon? Its fist with force drops to the surface. The Sen Taishi, the Mongolian Khan, is angry. Why are these descendants of Kor who asked them alms, can justify themselves? One of the men present during the conversation asks him to remain calm. Khan wants to send a messenger to Joseon. If they kill him or drive him away, then they have a certain conspiracy of a couple with minds. If they accept him with open arms, it means that a chill of enmity ran between them, Taishi believes. A few days later, Hanyan, Joseon. The man reads the message. We, Oirata, are direct successors of Dawan, as well as you, Joseon, receivers of Kor. The ancestors connected themselves with special obligations to each other. Therefore, they are interested in how they look at them to continue this tradition, because they are practically brothers. Suyan is furious. To continue the tradition? From the moment of the expulsion of the Yuan dynasty, not even a century has passed since the Korean peninsula. They annually took with them hundreds of noble girls, enslaved their people as many as thousands, and the losses in the battles of the Great Wall are generally innumerable, because the recruitment of the soldiers there was almost non-stop. Those who actually turned almost the entire country into slaves dare to call themselves their brothers? The envoy standing at the foot of the throne of King Sejong says that recently the Ming dynasty reduces the volume of trade with them, provoking the deficiency of everyday household utensils. As a result, their people are starving and resorting to extreme measures, mastering leather pots to cook food. Suyan thinks in other words, they want to coordinate with them the opening of a new trade route. The courtier, standing next to him, says that it is necessary to tear out his filthy tongue right now. He personally knew 4 women stolen into slavery, who were condemned to the fate of wandering souls. The man believes that it is necessary to accomplish revenge and kill him immediately. Suyan explains, if he kills the messenger, succumbing to rage, this will bring them all only trouble. He is sure that the king has some kind of plan. Sejong tells them to send them 1,000 bags of rice and 50 iron pots. The courtier asks him to drive him away from these vile araples. The messenger thanks the king for such a generous gift. The prince is interested in the father of this decision. He asks, was he already ready for such a turn of events? The king replies that without this it would be too easy for them to convict them in alliance with mines. The prince understands that in this way he covered their rear. Sejong says that he won only a little time for them, since soon they will still find out the truth. They need to hurry to deal with Imanju until that moment. Kanga, North Joseon. The 2 military are talking about the fact that for 30 years they have not seen each other. One of them complains that he is an old man. Military advisor Kim Hae-dream hopes that this is his last campaign. He heard Lee Ji-nok adopted recently developed methods for teaching fighters. The inspector of the Central Military Directorate Lee Jing-soke says that these savages have mainly cavalry, so they will have to reckon with the infantry. The interlocutor partly agrees with this when it comes to steep mountains, but on the middle, Chilmas terrain, the cavalry can just be very effective. As he understood, among them there is a lot of all sorts of rabble, which they gathered, passing through 4 provinces. Lee Jing-sok says that, in the end, by no means every day they have a trip to the campaign. Kim Hae thinks that this wretch will definitely not miss this. For a long time he did not see him, and he is interested in how he looks now. A man is interested in the interlocutor. Is he still not at the wretches with his brother? He replies that he is so hidden in Nachibib that it is difficult to find an approach to him. Kim Hae says that the interlocutor himself is like this. Blood is not a water. His brother went a long way in confrontation with the Highlanders, and he heard that his warriors were proud of their commander. The military council is discussed. Sending troops is scheduled for the first day of the 6th month. Lee Jing-sok believes that at least thousands of these savages are overcome. This will not help them much if Imanja survives. He will retreat, regroup, and make up for strength, uniting with other tribes. The proposal sounds to divide the forces in 2 and take them into ticks. Lee Ji-nok says that the right army will remain in Shenyang, sending intelligence to the north. And the left will have to advance to the maneuver from the intersection of rivers and strike east from the current position of Imanj. Lee Jing-sok heard from the leader of the tribe, who agreed to take off to cooperate that the gang of Imanj had already crossed the Paja River and hid deep in the east of Gevon. Kim Hae says that if they do not be able to break them from one swing, then they will be able to retreat and dug even deeper, and then it will be almost impossible to grab the leader. Everything is clear to him with the right army, but the left will have to overcome 600 leagues in steep mountains. He is interested in how much it is at all. Lee Ji-nok says he has a request. He asks to remove 1,000 infantrymen from the forces of the left army. Kim Hae sleeps. Why? He does not quite understand the meaning of this redistribution, because these fighters will not be clearly superfluous. The commander replies that they selected a special detachment of trusted people. He recalls his guys, and adds that they all have experience in a mountainous area. Kim Hae is asking a question. Is he sure that they will be able to lead the troops to the day of uniting the army on time? He replies that he is much more important for them to act immediately as soon as they arrive in place. The interlocutor is interested. He believes that his people will be capable of this by going through such a harsh path. Kim Hae is the commander of the Central Army. The total number of troops is 8,000 soldiers. 3,600 people were disclosed. Lee Jing-sok, commander of the Right Army, horse troops. The total number is 5,000. 2,500 people are disclosed. Lee Ji-nok is the commander of the Left Army, infantry. In total, 4,000 soldiers, 1,400 people were discovered. On June 1st, according to the lunar calendar, the three armies advanced on a trip to Imanj. A man who looked into the distance is reported that Chosen's troops moved across Widge. He is interested in a person who brought this message. Are they already on the doorstep? Crossed the river? He replies that it is. He says that he heard about this 4 days ago, so he has no doubt that they had already managed to cross all the abstract. One group of troops, the cavalry heading for Shenyang, the second, has already passed Widge. And there is also information that infantry detachments are also moving to the north from Kanga. The man says that of course they often robbed and ravaged their lands, but they had never directed such impressive forces in their direction. He believes that the Empire Ming turned away from them. The interlocutor asks, if so, then perhaps they should immediately retire from here and take refuge better. The man screams, who will he expose himself then if he immediately takes away by holding his tail? If he runs away from them now, he will immediately lose his current status. He thinks, even if you plan a retreat, you first need to show off to the public, pretending to be held worthy. But he must have time to gather under his beginning the scattered tribes of Yorkin before Chosen gets to him. Since his elevation, he was in battle only once. But if they manage to repulse Chosen at least in one battle, then this can contribute to increasing their power. The interlocutor asks, how can they be? If they do not retreat now, they will soon be completely surrounded. The man asks, pointing his hand forward. What does he see in front of him? From here to Kanga is only continuous steep mountains. He is surprised that someone thought of sending troops in this way. He believes that you cannot worry about the infantry. The man thinks that the first thing they should worry about now is cavalry, and not those guys who are approaching from the side of the river. A group of soldiers walks. A guy with a bandage in the eye scolds an Imanj, because of which they are forced to cross the mountains into such a distance. He says that it will be necessary to cut it into 256 small pieces. Yongbom Su is surprised by such an exact amount. The guy replies that the arithmetic lesson, which he taught them last time, was very entertaining, so he just continued the practice. The young man is joyful to see such a commendable perseverance. However, he would not bother so much, cutting into pieces. He would prefer to simply grind them into a mess to feel what their blood tastes. The guy is in horror recoil from him, thinking, why is he like that for a monster? A scream is heard. The enemy attacks! 300 equestrian raiders move towards them along the northern ridge. Soldiers are ordered to take shelters and prepare for battle. They quickly execute the command, hiding in the field among the high vegetation. Yongbom Su says that they don't know how many of them are there. But since they descend from the hill, this is a good moment for shelling. Lee Ji-nok announces that they need to be captured by someone, so they do not need to kill everyone. The soldiers aim from rifles. The team sounds, volley. The commander of the opponent detachment, realizing that arrows were waiting for them, gives the order to disperse. Lee Ji-nok shouts that his warriors are able to get them from 300 steps. They came here to punish the evil monster Imanj. Those of them who agree to indicate the path to him will save life. In response, he is advised not to grind nonsense and threaten to remove everyone in the blink of an eye. One of the opponents considers it funny that they hope to overcome 300 warriors with some miserable bunch of shooters. The rest support him, threatening to cut them into shreds. But new circumstances make them be very surprised. In front of Li Ji in a kneeling pose is a man who is ready to serve him by faith and truth. He believes that if it were not for the evil tyranny of the Imanj, they would not have to connect banditry. The general is interested in whether he understands correctly that the road through the main tract takes 3 days, and 4 through the mountain path. The man replies that this is so, but the villain Imanja does not doze at all, and if they move through the tract, they will be immediately discovered. Lee Jinok says Young Bom Su. If you form a detachment from especially clever soldiers, you can overcome a mountain pass in 2 days. He tells him to collect all the fastest. A man warns that they use this path only when they are in a hurry. The road is not easy. He laughs that for the incomparable army of Joseon, this will be the same test, which is furious to the young man. Lee Ji-nok says that 2 days later they will reach the main camp of Imanj and gives the command to be advanced. The man decides to introduce himself. His name is Zhang, and others understand that he is from Joseon. Around the same time, the positions of Lee Jing-soka are on the positions. The rider says that another horse broke his leg, which should be expected from such a time of year. This is clearly not the best period for mass military transitions. The second believes that do not rush too much. Even if Imanja tries to slip away, in the end he will still wallow in the mud. Lee Jing-sok believes that the left army has no better things no better than them. He thinks why only his brother took over such a painful burden. The man believes that there is no honor in this, and calls his brother a stupid stubborn. 2 days later, June 13th, south of Mount Selene, Lee Ji-nok says that they have made a very difficult path, and is interested. How are the rest there? The warrior standing nearby trembles with fatigue. The general manages to give everyone an additional 5 portions of rice, since the transition turned out to be very long and heavy. The warrior is interested. What should they do now? What gets an answer to? First, you need to wait for the arrival of the rest. The man says they are too stretched, so they can very soon notice them. The approaching soldier notifies that they have a big problem. The bandit that they used as a conductor disappeared. They willingly led to his skilled game. The warrior believes that he is already on the way to Imanj, so it is extremely dangerous to stay in place. The general replies that now there is nothing to be done. He gives an order to prepare for the transition. Imanj gives an order to feed the horses properly, equip them with all the necessary and be ready to leave them at any time. He considers it annoyed that the sorghum and barley will have to be abandoned. The warrior shouts that the Chonsvets have already occupied the slope. Imanj replies that the horse would not be able to climb to the top of the steep mountain, but he already sees that the enemy is very close. Ahead of the infantrymen are shield-bearers, among whom is Chon Bom-su. A man is perplexed. How did they manage to climb here? He jumps on the horse and tells everyone to prepare for retreat. He believes that if they got here, then their forces were clearly exhausted. He offers to tear claws. One of the warriors indicates that they are somehow strangely built. They have another additional line behind, but why? The man believes that archers are located there. But such a difficult transition clearly hit them, so you should not be particularly afraid. He believes that it will be enough just to keep the distance. A salvo is heard, and the people of the Imanj fall dead to the ground. He understands that there are not archers, but rifles. The team sounds to prepare tools, and the soldiers load the guns. The man screams that opponents need time to reload. If you do not attack now, then they will give another salvo on them. The general tells the arrows to get ready. He gives a command, fire, and the ranks of the enemy are rapidly growing. A warrior jumping behind Imanj cannot believe what is happening. The man calls not to panic, they got close enough. He orders to hide behind shields or wooden boards, and also grab any weapon to restrain the fire of their shooters and push. The warrior asks, is he sure that they should attack the enemy in the forehead? The leader replies that he sent the troops to the west, but as soon as they return, the ranks of the Chonsits from the flanks will bypass. The interlocutor delights that he always has a plan. The leader believes that in any case, the enemy has only infantrymen, and one equestrian can withstand 10 of them. He orders to send horses to them so that they spend a volley on them. The general understands that the enemy plays dirtily. He tells the infantrymen to advance closer to the line of the collision, and the shooters prepare for the salvo. The team sounds, aiming, fire! The soldiers shoot again at the approaching opponents. Lee Ji-nok screams, a little more! They are already in front of your nose. The leader is sure that they now have an initiative. The horsemen are rapidly approaching the infantrymen. The Mongolian warrior brings a saber to strike, but the spear immediately penetrates his chest. The penny and the shield-bearer are rejoicing that together they manage to recapture the attack and decide the next time to act the same way. The noise is heard, and the soldier wonders, what else is it? They see the horse detachment rapidly approaching them, and they understand that the cavalry of Yershin enters their flank. Young Bom-su offers not to spend a salvo on them. He takes them to himself. The horseman is surprised that he decided to stop the horse at a horse with only a shield. The young man prepared for the attack. Young Bom Su closes with a shield. An injured animal falls to the ground. A dismounting rider believes that Chonsites use some dirty tricks. Lee Ji-nok gives the command to shoot, choosing the goals at his discretion. The soldiers are wondering where Imanj went. One of them suggests that he escaped. The general asks the warrior, "Does that leader know?" He responds negatively, but he knows that he is a master to run, so, in his opinion, he had long given Dara. In the distance you can see a blazing flame. The leader decides that it is time to retreat, one of the warriors asks. What about the rest? What does he get in response? Does he really not understand what position they are? Suddenly words sound. When you take on certain responsibilities, you must be prepared to be responsible for the consequences of your decisions. Imanj sees a soldier who was calmly leaning against a tree. Imanj asks, "Who is he?" Hon Yun Sleep says that he does not beg him to save his life. If he was about to do so initially, then it was worth doing it, standing next to his dead soldiers. On the ground are bloodied bodies. You can hear the command, "Sharply a step." The horseman says, "If they put it on, they will again be ambushed." Lee Jing-sok is answering, "If the left army has a reason to poke him in the face for the excessive favor of Imanj, then he will not wrap the shame." Suddenly a voice is heard. But is it possible? The man is interested. Who is so bold? Young Bum Su asks, "Is he a general?" Nearby is Hong Yong Sleep. Lee Jing-sok sees that they are from the Chonsan troops. The young man explains that they are part of the left army, and were sent as messengers to friendly troops. A man looks at his head, mounted on a spear, and understands that this is an Imanj. He asks, "How did it happen?" Lee Ji-nok welcomes his brother, and asks for forgiveness for not in a hurry to hold out his hand. At first, he needs to wash himself. He believes that due to the fact that Imanu sent most to the right army, they had a good chance to press it. Lee Jing-suk thinks that while he was bored, there with 200, he completed the campaign with the forces of infantry alone. He says that they did not have a cavalry at all, which means that there were many problems. The commander replies that they dragged the enemy with a barrage fire as soon as the battle began. Lee Jing-sok is interested in the fate of the surviving horses. Having discarded the canopy of the tent, his brother demonstrates him how the soldiers climbed Konina. Lee Ji-nok says that they launched some of them on meat. Some were returned to the Yurchin, who agreed to cooperate with them. The interlocutor admits that he, as a commander, is undoubtedly entitled to dispose of trophies in this way. He is interested in the fate of the prisoners, to which his brother replies that he sent most of him to the village, which met along the way. The general believes that hundreds of prisoners of war are enough. Lee Jing-sok is furious. He asks, his brother even knows what is the cost of prisoners and horses. Lee Ji-nok does not understand what is wrong. But Lee Jing-sok, who has a high instinct, decides to make a good mine with a bad game. Smiling through force, he replies that the word of the commander is undoubtedly the law. Having a younger brother with such an impressive list of merits is unheard of happiness. Sejong is happy to hear that they were successful again. July 1448. Chonsan troops returned home, a scare of Imanj. The left and right army quite rapidly captured the advantage and defeated the villain Imanj to fluff. The central army also successfully coped with the hindle of barbarians that arose in their path. The king complains Kim Hae-song the title of the great commander, as well as 80 rolls of selected silk. The man thanks Sejong for mercy to him, who does not deserve so generous gifts. Lee Jing-soku, who made a considerable contribution to the victory, having pulled over part of the forces of the Imanj troops, thereby providing substantial support for the central army, is also raised in rank. Now he is a military official of the second rank. The king lists Lee Ji-nok, who overcame the steep mountains, and passed through an impassable area in order to go to the rear of the enemy. Sejong raises it to the title of an official of the first rank, and promises that very soon he will enter a new position. The general replies that his appreciation has no limit. Looking around, a man sees a stood behind Suyan. For some time they look into each other's eyes. The prince's gaze is open and friendly. Kim Hae leaves the audience of the king with the prince. He says, when the warriors who studied the teachings of Suyan left Namhansan-song, he all asked himself how they would cope with such a serious test. But now, apparently, they have every chance of becoming part of their military elite. The prince is nauseous to Jing-sok. The man says that he heard that Suyan made a considerable contribution to the hardening of the fighters who passed through new training, and he has one request for him. He believes that the palace guard cannot gain special success due to the fact that they do not have proper preparation. The guy immediately understands what the interlocutor was driving at. He clarifies. The general hints that he would like him to take up their retraining. Lee Jing-sok says that the need for cavalry does not always take place, and over time, Their skills can finally dull. He asks Suyan with all his heart. He thinks about his words. He understands that the number of horses granted as an honorary tribute has decreased. And this can hit the success of the guard even more. History remembers many names of great riders. There were many equestrian troops in service. Dragons, huntsmen, hussars. And if you develop a subspecies of cavalry small arms, then even the current motley cavalry could become much more useful in battle. Empire Ming, a forbidden city. Pointing to a severed head sent in a box, the emperor demands to get rid of it as soon as possible. The ruler says that Joseon coped with a very difficult task. Van Zhen believes that the benefits of their new rifles deserve a separate praise. The enemy rows were literally braked with volley fire, and the enemy horses fell into panic, instantly destroying the construction. They are able to effectively hit targets in a living battle with 60 steps. The emperor notes that Koni Barbarov was not ready for such a deafening attack. The Chisonites found them by surprise. He believes that next time you can even provoke their attack first. Even if they do not climb into the rang, the confrontation with them will still deplete them, one way or another. And such a moment will be ideal in order to finally walk along them with his conquering exercise, the emperor argues. The courtier asks for permission to make one request. He says that Joseon's experience clearly proved the usefulness of new guns, and it would be very prudent to first teach their warriors to possess them to fully before proceeding with the conquest. The emperor asks, what will happen if one of their soldiers is captured? Will they not be forced to direct their own weapons to them? The eunuch believes that this request is quite justified. To get used to the sounds of shots, every soldier must personally make at least 10 shots. The courtier mentally scolds the eunuch. 10 shots, and immediately into battle. Did he think to save on gunpowder in order to appropriate the remaining funds? The main camp of Asen Taisha. The angry screams that reproach Chonsons are heard, and threats addressed to them. The saber dissects the air. Khan asks a person standing in front of him. He needs his head only for beauty? What did he tell him? Having put the blade to his throat, he says that the envoy had to go to Joseon and agree on everything with their king. But in the end, he so easily led his nose towards their handouts that he returned, without agreeing anything. The man is trying to justify himself by the fact that when he visited them, it was not at all like that there was a certain agreement between them and Min. The man standing behind the Khan asks him to calm down. Taishi tells the messenger that he will die. Having lowered the blade, he adds that once he had already deprived someone of his life by negligence. But the fate of Alec will be decided depending on his merits in the upcoming war. And if he admits at least one more mistake, his blood will paint the earth much earlier than Chonskoy. He, falling on one knee, promises to wash off his sins with the blood of enemies. Taishi believes that King Joseon is not deprived of his mind. He had already managed to take a bit with mines, and they even managed to deal with Imanj. Now he believes they are aiming at them, but he will not allow them to get away from retaliation. Khan tells everyone to prepare. He is going to go to Khan. Taisha believes that they should unite forces with the Golden Dynasty of Kublai, the descendants of Genghis Khan. When asked whether there is any news from Khan, a man surrounded by the attention of 2 women replies that there is no. He really hopes that they will be able to smash the Minsk villains into fluff. Khan says that if the world could be affected by the power of thought, he would have long broken their filthy emperor into pieces. But now they are in such a situation that they do not even fully understand what kind of weapons Chonson are used against them. These are some iron long poles. The interlocutor is interested in his words. Taishi says that while he himself knows little about it, but in recent years they have launched some strange weapon. He orders Alec to show the drawing. He demonstrates the drawing of the gun. Bukwan Keshik, Khan's personal guard, is interested, and warriors with such weapons do not accidentally carry the fuse with them. Alak replies that it is. It is quite long, and they stick it into the upper part of the weapon. The man says, "Here is the answer to you. This is a firearm." He recalls that this was launched both with the crushing of their lands and in other conquering campaigns. Taishi believes that this is simply unheard of. In fact, we are talking about a portable gun, which is able to carry in his hands only one warrior. He heard from the elders that the penetration power of the iron balls that they shoot, stronger than a shot from a self-shooting. In addition to penetrating power, these things are, in fact, a figurative artillery, so they make a rather loud sound when firing. During the conquests of the Song dynasty, the sounds of such guns were like the rings of thunder. This caused many problems with horses, as they were very scared. Taishi is interesting how loudly noise such a small gun. The man says that the voice of one person may not scare anyone, but if a whole 1,000 is together, their common cry will be quite capable of shaking a whole plain. He invites him to guess how their horses will react, hearing a one-time salvo of thousands of such guns. He believes that this will be like a thunderous retire that shakes the air very close. Taisha asks, "What if the weather is windy or rainy?" The interlocutor replies that now he knows why they do not like to attack first, and sit out behind the walls of their stone fortresses in the rain. Khan believes that if the problem is only that the horse is scared of loud sounds, then you can simply plug your ears. The man says that this will nervous, making her less obedient. He scolds the rummage, and believes that before his insides will burst, then they will come to something sensible. The woman silently dealt with her business, listening to their conversation and melting the stove. An explosion is suddenly heard, and it is thrown by an explosive wave to the side. Alak scolds her. Who puts wet logs in a roasting? Doesn't she know that they can shoot? The Khan, thanks to his words, has a certain thought. He is surprised that he did not immediately think about it. It's just like during the reprisal of Khan Kubilai over the Zhen dynasty, when they blew up a bamboo to scare away wild animals. The man asks. He wants to say that there is wood that can explode when burning. He begins to speak, but at the same time still reflects on something. The interlocutor cannot be patient to get an answer. Taisha tells Alec to get bamboo. He bows and answers. It will be executed. The man asks, all they need is to hit mines the first? Khan answers, not quite. While he is busy showing a mine, Khan will strike the chansets. On guard Kanyan are 3,000 warriors from among the guards. 1,000 of them enters the service only 10 days a month. They are called Sanban, senior guard. The remaining 2,000 are called Kaban, junior guard, and carry the service tirelessly. They earn a living doing black work and various instructions. Prince Suyan asks. They want to say to him that this is true, even if you collect all the soldiers available in the capital? But here, after all, 400 will not be typed, he complains. Kim He says that they did not convene everyone, and besides, many could not appear, hiding behind apologies. Suyan replies, if the guard adheres to such orders, then the question arises, what is happening in their country? The interlocutor agrees with him. To see the guards with such and is really depressing. The prince tells the soldier to expose his blade, and he tries to fulfill his order. But Suyan is able to quickly master his blade. He is surprised by his weapon, because according to the charter, the length of the blade should be at least 1.5 elbow. He asks, where did he get this sword? He replies that he took him at home from the kitchen. They were so suddenly convened that it took him a little by surprise. The prince angrily squeezes the blade handle. Enraged Kim He shouts indignantly, how did he generally undertake to drag this battered collapse here? He considers it unacceptable. The salary of those who are not able to contain their equipment and the weapon in the proper form will be cut. He completely shares the views of the prince. Their minds and bodies rusted through and need a noble cross. And let only someone not be able to overcome her. The next day, a white sandy beach at the Yanchkvar crossing. The prince asks the advisor to Kim Hai Sona, who are these savages? He replies that these are representatives of the northern tribes who were attended by Imanj. As he heard, they arrived to express gratitude to them. His Majesty ordered their power to demonstrate their power. Suyan asks that they can show them when it comes to training guards, whose skills are not even pulled to the average level. The advisor believes that there is no reason for concern. There are enough of the wild steps for his guys. He is sure that even ordinary workouts will look in the eyes of the detachment, at the head of which is the manchiation of the Chunshan from the Odoli clan, a member of the Herchigenya alliance, is very impressive. The leader himself at that time says that King Chosun is famous for his generosity, expressed by gifts, but to demonstrate to guests the training of his cavalry is something that he certainly did not expect. His companion believes that there is nothing to worry about, while Chospan in their right mind. You cannot be afraid of the threat of invasion of them on their part. Manche Chunshan believes that this is just a showdown to dump them from the idea of hunting with robberies on their borders. He believes that, judging by the appearance of their commander, this is a completely experienced military leader, which gives the case of believable. He recalls that the king who founded Chosun, Li Sli Ge, was famous for his skill in onions and was an outstanding commander. The interlocutor believes that the prince is a spilled dream Ge. Manche Chunhan thinks that they can see this if they observe them for some more time. The great Prince Lim Yang, the fourth son of the king of Sejong and Queen Sokon, says that he did not spare himself in training, hardening his conscience. He explains to the soldiers that he will first show them the simplest foundations. And even if this is not on the shoulder, they are not worthy to be part of their cavalry. He tells them to watch carefully. Limjan jumps on a horse. He makes the horse jump over the barrier. Then it shoots in 3 arrows from the bow. All of them fall into the target. He says that now the soldiers have seen everything and will be able to repeat. There is no better way to confirm their understanding. Guys are in shock. And he considers it basic foundations? Lim Yang says, if they cannot cope with this, then there is nothing to encourage them for. But warriors behave extremely awkwardly. Suyan and Lim Yang are watching their attempts to repeat the actions of his younger brother. The young prince is sure that he even coped even in childhood. Suyan thinks. He found to whom to lie. Suyan demands attention. He says that now it seems to them that they are weak. However, the power streamed in them once before. They softened due to neglect of training. Distributing the torso, he invites them to look at his body. Suyan believes that if they become at least half and are also good, no one in the world will stop them. Encouraged warriors are sure that since the prince was able to, then they will be able to. Manche Chunshan, watching what is happening from the top of the cliff, believes that students are just leather and bones compared to the body of the prince. His companion confirms, they are too miserable. He is sure that there is nothing more to look at. In the evening, in the tent of Manche, Chunhan is exchanged by his opinion with their accompanying people, who believe that the skills of the writer who taught students surpass even many of their writers. One of the men says that it seems to be the king's son, and if he replenishes the ranks of the military leaders, then this can become a threat to them. Their leader believes that the prince's body really looked very impressive. His close one says that this is not a joke. The guy owns the bow no worse than the legendary Dream of Gay. Manche Chunshan asks, do they remember Gabelcho? Looking at the burning bonfire, he clarifies that we are talking about a special detachment of formidable warriors under the leadership of whether the Dream of Gay. Many leaders, including Montium, were brotherly or stood under his beginning, united in the face of a common enemy. And if Chospon revives this tradition, raising a new generation of Gabelcho, then they may very well try to impose their power to them again. And since they were allowed to look at their teachings, this is by no means an empty threat. From the entrance to the tent, a voice is heard, notifying that a guest came to them. Bukwan Keshik, Khan's personal guard, says that he arrived on the orders of his master. He heard that Manche Chunhan went to Chosun. The leader replies that it was flattered by the fact that Khan needed something from such a small person like him. Bukwan Keshik replies that it can hardly be called that. And then the man notifies that they would soon attack Chospon. He explains that they stained themselves by entering into a conspiracy with the Empire Ming. One of the men present at the council says, in order to contrast at least something, they will need at least 10,000 soldiers. Bukwan Keshik replies that they already have 40,000, and this is more than enough. There will be enough of them, and 5,000. And since they were there recently, he will ask them to share information about how they are there now. He is interested in the state of their weapons, defense fortifications, the troops themselves, everything related to this. Manchiation of Chunshan replies, if such a will is Khan, then he dutifully subordinates. He adds that Chosun sent 20,000 soldiers to pacify Imanj. However, due to the discord, not all the army took part in their organization in an active battle. In their lands, the Chonans had a hard time. In their ranks there were many lagging behind. Manche Chunshan says that they saw it all themselves, since they helped them as guides because in fact the king invited them. The book Keshik is interested in. How did the Chonan people manage to defeat the Imanj with such a draft? The leader replies, there are rumors that Imanj was tormented by a strong fever, which is why he could not retreat in time. He lasted in this state for 4 days, only thanks to his resistance. The guard believes that picking up a fever in the summer is a great failure. Manchiation of Chunshan adds that at the moment he will not be able to provide the requested 5,000 soldiers. The letter Keshik is sure. If he connects all his tribes, then they will probably have enough to collect so much. The leader replies that he is right. You can't argue with this, but he has one problem with his uncles. The guard clarifies. Does he mean Pancha, younger brother Muntama? He has recently died. Did this really cause some excitement among those who were devoted to him? Manche Chunshan says that they lost all shame. He barely holds on to not drive them away as soon as possible. Bukwan Keshik decides to entrust him with the role of auxiliary troops and supplies, but he should not even think about the share of trophies. The close leader thinks that this is a big blow to military pride. Manche, the Chunshan agrees, but he hopes that in response to his limiting honesty, Khan will also not conceal anything from him. He asks, all this campaign is only to take the eyes? The interlocutor considers him savvy. 40,000 under the command of Taisha, and the same amount under the leadership of Khan, will attack at the Joseon and Ming simultaneously. The letter Kashik leaves, throwing goodbye that they will wait for them with impatience. The close leader believe that they again want to step on their throat. Manche Chunhan tells him to cook a horse to him. He urgently needs to at Joseon. Standing at the foot of the throne of King Sejong, the leader says that recently the personal guard of Khan Keshik Bukvon came to him with a message. He announced his intention to go to Chospon a war, and ordered him to join their army as auxiliary troops. In addition, apparently, they plan to attack the Ming Empire at the same time. Sejong says that since he knows about this, he agreed to participate in this war. The leader appeals to his mercy, and says that he was forced to bow his head in front of the messenger of Khan at that moment to survive. As Suyan managed to understand, if they do not obey, then this will turn into a war for the full destruction, which will expose Joseon the risk of total ruin. Kim Hin Sleep tells the king that in that unlikely case, if Jurjani unite with the North Yuan, this can lead to the formation of a grand army. As soon as they build up strength, it will be extremely difficult to stop them, even connecting the most experienced commanders. Sejong turns to Manche Chunshang. It turns out he told them about it because he wants them to take them under their defense in the upcoming confrontation. He asks to try to understand him, because the life of his relatives at the stake, as well as Sejong in his rule, he first of all takes care of the good of his people. The king offers the details to discuss later. In the meantime, let the leader come back to himself and continue to pretend that to prepare to fulfill the request of the book. Kronprint, Prince Suyan and Minister Kim Jong with he is waiting at himself. The minister believes if the tribes of the northerners are drawn into this war, then it will be very difficult to finish it. Sejong asks. He hints that it is worth considering the option of defeating mines. Even if you do not talk about a crushing defeat, they will suffer a clearly bad damage, Kim Chen Sleep suggests. He suggests that, perhaps, Yurkin found a certain way to counteract their guns. Sejong carefully listens to his speeches. Kronprint believes that they can think a sudden attack during a rain. Although an experienced military leader will not start from something so inconsistent, the king is sure that having strong troops at his disposal, any excitement can be repaired. He tells Suyan to focus on training Yang Gaps, a soldier who served in the provinces of Pyongan and Hamgyong. He orders the minister to hold a review of the troops that will be sent on a campaign, and then go to Shanyan. The horsemen expect the order of the military leader. Khan Taisha, turning to them, says that, according to his assumption, people gathered here are united by a common resentment against the Ming Empire. He himself is eager to tear the throat to their false emperor for all oppression. Khan says that they have already forgotten the exploits of their great ancestors and dare to neglect them dismissively. Standing in front of a numerous army, he believes that they are no worse than ancestors who once overcome many barriers, and as a result of those who managed to gain a foothold on the central plains. Distributing the blade, he says that the first place on which they will strike is the Gate of Tiden. Taishi himself will attack them. Khan's troops are already ready to invade Joseon from the east. Together they will be able to lower the mines from heaven to earth, trampling them into the mud. The warrior, who is next to him, says that he could not even think that the tribes would respond to their call with such zeal. Taisha replies that this was worth expecting, given how many mines to them drank all the mines. He is sure that soon their enemies will reap the fruits of their short-sightedness. The courtier reflects on why there are so many bamboo people. Did they really decide to replace them with pots to cook rice? Van Zhen believes that they are preparing for the siege. If you fill the bamboo with coal and butter, then this is enough to burn the security post. Standing at the foot of the throne, he is inclined in front of the emperor. Van Zhen welcomes his imperial majesty. He heard that the emperor commanded to complete the preparation for the invasion of North Yuan. The ruler replies that he will participate in the campaign personally, so all the highest and middle ranks will also be obliged to attend the battlefield. He was informed that Joseon would appear to defend Shenyang. Is this not a sign that they are worried about the likelihood of their invasion? Exactly, like signs of excitement about their own well-being, says Van Zheng. He believes that if Yurshin enters Joseon through Shenyang, then it will be extremely difficult for them to expel them. Other anxieties abruptly recede when their own greatness is at stake. The emperor considers the sword. Raising him, he says that it may not be superfluous to bring the king of Sejong to his father's house, in order to dispel their excitement. Van Zhenya had an idea. Not so long ago, his two sons visited their country and learned a lot. The eldest son is undoubtedly the heir to the throne, but the second is probably suitable for the war. The courtier believes that even if we are talking about the dynasty, her son has no reason to fight for them, even if there is a union. Directing a sword at him, the emperor asks, "There is no reason?" The Lord says that his will is the will of heaven, and the reasons are also determined by them. He orders to immediately write down his words. After that, a messenger was sent to Chospon with the imperial decree. Prince Suyan from the ruling Chosen dynasty must necessarily come to a military gathering in order to capture the emperor in all his greatness. Sejong cannot believe that he seriously asks to send Suyan for such an absurd reason. He considers this a flagrant disrespect. The prince, laughing, asks, "Is he really worried that there is no horse that will withstand his weight?" The father replies that we are talking about the role of the messenger is not a military leader. Sejong explains that the prince will not go into battle personally. It will be enough to sit out quietly in the camp. Suyan promises to attach all efforts so that he does not freeze anywhere, so the father should not be so worried. Sejong asks him for sure to return alive. The main training camp at the Namhansensen fortress. A scream is heard, a general on a grid. Lee Ji-nok trains with everyone. Having overcome the obstacle, he jumps to the ground. Warriors greet him with enthusiastic cries. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he says that the device is extremely curious. Everything that should be supported in the form of soldiers is worked out at once. Kim Hae, sleep Suyan. He is serving in a week and will be right on the front line. The prince replies that it's okay. He will simply move in the camp. Lee Ji-nok approaches them. He advises the prince not to be tied on the battlefield so dismissive. Then, playing with a club, the commander invites him to cross their swords in a friendly duel. Suyan did not expect such a turn of events. Mentally, he is indignant. Why is it suddenly? They, standing against each other, squeezing the blades in their hands. Warriors are talking among themselves. They believe that, despite their age, their general great warrior, who managed to defeat even the leaders of hostile barbarians. The prince in no way can fight him on an equal footing. Men suggest that the general should have some kind of strategy, because in which case they can punish him. Lee Ji-nok says Suyan that the times are now dangerous, and in such periods it is extremely difficult to predict the moment when the threat collapses on it, and he will do everything possible so that the prince is ready for this. The guy is horrified by his words. Everything is possible. The prince and commander crossed the swords. The battle began. Suyan is not inferior in strength to the enemy. The guy, having made just an incredible jump, attacks whether Ji-nok is attacking, but the man raves the blow. Books give a crack. Warriors believe that the general holds with his highness on an equal footing. They are not surprised. Who else can restrain such power? The next meeting of the blades ends with the fact that they fly into pieces. Opponents freeze, realizing what happened. Warriors are surprised by this outcome of the fight. Kim Hae was worried that the prince set aside the sword for too long, starting to pay a lot of attention to strength training. But he believes Suyan is in good shape. Lee Ji-nok turns to the prince. He says that even an experienced general cannot overcome 1,000 warriors. Therefore, he asks him to be extremely careful on the battlefield. Suyan thinks that, despite the loud statement before the fight, the general would hardly risk defeating a member of the royal family. Although, judging by the way the man was moving in battle, it seems that he expected somewhat different. Probably the combat skills of the former Prince Suyan were different from what he had demonstrated to him. Lee Ji-nok thinks that such a talent is necessary for this country as heir. One prince costs thousands like him. If the warrior was injured during the fight, then he can no longer be involved in the war, no matter how eminent he was. The general put all his strength into this fight, but, unfortunately, he could not break Suyan a single bone. He believes that the prince is much stronger than he expected. July 14th, the military raid of the Ming Empire at Yanchi. The kneeling warrior reports that General Gil Chun was killed, and the Tidon is pierced. General Huan Gen and the leader of the avant-garde Sun Yen are amazed at the news. The general thinks, were they really able to take them by surprise even if there are rifles? Something does not converge, he thinks. The man asks, already there is information about the total number of enemy army? The warrior reports, early intelligence reported 40,000. However, according to the latest reports, there are only 20 on the front line. Huan Jin is interested in Sun Yen. What about lure them here and tie a battle? It turns out that on their side is only a quarter of their strength. The leader of the avant-garde replies that the fighter flesh from Tidon is exhausted and demoralized. The interlocutor is sure that there is nothing to worry about. Shots from guns are frightened by enemy horses, and the fighting spirit of their warriors will decrease sharply. The general believes that they only need to hold out until the emperor arrives. A scream is heard. The enemy goes on the offensive. The team sounds, cook spears and guns. The arrows are talking among themselves. One of them asks a friend, "Did he add gunpowder?" He replies that he is in confusion, and offers him to do this first, and then he will repeat after him. The leader of the avant-garde, scolding them for slowness, orders to immediately prepare weapons for battle. The leader of the Mongolian warriors orders the archers to shoot. He wants to provoke opponents to a salvo. The man advises to aim as far as possible and not try to beat aim. He wants them to simply fill up the arrows of enemies. Archers perform the command. The emperor's soldiers are given an order to change their position. The team sounds, rifles, fire. The soldier is afraid to shoot. He doubts. How did he add a little gunpowder? But it's too late to do something, and he is forced to press the trigger. The bullet flies right into the leader of the Mongol army, but she could not break through the metal armor of a man, already mentally farewell to life. His associates are surprised. After all, they shot at him from the gun, and he was safe and unharmed. The man mockingly responds about the weapons of opponents. Someone is interested. How is he? Looking at the bullet, Bayan replies that this is just a lead ball that hit the armor and stuck in it. The cavalry is rapidly approaching. The emperor's warriors understand that the enemy goes to a breakthrough. One of them advises the other to pour more gunpowder and press the trigger, but he acts extremely ineptly, and as a result an explosion occurs. The gun explodes. The soldiers do not understand how it happened. Another explosion is heard nearby. The battle begins. The army of the emperor suffers heavy losses. The horsemen ruthlessly deal with foot soldiers. Bayan calls for warriors not to spare the sword, trample, cut and burn. The leader of the avant-garde tells us a panic. He asks, "Why arrows in the rear?" The leader of the Mongol army, seeing the commanders of the enemy army, orders to grab them. Hygiene and Sunyan freeze in amazement. August 8th, 1449. The emperor, jumping on a horse, says that since the arrival of the avant-garde in Tidon has passed 15 days. He cannot believe that they did not send a single messenger during all this time. Van Zhen suggests that the enemy was already fled, plunged by the power of imperial greatness. The warrior reports to them that 20 of them are noticed traces of enemy forces. The emperor believes that they had completely beaten off. Since they know that they arrive, why no one meets them? Where is the command? Having stumbled, the warrior asks for forgiveness, and suddenly the emperor notices ravens swirling in the sky. An exhausted man with a wrinkled face, looking at himself in the mirror, thinks that he did not stay long. Soon, a person who decided to become a eunuch for the sake of wringing silver will disappear, and it will appear different, majestic to match the battle. Heaven wished to show him to this world as a child of a poor man, but now he rises above many. Holding his hand to the brushes, he thinks that today, thanks to this war, he will shine brighter than the emperor himself, and will rise even higher than the heaven itself. He begins to make up his face. A high-ranking nobleman, Jianfu, turns to a horse in front of him, Van Zhenya. He was told that one rifle is many times more effective than 5 archers. He asks, on the basis of what such conclusions were made? The eunuch of Soragama replies that usually, if 5 archers are allowed to be launched, then only one of them is able to injure someone. But when rifle falls on the target, the armor is broken through in an instant. Therefore, they undoubtedly win from archers. Jianfu grins. And what kind of calculations are these? An experienced archer can let 5 arrows when the rifle shoots only once. There is no particular difference between these types of weapons, only shock power differs. Van Zheng replies that he is not to judge about it. In addition, this can be discussed later. Now it is necessary to get to the emperor as soon as possible. On the battlefield, dotted with dead warriors, a voice is heard that implies the emperor to retreat. He exhorts the ruler. There is a lot of horse manure and corpses that they had not yet managed to stab, which means that the enemies have passed here only half a day ago. The emperor asks, "Retreat?" He at least realizes who he offers it. The warrior replies that according to the surviving soldiers, the enemy invaded the Ulju area 3 days ago and cut everyone out there. The emperor cannot believe. Ulju is in their rear. He tells everyone to immediately move away. They will take up the defense in the fortress and prepare for the new attack of the enemy. However, a quick retreat for exhausted soldiers is impossible, because of which they move even more slowly than at the beginning of their campaign. Taisha swearing. Then he says that he took the path here for 15 days, which means that it will be clearly no less on the return road. Judging by the interrogations of the captives, The total number of their army is 120,000. To get rid of everyone, you need to kill at least 8,000 a day. He asks a person standing in front of him. Is it possible for him? Bayan replies. How about to captivate their emperor and use it to open the gate of Beijing? Taishi believes that this is a good idea. He orders to convey to all their leaders. Let them continue sudden attacks every night in order to properly exhaust them. A scream is heard in the night. The Minsk villains go to the fire to set fire to their guns. The archers are ordered to aim in them. Arrows fly to the soldier of the Imperial army. They shoot in response from the rifles. The horsemen rush to the attack. The soldiers are perplexed. Why does the enemy horses not scare the roar of shots? Bamboo explodes in fire. The Khan pacifies the frightened horse. Taisha praises the animal and says that at first it has no longer scared, but now calms down much faster. Bayan reports that he with a small detachment drove near Tidon on trained horses. The sounds of shots no longer scare them. Taishi says that he sent part of the Bamboo Khan so they will be able to train their horses. The riders shout the Emperor's soldiers that their Vol guns are no longer afraid of them. If they throw their weapons right now and run away, so be it. They will keep them their miserable lives. The man screams that he is dumping. All their soldiers are dead, so now they, servants, are ordered to pick up swords and spears. His comrades in misfortune adhere to the same opinion. It is better to try his luck on the run than to simply perish here. They believe that this creature that does not understand at all someone is either a man or a woman was clearly not good. The fortress is to do. Bayan tells Taisha that the number of enemy troops was halved. Khan asks, how many soldiers did they lose? And he hears in response, about 4,000 killed. But they hold on bravely. It seems that they perceive it as their last battle. Taisha reports that tomorrow they will go on a full-scale offensive, so soon everything will end. Clouds are thickened over their heads. Looking at the walls of the fortress, the Khan is interested. Aren't their losses here great? Bayan considers the reason that of the soldiers remained only the personal protection of the emperor. Taishi is sure that they did not stay long. Vanjin is reporting that the wells are empty. He says that he will give 100 nan to the one who will bring him water. Nearby, the standing warrior dismissively remarks, you think that if you have 100 silver coins, then the water will pour on you from the sky. The servant pulls him out. Do you even know who you are talking to? The soldier screams that the enemy is retreating, leaving his current position. He believes that reinforcements are already close. The ruler rejoices. He believes that it is precisely he is in a hurry to save him. The military leader warns that this is a trap and asks the emperor to prevent himself from fooling. He is sure that their reinforcements could not arrive here so quickly. The eunuch of Sorghum says that their army has probably reached the positions of enemies and began to push them. He advises the emperor to hurry to move to the Great Dragon Hall in order to protect the integrity of the imperial press. The military leader is sure that this is a trap. Van Zhen accuses him of doubting the greatness of their troops. He threatens that if he dares to say such nonsense again, he will lose his tongue in an instant. The man has no choice but to reconcile, and he tells everyone to prepare for the departure of the Great Hall. A scream rushes over the plain. Only 10 LIC remains to the pass. Place. Warriors notice the enemy, and warn the military leader that it is dangerous to get closer. Van Zhen tells part of the soldiers to let the emperor be able to retreat safely. The general scolds him. He is sure that they hold out for a couple of days in the fortress. Their reinforcement would take off the siege. He believes that it all went somersault because of him. The eunuch calls them useless creatures, and throwing coins, says that it will make them more accommodating. He promises, if they provide them with the emperor with a safe departure, then he will give them 200 times more. But the coins thrown right in the face of the coin are interrupted. Van Zhen, which fell to the ground, insults the general, not believing that he dares to do so with him. The man replies that no matter how much money he has, his life is not for sale for them. He only knows what to think about money. The eunuch says that he only fulfilled the will of the emperor. But the general tells him to shut up. He takes out a piece of soap, asking, is this his beloved? So let the heaven and earth attest to the manifestation of its courtesy. A man collapses a fist with a bars clamped in it on the head of the eunuch. Having finished beating, he, looking at his hands, says, well, a disgusting sight. Under all these layers of powder, such ugliness was hidden. Then, throwing coins to the ground, he adds, I return it to you. Use for pocket expenses. On August 23, 1449, the eunuch Van Jin met his destruction. The flame of the war reached Shenyang, where Chosun troops were already located. Shenyang, August 24th. Jiao Hua, the commander of the Liudun garrison, is outraged. Who generally gave such an order? The man standing in front of him reports that complete chaos reigns in Beijing. Generals Ben Pu and Jem announced a hasty collection of their troops to prepare for defense. He should also take measures immediately. Jiao Wei reports to Prince Suyan and Kim Hei Sonu that an urgent message was received from the perspective of His Majesty. They managed to undermine the spirit of Daljites, but many warriors received serious injuries, so now they need support for their troops. The commander believes that it would be glorious if Chosun troops filled the missing soldiers here. They compensate them for the cost of placement. The prince considers his words. He believes that the commander is hiding something. Jiao Wei replies that Chosun is completely devoted to him, so why should he conceal something? Suyan is sure that if everything were so smooth, there would be no cases of flight among their warriors. He asks the commander to be honest, and gives the floor that it will remain purely between them. The man replies that their main forces suffered huge losses. Most of the experienced military leaders are killed, and the emperor, judging by rumors, is driven into the trap and captured by the enemy. However, 100,000 soldiers are already marching to protect Beijing from Huaibei and Huanan. But they must defend him and hold out at least until their arrival. Kim Hei thinks if the enemy will advance through the same tactics, thanks to which he has already defeated the 200,000 army, then this can turn into big problems. The commander asks, they will be able to keep the defense of Shenyang? The military advisor replies that they are about 10 days before these leads are scattered everywhere, and if until then they will not be able to push them away, then Churjani will rise and pound them with all the abstract. They believe that they have one way out. The warriors of their countries should rise against Daljites. Jiao We objects that this is a furious enemy who managed to defeat such numerous troops, and they intend to go to them with a full-scale ruin war. Kim Hei explains, if they are sitting in Shenyang, then they themselves can, and they will survive. Only the entire northern border will be plunged into chaos. Suyan recalls that in historical records about the period of the Mongolian uprising, Chosun did not suffer direct damage, and the empire's troops were not defeated. He does not understand why this happened, because they even gave them guns. The prince says that the commander is all on the nerves, to which the advisor answers that it is quite natural. Kim Hei Sona does not fit in his head that the Daljites managed to defeat such a large army. They pass by a soldier trying to understand how to use a gun. Suyan asks to show him a weapon. He asks, is this a light gun? Carefully examining him, the prince clarifies. Is it a fighting one? He understands that everything is distinguished in the guns, sizes, weight, and even a barrel. The soldier is surprised. But shouldn't it be so? Suyan screams, no. And then he asks, why are the guns so clean? Did they go away at least some training with him? The man replies that today he first trained with real gunpowder, because he is expensive. The prince looks at pure targets. In the learning process, they instantly instruct their fighters about the principles of the work of powder weapons. But even this does not save them from accidents, and they send completely untrained soldiers to battle, also with such a hastily made on a knee with a weapon. He believes that in this situation, North Yuan has not yet felt the real power of their guns. Taisun Khan camp in the northeast of the province of Kaiwan, Liaodun. The warrior reports the letter to Keshik about the latest events. Their troops in the west defeated enemy advanced detachments and went on the offensive on the main forces. Given that Chosun is much weaker than mines, then 30,000 soldiers will be more than enough. The guard replies that the time has come to act. He is interested. What about those troops who left Liaodun? Maona Kai, the younger brother of Essen Taisha, heard that they retreated in a small number. He is sure that their grand victory is just around the corner. A warrior runs into the tent, screaming that Chosun's troops had left the fortress and moved north. Bukwan Keshik believes that they decided to run when the garrison was empty. The younger brother of Taisha is not even believed that they preferred the field to stone walls. He wonders, did they really decide to go to the Kwansun Pass, the place of location of one of the gates of Liaodun, in order to prevent their advancement? In this case, they need to hurry to capture the gate and deal with the enemy in the south. The guard says that the battlefield will become the area around the Kolrin fortress. He is interested in the opinion of Manhwa. He, smiling, replies that it seems that the time has come to try the fierce horse that his brother granted him. He is sure that it will be a slight victory. A military camp is defeated on the hill. Bukwan Keshik, sitting on a horse and considering an enemy camp, is surprised that the enemy behaves so boldly. Maona Kai says that they did not even hide with earthen ramparts, although this would not help them anyway. The guard believes that, judging by the choice of a place and accommodation. Among them, there are experienced warriors. He is trying to understand what they planned. His companion is sure that he is too concerned about Mina's second secondary improvised. MANHWA recalls that their troops broke the enemy's defense with unprecedented ease. Bookwan Keshik thinks, as soon as this war ends, they will again become enemies with this short-sighted youth. He says that their troops are not used to fighting together, so it will be wiser to divide. MANHWA has no objections. His people will move ahead and tie a battle. The letter Keshik gives instructions to the warrior. He thoroughly aims from onions. Suyeon hears how he is naked. The warrior says that he brought onions and arrows for him. He asks, "The prince is sure that he can use them?" Suyeon asks him not to worry. He has enough strength. The prince, standing on the elevation, takes the bow in his hands and prepare to shoot. A scream sounds, arrows, and then the team raise the shields. The letter Keshik is surprised. How can the enemy manage to wield such hefty shields with such ease? MANHWA is sure that this will not become an obstacle to them. But he immediately has to change his opinion. Shots sound and their warriors fall dead to the ground. Their ranks are rapidly thinning. MANHWA is perplexed. The reports said that Ming rifles are not very dangerous. He understands that their affairs are bad. They are reported about large losses. Many hundreds are already dead, and the coordination between dozens is quite violated. The guard tells MANHWA to take his warriors. If they make a mistake now, then their entire construction will collapse. The young man believes that they still have a chance to get them. He says that the Chonsites are excellent archers. Apparently the rifles adopted this. The team sounds to be divided in half and prepare for equestrian shooting. MANHWA orders to shoot. The warriors of the Chonsan army are also fired. Soldiers shoot from rifles. They amaze enemy warriors. Jung Bum-soo gives the command to concentrate and prevent himself from pushing himself away. Bookwan Keshik tells MANHWA to calm down, otherwise they will put all the soldiers here. Smoke covers the plain. They decide that now he will worsen the appearance of the Chons, and they can hit while they are blind. MANHWA screams, "Everything is on the attack!" Inspired by the fact that the Great Khan was with them, the soldiers rush at the enemy. The Lucker One Keshik orders, "As soon as enemy soldiers shoot twice, you should immediately attack." Screams are heard. The enemy let the fiery arrows. The warriors are asked not to panic. This is just fire. The team sounds, "Raise the shields." Exclaims are heard. There is gunpowder here. Bookwan Keshik believes that they rely too much on their shooters. But ultimately, the lands are conquered into hand-to-hand maiden, he thinks. He gives an order to advance. A soldier sitting on a tree reports that the enemies changed the construction to the assault. The team sounds, "Prepare to swordsman." The rifles are ordered to give a single salvo and immediately go to the rear trenches. Act by signal. About 5,000 horsemen in iron armor are on the offensive. They go into 2 waves, one after another. The soldier says that from such an accumulation of people the earth walks with a shake. He does not understand. Why does their cavalry not fight with them? He believes that the infantry, like them, will simply be trampled to death. The warrior standing nearby says that he must believe His Highness. It was not for nothing that those secret ditches were harvested. If the prince was not sure of success, then he would not bring them here to slaughter. Suyeon, armed with onions, stands on a high-rise. Screams are heard. The enemy is on the way. Then the team sounds, "Rifles, fire!" Bullets fall into both people and horses. The letter Keshik screams. There is very little left. He calls on the warriors to be careful, not to stumble about the fallen. He shouts threats to the enemy. The horsemen fall into the prepared trap. Screams sound. There is dirt around and the team is standing. Soldiers shoot enemy warriors. MANHWA is at a loss. He is naughty by the letter Keshik. He tells him not to panic. They divided the forces in such a case. The guard tells you to cover with something dirt so as not to lose the run. Warriors hastily carry grain, hay, and other improvised means. Bookwan Keshik says that Chisonites decided to resort to dirty tricks. He promises that he will personally go along the heads of those smart people who came up with it. The soldier reports to the commander that the enemy is trying to cross the ditches with mud, covering them with grain and straw. He says that their horsemen are just one jerk of their positions. Kim Jong replies that they will also send their cavalry to their flank. He orders to prepare barriers for shooting. Then the order should be prepared to cross the handle.